Chapter 1140. Thinking so, Xie Hongwen actually wanted to rush over and grab Yang Kai, but just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by one of the two origin returning realm masters. "Young master, there's something strange up ahead. It should be a powerful spirit array." The cultivator frowned as he stared at the large space in front of the cave, sweeping the area with his divine sense. When they first arrived, Ian had told them how the dozen or so third-order Saint King cultivator from the Su family had been completely wiped out, but none of them had taken it seriously, thinking that even if there was a spirit array, its power would be limited and it wouldn't be able to stop the bombardment of an origin returning realm master. But now that they were closer, they realized how profound this spirit array was. "Is there something strange about it?" Xie Hongwen wasn't stupid and nodded. "And then this young lord won't go up, lest I fall into their trap." At that moment, Yang Yin finished what she was doing and quickly retreated back into the cave, hiding behind Yang Kai, her tender body trembling. Wu Yi took her hand and patted it gently. Xie Hongwen withdrew his gaze from Yang Yin and glanced over at Wu Yi, sneering meaningfully as he shouted, "Wu Yi, don't say this young lord didn't give you a chance. If you know what's good for you, come back with me obediently and this young lord will let bygones be bygones, but if you don't blame this young lord for being vicious and merciless." Although Wu Yi's face was pale, she still said, "In your dreams, if you want me to go with you, you'll have to kill me." Good. Xie Hongwen not only didn't become angry but instead laughed. When he learned that Wu Yi and Yang Kai were together, he was really angry, but now that he saw Yang Yin, who was even more outstanding than Wu Yi, his anger immediately dissipated. This time, not only would he be able to obtain Wu Yi, he would also be able to obtain this exquisite beauty, killing two birds with one stone. Xie Hongwen was naturally happy. He no longer paid any attention to Wu Yi and instead turned to Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Little brat, your courage isn't small, actually daring to have ideas about this young lord's woman. No matter where you come from, you're dead. Obediently kowtow and admit your wrongs, call me grandfather a few times and this young lord will give you a quick death. If you can also give me that woman, haha, this young lord may spare your life." Yang Kai frowned. He had seen a lot of spoiled brats, but he had never seen one as arrogant as Xie Hongwen. It was as if in his opinion, anyone, anything, as long as he said a word, others would have to compromise. First, he wanted Wu Yi to obediently go back with him, now he wanted him to obediently roll over. Who did he think he was? Does this guy only know how to talk big? Yang Kai looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi sneered, "Something's wrong with your head." Yes, well said. His brain is indeed abnormal. It should be a psychological distortion caused by his physical disability. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Seeing his calm and relaxed appearance, the tension of Wu Yi and the others seemed to dissipate greatly. On the other side, after hearing Xie Hongwen say that he would let Yang Kai go, Ian actually spoke up. "Young Lord Xie, this person's origins are unknown. He has forcibly occupied my Haiku family's Dragon Cave Mountain and is now the host. We cannot drive him away. Please uphold justice and kill him." Since he had decided to nip Yang Kai in the bud, lest he grow up and threaten the interests of the Haiku family, Ian naturally wouldn't let Yang Kai off so easily. As for Wu Yi, she had already left the family, so she was no longer a member of the Haiku family. What fate she would meet after being taken back by Xie Hongwen had nothing to do with him. "Does this young lord need you to tell him what to do?" Xie Hongwen squinted at Ian, causing Ian to look embarrassed and immediately shut up. Immediately, Xie Hongwen turned towards the cave and shouted angrily, "Little brat, not only do you have ideas about this father's woman, you even dare to occupy the territory of another family. You don't put my Shadow Moon Hall in your eyes at all. Don't you know that the Haiku family is a peripheral force of my Shadow Moon Hall? If you want to fight, then fight. Enough nonsense." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. This guy's brain wasn't normal, so no matter how much he said, it would just be a waste of saliva. In the end, he would have to fight. "Good, this young lord will let you know the consequences of offending me today. You can rest assured that I won't kill you immediately. That woman should be yours, right?" Xie Hongwen pointed to Yang Kai. "Since you dared to touch this young lord's woman, this young lord will take yours. This young lord will let you see how I satisfy her, so don't feel inferior when the time comes." Saying so, Yang Kai shouted, "Hongzhen, grab that little brat for me. Daring to offend me, he's too much." The master from the First Order origin returning realm named Hongzhen frowned and hesitated. "Young lord, there's a spirit array over there." "So what if it's a spirit array? You think a few small arrays can stop you? Then what use do I have for you?" Xie Hongwen jumped up. "If you can't do it alone, then the two of you can come at me together." I don't believe that garbage spirit array can stop you. Hurry up and grab him for me. I'm going to throw him on the ground, step on his face and piss on it. Hong Zhen's face was gloomy. A master from the First Order Origin Returning Realm was considered a master on Shadowed Star. After all, the strongest here was only a Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. However, he was ordered to protect Xie Hongwen, so he couldn't refuse his orders. The other Origin Returning Realm master looked at him and seemed to want to say something, but Hong Zhen waved his hand and said, I'll try. If it doesn't work, then you can come at me together. Good, the man nodded and didn't say much. Hong Zhen then walked towards the cave step by step, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but the more he probed, the more frightened he became. This space was like a swamp, and when his divine sense entered it, there was no response. Hong Zhen immediately knew that he had underestimated the power of this spirit array. At this moment, it was too late to retreat. He had clearly entered the range of this spirit array, but what he hadn't expected was that the other party didn't show any intention of opening the spirit array, so he didn't know if it could be opened at all. What's more, the First Order Saint King opposite him was actually walking straight towards him, which both surprised and delighted him. Little Sister Yang Inflammation, open the spirit array. Wu Yi nervously grabbed Yang Inflammation's small hand. Last time, more than a dozen people from the Su family were easily killed by Yang Kai because they had fallen into the spirit array. Now, Yang Kai was actually walking towards an Origin Returning Realm master, so Wu Yi was naturally worried. A First Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator, a First Order Saint King, was an entire great realm apart. Even if Wu Yi had great confidence in Yang Kai, she didn't think he could win against this master named Hong Zhen. Yang Inflammation shook his head. Yang Kai said not to open the spirit array yet. What? I don't know. She soon understood why Yang Kai didn't want her to open the spirit array, because Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to attack Hong Zhen, a long sword covered in demonic flames appearing in his hand as he slashed out a jet black sword wave towards Hong Zhen. Yang Kai clearly wanted to test his own combat effectiveness. Overestimating yourself. Hong Zhen sneered and threw out a simple punch. As soon as this punch appeared, the atmosphere within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly changed, as if even space itself was being stirred up. Yang Kai's face changed. Although he had long known that there was a huge gap between the Third Order Saint King realm and the Origin Returning Realm, he hadn't expected an Origin Returning Realm master's attack to be so strange. The power of Hong Zhen's punch wasn't strong, but when Hong Zhen punched out, Yang Kai had a strange feeling, as if he had been wrapped up in an invisible force. The speed at which his Saint Chi was circulating suddenly dropped and it became much more difficult for him to move. Even the speed of the jet black sword wave he sent out was greatly reduced. Yang Kai's strength had been greatly suppressed. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai was startled. Although he had seen many Origin Returning Realm masters along the way, he had never fought with one of this level. This was the first time. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that Origin Returning Realm cultivators seemed to possess a very special power that could suppress low-level opponents. He didn't know if this power was unique to Hong Zhen or if all Origin Returning Realm cultivators possessed it. Yang Kai desperately wanted to know what kind of power this was. On Tongxian Realm, if he encountered any problems in his cultivation he could ask Meng Wuya and the others for help, but here no one could help him. If he wanted to solve his problems he would need to kill an Origin Returning Realm cultivator and absorb their insights into the Heavenly Way and Martial Dao. Only then could he understand the mysteries of this power. While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, a violent wind blade shot out from Hong Zhen's fist, breaking through the jet black sword wave and arriving in front of Yang Kai in an instant. If his strength had not been suppressed, Yang Kai would have been able to dodge this attack, but now, his movements were much slower than usual, so by the time he noticed the incoming wind blade, it was already too late to dodge. This wind blade contained an extremely violent power, and Yang Kai believed that even if his physique was strong, he would definitely be injured by it. Wu Yi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Cheap slut. Xie Hongwen stomped his foot and cursed again. Wu Yi's concern for Yang Kai made him very uncomfortable, so he secretly decided that in front of these several dozen people, he would strip her naked and ravage her body before abandoning her and letting her know the consequences of offending him. On the other hand, Yang Yin remained indifferent, not even showing any intention of opening the spirit array. Hong. The huge wind blade struck Yang Kai, forcing Yang Kai to retreat quickly. Hong Zhen thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, but he soon discovered that a purple shield had appeared in front of Yang Kai. The purple aura surrounding this shield was extremely dense, so it was obvious at a glance that this was a high-grade treasure. The wind blade that struck it didn't even leave a mark. An origin-grade artifact? Hong Zhen's eyes lit up as a look of greed flashed across his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the grade of this artifact, and he also knew that this artifact hadn't been fully refined yet, so it shouldn't have been long since this young man obtained it. An origin-grade artifact that hadn't been fully refined, if Hong Zhen could snatch it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Amazing. Yang Kai looked at his purple shield, shook his body slightly, and calmed the tumbling blood in his chest, not stingy with his praise. Boy, you're not bad yourself. Hong Zhen sneered, but in his heart he was quite surprised. If it had been an ordinary first-order Saint King cultivator, even if they had a defensive artifact, they should have at least suffered some injuries by now, but this boy was actually completely unscathed. No wonder he could fight above his realm and kill a third-order Saint King. Judging from his performance, he really did have this ability. Chapter 1141. In front of the cave, Yang Kai waved his arms and found that there seemed to be invisible threads wrapped around his body, restricting his movements. Not only were his movements sluggish, his Saint Chi flow was also extremely obstructed. It was this strange feeling that prevented him from exerting his full strength, so when Hong Zhen threw his first punch, he had to summon his purple shield to defend himself. Although the purple shield had not been fully refined and could not display its full power, it was still made from the shell and monster core of a ninth-order monster beast and various origin-grade ores, making it extremely sturdy, so it was normal for it to be able to block Hong Zhen's attack. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai couldn't tell what the power that was binding him was, so he could only ask Hong Zhen. Hong Zhen laughed. Ignorant boy, you don't even know what sure is yet you dare act so arrogant? Sure. Yang Kai frowned. Momentum? I have the same kind of momentum. Saying so, Yang Kai's aura erupted, but to his disappointment, his own was fundamentally different from Hong Zhen's. It wasn't that his aura was weaker, on the contrary, in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, Yang Kai's aura at this moment was simply earth-shattering, while Hong Zhen's aura was far inferior. However, only Yang Kai himself knew that the sure Hong Zhen spoke of was completely different from the momentum he understood. Yang Kai's own aura couldn't interfere with this young man's at all. On the contrary, this young man sure greatly suppressed his own strength. This is an origin-returning realm master. Amazing. Yang Kai's eyes burned with passion, but instead of feeling the slightest panic, his fighting spirit soared. Shaking his head to dispel his excitement, Yang Kai raised his purple shield and called out to Hong Zhen, "Come, let me see what your sure is." Yang Kai put away his demonic flame sword and assumed a defensive posture. Although they had only fought once, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible for him to kill an origin-returning realm master with his current combat power, even if he used his golden blood. This kind of power called sure was very mysterious, but it was impossible for this Hong Zhen to kill him. With his purple shield, he could tear space, so even a third-order origin-returning realm master couldn't kill him. Seeing Yang Kai's posture, Hong Zhen knew what he wanted to do and flew into a rage. An origin-returning realm cultivator had the absolute ability to suppress a Saint King realm cultivator, but this first-order Saint King actually wanted to use him to study sure. This made Yang Kai feel like he had been insulted, causing murderous intent to overflow from his heart. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai sent out a series of wind blades. These wind blades blotted out the sky like a swarm of locusts, cutting through space with a sharp whistle. Good, of course, Xiahong of course Hong Zhen's to the point. Xiahong Wen clapped his hands and laughed heartily, completely forgetting that he had just been clamoring to step on Kai Yang and piss on his face. To Yang Kai Yang of Yang to Kai, to Yang to be. Many of the cultivators who had followed Wu Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned their heads away sadly. They all felt that Yang Kai was dead for sure, that there was no way he could survive this round of attacks. Yang Yen curled his lips and muttered softly, "If the artifacts I refine can even break through the first-order origin-returning realm's attacks, I won't need to refine them in the future." Her voice was so low that no one heard her, not even Wu Yi who was standing next to her. Hong. A violent explosion rang out and the place where Yang Kai stood was filled with flying sand and stones, blocking his vision. His figure was forced back again and again until he hit a large boulder, shattering it in an instant. Yang Kai felt a sweet taste in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power of the wind blade failed to hurt Yang Kai, but the huge impact still caused his 5 viscera to shift. Hong Zhen's eyes narrowed, seemingly not having expected the defensive ability of his shield to be so good. Without waiting for Yang Kai to recover, Hong Zhen took a step forward. A moment ago his body was still standing in place, but in the next moment he appeared in front of Yang Kai and punched out towards Yang Kai's forehead. Hong Zhen's shi, which was suppressing Yang Kai's strength, suddenly became stronger. Yang Kai felt that he had no way to defend himself before Hong Zhen's attack arrived. In a moment of desperation, Yang Kai threw out his unfinished space blade. Two void cracks quickly shot towards Hong Zhen's waist and abdomen. Although Hong Zhen didn't know what kind of attack this was, he instinctively felt a sense of danger. Pushing his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier around himself, Hong Zhen's fist still smashed down like a bolt of lightning. However, this brief delay allowed Yang Kai to raise his purple shield. With a loud bang, Kai Yang was like a kite with a broken string flying far away. Hong Zhen's brow furrowed as he stared at the spot where he had just been attacked, but was surprised to find that there was nothing there, nor was there any trace of injury. Shaking his head, Hong Zhen couldn't understand why he had such a terrifying feeling just now. Looking at Yang Kai again, Hong Zhen was speechless. Although this first-order Saint King youth looked extremely distressed, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries at all. All of Yang Kai's attacks had been blocked by his purple shield artifact, so the only injuries he had suffered were some minor injuries caused by the shockwaves of his attacks. What's more, at this moment, not only did this youth not show any signs of panic, he didn't show any intention of running away. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits, a happy smile on his face as he beckoned to Hong Zhen. Courting death. Hong Zhen was furious. He, an Origin returning realm master, had to deal with a Saint King realm youth, but not only had he failed to kill him in a short time, he had even been provoked time and time again. This kind of behavior was intolerable. Hong Zhen's shi erupted and once again enveloped Yang Kai, but in the next moment Hong Zhen showed a look of disbelief. Because around this youth there was an aura similar to shi flowing. Although it was very faint, Hong Zhen was certain that this was the embryonic form of shi. As long as this youth was given enough time, he would be able to form his own shi. How is this possible? A few dozen breaths ago this youth was clearly asking him what shi was, so how was he able to do this now? How did he figure it out just from the fight just now? Considering all this, Hong Zhen couldn't help shivering as he broke out in a cold sweat. If this was really the case, then this boy was simply too heaven-defying. Even Hong Zhen, who had broken through to the Origin returning realm 10 years ago, had only been able to slowly grasp shi under the guidance of the elders of the sect. Even now, he had only just begun to grasp the basics of shi, not even reaching the minor accomplishment stage. Moreover, only those in the Origin returning realm could touch the threshold of shi. Without reaching the Origin returning realm, it was simply impossible to grasp shi. How had this youth done it? He had actually vaguely understood what shi was. Come on. Yang Kai saw Hong Zhen's expression change and couldn't help urging, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to fight or not?" Not only was he urging, but Xia Hongwen was also urging him, constantly clamoring for Hong Zhen to do something to Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai be in the mood to deal with him now? He couldn't wait to have a good fight with Hong Zhen, or rather to be beaten by him. If he could figure out shi in this way, what harm was there in being beaten? Hong Zhen took a deep breath and didn't rush to attack Yang Kai, instead suddenly turning his head and saying, "Brother, let's attack together. His artifact is too powerful, I can't break his defenses." He didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it were anyone else he wouldn't have asked his brother for help, but Yang Kai was too terrifying. If such a person wasn't killed today, once he grew up, he would become an invincible existence. So, he didn't hesitate to ask his brother for help. The other Origin returning realm master who had been guarding Xia Hongwen heard this and looked at Hong Zhen with some surprise, but he didn't ask any questions, simply nodding gently, "Okay." As he said this, he walked out as expected. Everyone was dumbfounded. A First-Order Origin returning realm was dealing with a First-Order Saint King and had actually invited a First-Order Origin returning realm helper, and this helper was also a First-Order Origin returning realm cultivator. Ian's whole body trembled. Although he didn't understand the situation, he knew that Yang Kai was really not to be trifled with. He suddenly had a bad feeling and didn't know if offending Yang Kai this time was a blessing or a curse. Seeing two Origin returning realm masters coming over, Yang Kai frowned, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face as he quickly retreated to the entrance of the cave. He couldn't even handle one Origin returning realm master, let alone two at the same time. Once he fought with them, unless he tore space and escaped, he would definitely be killed. Open the array. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put away his purple shield and called out to Yang Yan. Okay. Yang Yan nodded and formed a few strange seals towards the spirit array outside the cave. In an instant, the space outside the cave rippled but soon returned to normal. Hong Zhen and his brother wore dignified expressions as they swept the area with their divine senses, but they were surprised to find that before the spirit array was opened, they could still feel some danger, but after it was opened they couldn't sense anything at all. Sweeping the area with their divine senses, the situation was clear at a glance and there was nothing wrong with it, but everyone knew that once they fell into the spirit array, they would definitely suffer. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and break that spirit array and grab those two women for me. Xia Hongwen shouted. The two origin returning realm masters wore helpless looks as they summoned their artifacts and fiercely attacked the open space in front of the cave. The artifacts used by these two weren't low-grade, both origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Hong Zhen's 12 flying daggers were each a Saint King grade high-rank artifact, and when combined together, their grade was even higher, forming a straight line that constantly bombarded the position of the spirit array. The artifact used by Hong Zhen's brother was even more powerful, an octagonal hammer that caused the ground to shake every time it struck the position of the spirit array. The spirit array arranged by Yang Yan couldn't be seen normally, but once it was attacked, it would reveal some traces. If the person trying to break it wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, they could only use brute force. It could be said that almost 90% of cultivators who encountered spirit arrays used brute force to break them. This method of breaking spirit arrays was laborious and unrewarding. Sometimes, even if one managed to break a spirit array, they would suffer a backlash. Only a few people who understood spirit arrays would try to find the location of the spirit array's entrance and break it in an elegant manner. Chapter 1142. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain, two First Order origin returning realm masters were wantonly releasing their Saint Chi to attack the open space, constantly wearing down the spirit array arranged by Yang Yan. Wu Yi clenched her fists nervously and called out in a trembling voice, Yang Yan, quickly deal with them. Last time, it was Yang Yan who had presided over the spirit array and assisted Yang Kai in killing the Su family's Saint King realm masters. As a result, none of the Su family's Saint Kings managed to escape. Wu Yi thought that Yang Yan would be able to do the same thing as before. Yang Yan shook his head and said, if they enter the spirit array, I'm sure they won't be able to come out, but if they don't enter, there's nothing I can do. Spirit arrays had this kind of drawback. Although they were powerful and unpredictable, if others were careful and didn't enter the range of the spirit array, no matter how powerful it would be powerless. Then what do we do? Wu Yi panicked. Yang Yan smiled lightly, it's fine, that spirit array was meant for others to break. Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise and immediately realized that the spirit array over there was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Yang Kai was certain that if Hong Zhen and his brother broke the spirit array they were currently seeing and continued to move forward, they would definitely fall into an even more powerful spirit array. Even the most timid of them all, Yang Yan, was calm at this moment, so how could Yang Kai not see through this? It was ridiculous that these two origin returning realm masters were completely unaware of this and thought that breaking the spirit array would be enough. Hong Hong Hong. Hong Zhen's 12 flying daggers and the other origin returning realm master's octagonal hammer constantly bombarded the spirit array, making it look like it was on the verge of collapse. Xia Hongwen seemed to be tired from shouting and was now waiting expectantly, his lustful eyes sweeping over Yang Yan's body, making anyone who saw him feel uncomfortable. Patriarch En of the Haiku family and several elders and foreign elders stood to the side with respectful smiles on their faces, causing Wu Yi to feel nauseous. Before the spirit array was broken, another group of people suddenly appeared a dozen kilometers away. Ichim? Why are there sounds of fighting over there? The leader of this group, an origin returning realm master, called out in surprise. Hong Zhen and his brother were attacking the spirit array, causing quite a commotion that could be heard even from a dozen kilometers away. That young man must have provoked someone he shouldn't. A Yang Yan, Master Luo. Yang Yan was young Master Luo. A few days young Master Luo, a dozen of my family's patriarch, a dozen sect patriarch and patriarch. Family patriarch. Family patriarch. A patriarch, master. And yang. With yang family sect tian yang yang with. A. That with yang two. B. Luo Qing emphasized the word, small favor, clearly reminding the other party that he would not risk his life to help. Many thanks, Master Luo. Many thanks, Master Luo. Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, the group of people continuously thanked Luo Qing. This group of people was impressively the cultivator of the Su family. When the news of the patriarch, elders and consecrators being annihilated reached the Su family, they immediately knew that with their own strength, there was no way for them to take revenge. They immediately rushed to Sky Fortune City for help. The middle-aged man, Su Jibing, was the cousin of the Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuan, and was only a second-order Saint King. Luo Qing was the origin returning realm master who had been invited here. Su Jibing was very self-aware and knew that with his own ability, he wouldn't be able to convince City Lord Fei Ji-tu to support him. Facts had proven this point. Even if Patriarch En of the Haiku family personally brought a gift, Fei Ji-tu didn't take his word seriously. How could he be in the mood to care about the grudges between small clans? If En happened to meet Xie Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news from the City Lord's mansion. Su Jibing didn't go to the City Lord's mansion and instead went directly to Luo Qing because Su Jikuan had once helped Luo Qing with a small favor. For this reason alone, Luo Qing would not stand idly by. Sure enough, Su Jibing invited Luo Qing over and rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain, but before he even reached the cave, he heard the sounds of fighting. The group sped up and soon arrived in front of the cave. Looking forward, Luo Qing suddenly let out a light sigh and quickly walked over to Xie Hongwen and bowed. "Greetings, young Lord Xie." Xie Hongwen was urging Hong Zhen and his senior brothers to hurry up and break the array when he heard Luo Qing's voice. He shot a glance at Luo Qing and asked in surprise, "Aren't you the guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion? What are you doing here instead of guarding Endless Treasures Pavilion?" Luo Qing quickly replied, replying to young Lord Xie, "I had some friendship with the Su family patriarch who died here. This time, I was asked by someone to come here and demand an explanation from the murderer." Xie Hongwen nodded. "Oh, so you're here to stand up for someone? Good, you've come at just the right time. You go and help Hong Zhen and the others break this broken spirit array. Those two wastes are really useless, they took so long to break this broken spirit array." Although Luo Qing was a guard in Treasure Trove Pavilion, he was still a member of Shadow Moon Hall, so he naturally didn't dare to disobey Xie Hongwen's orders. Nodding, he said, "Young Lord Xie, I dare not disobey." Saying so, Luo Qing also summoned his own artifact and quickly walked forward, preparing to join forces with Hong Zhen and his brother to break the spirit array. On the other side, En saw that Su Jibing had also brought an origin-returning realm master and stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Su Jibing exchanged a few words with En, but in his heart he was quite puzzled. He didn't know why the Haiku family had found a master to deal with Yang Kai before him. Although he couldn't figure it out, En didn't ask. The Su family wasn't what it used to be. Although under the suppression of Shadow Moon Hall, the Haiku family wouldn't blatantly annex the Su family, occupying their territory and demanding some benefits was still possible. In the face of such a neighbor, Su Jibing could only act humble and compromise, hoping that En wouldn't act too ruthlessly. En was naturally very happy. Although he had felt a little uneasy before, now that Su Jibing had brought an origin-returning realm master with him, the destruction of Yang Kai was already a foregone conclusion. This time, by eliminating Yang Kai and satisfying Xie Hongwen's obscene desires, the Haiku family would soar. If Xie Hongwen could bring Wu Yi back with him, that would be even better. As long as Wu Yi could act as a middleman, the status of the Haiku family would soar and it wouldn't be impossible for them to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai only hoped that Xie Hongwen wouldn't kill Wu Yi in a fit of anger. Just as En was thinking this though, he heard Hong Zhen's dissatisfied shout, "What are you doing?" With an angry roar, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. Immediately they saw an extremely strange scene. Luo Qing, the origin-returning realm master invited by Su Jibing, was actually staring blankly at the entrance of the cave, holding an artifact in his hand but not pouring his Saint Qi into it. From the looks of it, he hadn't attacked the spirit array blocking their path. Hong Zhen's origin-returning realm brother also wore a displeased look and scolded, "If you don't want to help, just step aside, the two of us are enough. In any case, this spirit array is about to be broken, so it doesn't matter if you join in or not." Just now, Xie Hongwen had belittled their strength, causing Hong Zhen and this origin-returning realm master to be extremely annoyed. Now that the spirit array was about to be broken, they certainly weren't willing to share this credit with Luo Qing. Wait. Luo Qing seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and a trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes, quickly stopping Hong Zhen and his brother from continuing to attack. Luo Qing, don't be so shameless. What do you want? Hong Zhen was furious. What's going on? Xia Hongwen's face also became gloomy. Young lord, this guy not only doesn't want to help, he's even trying to obstruct us. He's really out of his mind. Hong Zhen immediately said, I suspect he's with that young man. Is that so? Xia Hongwen looked at Luo Qing coldly. No, young lord Xia, please let me explain. Luo Qing was shocked and quickly waved his hand, thinking about it for a moment before walking over to Xia Hongwen and whispering a few words in his ear. No one knew what he said, but Xia Hongwen's face suddenly changed and he asked anxiously, Really? Absolutely. Luo Qing nodded heavily and whispered, Young Lord Xia, please don't worry, I'll notify Elder Qian now. Saying so, without waiting for Xia Hongwen to respond, Luo Qing immediately took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. Bastard. Xia Hongwen slapped Luo Qing's communication artifact to the ground before glaring at Luo Qing and then towards Yang Kai, his expression becoming extremely gloomy. Hong Zhen and the other Origin returning Realm Master didn't know what was going on, but after exchanging a glance, they stopped attacking. What are they doing? Yang Yun looked over curiously, an anxious look on his face. I'm still waiting for them to break the spirit array. There seems to be some kind of disagreement. Yang Kai also didn't understand. He only knew that Luo Qing had been staring at him a moment ago, as if he had recognized him, but Yang Kai was sure that he had never seen this person before, nor had he ever had any dealings with him. Yang Kai's memory had always been good, so if he had really met this person he would definitely have an impression of him. This sudden change not only confused Yang Kai and the others, but also Ian. The sense of crisis in his heart had become much stronger at this moment. He carefully glanced over at Xia Hongwen and found that this young lord, who had committed all kinds of evil deeds in Heavenly Fate City, at this moment actually had a difficult expression on his face, as if he had encountered some kind of difficult decision. Ian was horrified, wondering if this young man named Yang Kai had some kind of background. Otherwise, why would Xia Hongwen be so hesitant? If this young man didn't have some kind of background with his temperament and personality, he definitely wouldn't have given up, but this young man didn't seem to have any kind of background. Ian's heart was in turmoil and unease. But soon, Xia Hongwen made a decision and fiercely shouted towards Hong Zhen, Why did you stop? Did this young lord tell you to stop? Keep attacking. Yes. Hong Zhen and his brother responded and once again launched an attack on the spirit array. Don't, young Lord Xia. Luo Qing was shocked and tried to stop him again. Chapter 1143. However, no one listened to his words at all as Xia Hongwen even kicked him rudely. Scram! Xia Hongwen's strength wasn't high, but facing this kick, Luo Qing didn't dare dodge and was forced back several steps. Steadying himself, Luo Qing hurriedly said, Young Lord Xia, Elder Qian will be here soon. Please wait a moment, otherwise if Elder Qian blames you, this disciple won't be able to afford it. Impudence. Xia Hongwen was completely irritated by Luo Qing and glared at him angrily. This young lord doesn't need you to tell him what to do. If you dare speak again, I'll kill you. Luo Qing's face went cold and he didn't dare to say anything. Although he was an Origin returning Realm Master of Shadow Moon Hall, he didn't have a powerful backer, so there was no way he could fight with Xia Hongwen. He could only turn around and shout to Yang Kai, Friend, please hold on a little longer, you'll be fine, just hold on for a little longer. Yang Kai frowned at him, really unable to understand, shouting, Do we know each other? Luo Qing shook his head. No. Yang Kai sneered, If you don't know each other, why are you helping me? Luo Qing looked embarrassed, knowing that his actions had made Yang Kai suspicious. After thinking about it for a moment, he explained, Friend, you haven't seen me before, but I've seen you before. Elder Qian Tong sent your image to all the shops belonging to Shadow Moon Hall throughout Heavenly Fate City and told us to treat you well if we meet you. I, Luo Qing, am a guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion, so I have seen your image. Qian Tong? Yang Kai froze for a moment before quickly understanding what was going on. It must have been the two previous transactions he made with Qian Tong that made this old man notice him. The first two transactions with Qian Tong were both large transactions, and Yang Kai had sold him a lot of Saint King grade artifacts, so this old man must have thought he was a good customer. After all, the strongest artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only an Origin grade low-rank artifact refiner. The Saint King grade high-rank artifacts Yang Kai sold were of great value, so he didn't need to worry about selling them. With these artifacts, he would be able to greatly increase the strength of several cultivator. But that's not right. Even if that's the case, Qian Tong doesn't have to be so cautious. Yang Kai even felt a hint of flattery. Yes, flattery. He had also deliberately spread his image throughout Sky Fortune City to all the businesses that belonged to Shadow Moon Hall, instructing them to treat him well. If this wasn't flattery, then what was? Yang Kai was a loner who had only been a third-order saint when they first met, so why was he trying to curry favor with him? Yang Kai wasn't an idiot. Although he wasn't very meticulous, he was at least agile and quick-witted. But after thinking about it, he immediately understood that Qian Tong wasn't trying to please him, but the people who refined those artifacts. In other words, he was actually trying to please Yang Inflammation. However, Qian Tong shouldn't know about the existence of Yang Inflammation. Perhaps he thought there was a powerful artifact refining grandmaster behind Yang Kai. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded gently and cupped his fists to Luo Qing. I appreciate this friend's kindness, but there is no need to trouble Elder Qian Tong with this matter, we can handle it ourselves. He didn't like owing favors to others, even if Qian Tong didn't have any malicious intentions. Once he owed someone a favor, it would be difficult to refuse their request in the future, especially since Qian Tong had some ulterior motives towards him. The conversation between the two reached the ears of others and Su Zhibing fell to the ground. The Su family members also turned pale and trembled. Su Zhibing didn't expect that after using his past kindness to invite Luo Qing, the situation would turn out like this. Yang Kai had a relationship with Elder Qian Tong, so why would he care about his trivial Su family? If he had known this would happen, he would never have invited Luo Qing. If the patriarch elders and foreign elders died, then so be it. The Su family still had some members whose bloodline hadn't been extinguished, so there would always be a chance for them to make a comeback. But now, this slim chance of survival had been snuffed out by him. It was ridiculous that the other party didn't come to destroy his family, but he actually wanted to seek revenge. At this moment, Su Zhibing wished he could just kill himself on Dragon Cave Mountain. After learning that Yang Kai and Elder Qian Tong knew each other, not only were the Su family members panicking, but the Haiku family also broke out in a cold sweat. Ba Qingyan took out his handkerchief again and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ian's face was ashen, his face twitching as his heart filled with mixed feelings. He finally understood why he had always felt uneasy. So this was the reason. He thought that after boarding Xia Hongwen's ship, the Haiku family's future would be smooth sailing, but what did Xia Hongwen count for in front of Qian Tong? The former was just a playboy who relied on his father's position as a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall to act recklessly, but Qian Tong was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. Even Xia Hongwen's father didn't dare to speak loudly in front of Qian Tong, let alone Xia Hongwen himself. It's over, it's all over. Ian's eyes were covered in a layer of darkness and he had lost all of his previous vigor, his lips turning blue. If he had known this would happen, how could he have offended Yang Kai and even had the idea of killing Yang Kai as soon as possible? The Haiku family had countless opportunities to make friends with Yang Kai, but none of them had been able to grasp them, none of them had been able to see the situation clearly. Only Wu Yi and Yu Feng had made the right choice. However, they had all left the family and were no longer members of the Haiku family. All of you are acting like your parents have died, what do you want to do? Xia Hongwen's face was full of anger. He kicked Ian and Su Zhibing on the ground, making him curl up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Kacha. At that moment, the spirit array outside the cave suddenly broke. Xia Hongwen's face filled with joy as he shouted, "Kill that little brat for me at all costs." Hong Zhen and his brother froze for a moment before quickly realizing what Xia Hongwen was planning. He was going to kill Yang Kai before Elder Qian Tong arrived. If Yang Kai was alive, they would definitely be punished by Elder Qian Tong and might even be expelled from Shadow Moon Hall, but if Yang Kai died, even if they were punished, the consequences wouldn't be too bad. After all, a dead person had no value, and Elder Qian Tong wouldn't kill 2 origin-returning realm masters for a dead person. What's more, even if the sky fell, Xia Hongwen and his father would be there to support it, they were just following orders. Considering all this, Hong Zhen and his senior brother no longer hesitated. Stepping forward, they rushed towards the cave, their murderous intent surging as they glared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Don't you dare. Luo Qing was shocked, never having expected Xia Hongwen to be so ruthless. By the time he realized something was wrong and wanted to stop them, it was already too late. He could only watch as Hong Zhen and his brother rushed out. A sneer appeared on Xia Hongwen's face as he coldly snorted, "You want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced." Ian also revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Xia Hongwen's approach really surprised him, but it was definitely the result he wanted to see the most. His concerns were the same as Xia Hongwen's. Hong Zhen and his brother's figures were as fast as lightning, and before they even reached the cave, their powerful Shi had already covered the cave. Obviously they wanted to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Yang Kai smiled coldly at them, his smile full of meaning, causing Hong Zhen and his brother's hearts to beat faster. Not good, there's still a spirit array. Hong Zhen suddenly saw the black-robed woman make a few hand seals and immediately realized that something was wrong. Just as he and his brother were about to retreat, they heard a voice that made them tremble. Open! Yang Yin shouted, and the scenery in front of the cave changed dramatically in an instant. A thick layer of fog suddenly filled the air, blocking everyone's line of sight. Hong Zhen and his brother fell into this fog and disappeared in an instant. Yang Yin changed her hand seals again and sent out a few bursts of Saint Qi, causing loud shouts and violent energy fluctuations to ring out from the fog. The last time the Su family had come, Yang Yin had only arranged a defensive spirit array, but over the past few days she had added a killing spirit array to it. These spirit arrays alone wouldn't be able to kill 2 origin returning realm masters, but if Yang Kai were to enter, Hong Zhen and his brother would definitely suffer. Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why Yang Kai had said those words. It turned out that he really didn't need his help. This mysterious spirit array could completely trap Hong Zhen and his brother and even injure them. As for killing 2 origin returning realm masters, Luo Qing wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. The origin returning realm and the Saint King realm were 2 completely different realms. Even if one was a genius cultivator, it was impossible for a Saint King realm cultivator to defeat an origin returning realm master. Begin, Yang Yin said lightly. Yang Kai nodded and the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. But before he could rush into the spirit array, a roar suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Hearing this voice, Xie Hongwen trembled and a look of horror appeared on his face. Qian Tong had arrived. Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected Qian Tong to arrive so quickly. Without even thinking about it, he directly rushed into the spirit array. The moment his body fell into the fog, Yang Kai dispersed the demonic flame sword in his hand and instead condensed a drop of golden blood. This drop of golden blood exuded a powerful vitality and energy fluctuation, and even though it was concealed by the spirit array, some of its aura still leaked out. Yang Kai had to end this battle quickly before Qian Tong arrived. Originally he didn't intend to do so, but the power called Sure of an origin returning realm master really intrigued him. Now that 2 origin returning realm masters had fallen into the spirit array, as long as he killed them, he could absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend what Sure was. Once he comprehended this, Yang Kai would be like a tiger that had grown wings. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? As for Qian Tong, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he still wanted to befriend the artifact refining grandmaster behind him, he wouldn't fall out with him. What's more, this time Yang Kai had been forced to fight back, not to kill for no reason. As such, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use a drop of golden blood, transforming it into 10,000 streaks of golden light that shot towards Hong Zhen's position. The speed of these golden streaks of light was extremely fast at first, but in the next moment, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed plummeting. Yang Kai knew that this was due to the influence of the 2 Sure. Chapter 1144. Yang Kai hadn't expected the Sure of an origin returning realm master to be so powerful. The Hong Zhen brothers had fallen into Yang Inflammation's spirit array and were still able to block his golden blood attacks. This only further strengthened Yang Kai's determination to kill these 2. Yang Kai's figure followed closely behind the 10,000 streaks of golden light as the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. The people outside the spirit array were stunned when Yang Kai rushed in, but soon, they heard the screams and curses of Hong Zhen and his senior brother. Immediately, a violent energy fluctuation came from a certain place and a figure shot out from inside. The one who flew out was Yang Kai, and as he flew through the air, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood that glowed dazzlingly under the afterglow of the setting sun. His face was extremely pale and the demonic flame sword in his hand was almost extinguished, his Saint Qi unstable. Everyone could see that his chest had caved in significantly. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's face paled as she hurriedly rushed up to catch Yang Kai, the force of the collision forcing her back a dozen steps before she was barely able to stand. Not having stabilized himself, Yang Kai coughed up another mouthful of golden blood before waving his hand to Wu Yi, grabbing a handful of pills and stuffing them into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged, his sunken chest rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene was silent. Only the sound of Hong Zhen and his senior brother gasping could be heard from the area enveloped by the mist. The two of them were actually still alive. But as for what happened to them, no one except for Yang Inflammation could see. Who's still fighting? A figure fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. Everyone who was swept by this aura couldn't help shivering. Xia Hongwen's body trembled like a sieve, not daring to speak. Elder Qian. Luo Qing quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist to Qian Tong. "And where's nephew Yang?" After Qian Tong landed, the first thing he did was ask about Yang Kai's condition. However, before Luo Qing could answer, he discovered that Yang Kai was recuperating. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew that Yang Kai's injuries were not light. Qian Tong's gloomy old face became even gloomier, like a volcano that was about to erupt. There was an origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, and Grandmaster Gulin of Shadow Moon Hall didn't have much time left. If a suitable replacement couldn't be found before Grandmaster Gulin passed away, the origin-grade artifacts of Shadow Moon Hall would have to be purchased from other great forces, and if they were damaged they would have to find origin-grade artifact refiners from other great forces to repair them. This wasn't just a matter of a single origin-grade artifact refiner, it was related to Shadow Moon Hall's ability to deal with other great forces. If the fate of origin-grade artifacts fell into the hands of others, Shadow Moon Hall would have to pay an unimaginable price. As such, Qian Tong had rushed over as soon as he received Luo Qing's message. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for Yang Kai. Qian Tong had clearly sent out an image of Yang Kai, yet someone still dared to oppose him. Had they eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Now that he saw that Yang Kai was injured, Qian Tong immediately wanted to step forward, but just as he was about to move, he paused and stared at the location of the spirit array in shock, his eyes narrowing as he cried out, "A Grandmaster-grade spirit array?" Qian Tong's strength was higher than Hong Zhen's and his knowledge was also wider, so he could tell at a glance that this spirit array was not something an ordinary person could arrange. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't see what was inside clearly. Inside the cave, there were many people around Yang Kai who were staring at him vigilantly. Qian Tong immediately understood that these people were very wary of him, so it wasn't necessarily a good idea to approach them at this time. Considering all this, he quickly shouted, "Nephew Yang, this old master has a wild rose pill here, it has some healing effects. If you don't mind, please take it quickly." Saying so, Qian Tong stretched out his hand and tossed a jade bottle over. He understood that Yang Kai couldn't answer him right now, let alone respond, but he had to make his position clear so that the people around Yang Kai wouldn't be too nervous. Sure enough, after listening to his words, Wu Yi, Yang Yen, and the others relaxed a lot. Wu Yi reached out and took the jade bottle, politely saying, "Thank you, senior." She appeared to be indifferent and calm, but in fact, her heart was already in a perilous situation. The Wild Rose pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill. Its main material was a Saint King grade high-rank blood-colored rose. This material wasn't difficult to find, but it was extremely difficult to refine. An origin-grade low-rank alchemist refining 10 furnaces of Wild Rose pills would have a 30% success rate. The difficulty of refining this kind of healing pill was no less than that of refining an origin-grade low-rank pill. Why was Qian Tong treating Yang Kai so well? What was the relationship between the two? He even took out a precious Wild Rose pill. If she hadn't personally brought Yang Kai back from the star field and learned that he came from the outside world, Wu Yi would definitely have suspected that Yang Kai was the son of one of the Shadow Moon Hall's elders. Just as she was about to take out the Wild Rose pill and give it to Yang Kai's weak voice sounded in her ears, "No need." Of course he didn't need Qian Tong's pill. The healing pill he had just taken was something he had refined himself. Although its grade was slightly lower than the Wild Rose pill, with his physique, even if he didn't take it he wouldn't have any problems. As long as he cultivated for a while, he would be able to fully recover. The reason why he took this pill was because he wasn't sure which side Qian Tong would stand on. If Qian Tong chose to stand against him, he would have to fight again. Fortunately, Qian Tong had shown him goodwill as soon as he arrived, which gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. Regardless of what purpose he had for showing him goodwill, as long as Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent, it was fine. What happened? Tell me in detail. Qian Tong's face became gloomy again as his eyes swept over the trembling Xia Hongwen and the spirit array before he turned to Luo Qing and asked faintly. Luo Qing didn't dare to hide anything and recounted everything that had happened. When he heard that Xia Hongwen had dared to kill Yang Kai after receiving his orders, Qian Tong was furious and slapped him. Under everyone's gaze, Xia Hongwen was sent flying. He spun a few times on the spot before he fell to the ground. Elder Qian. Xia Hongwen's liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Several of his teeth had fallen out and his cheeks were swollen, but he didn't dare to complain. He could only cry out pitifully. If you didn't have a deacon father, you would have died today. Qian Tong looked at him coldly. Xia Hongwen heard this and a trace of hatred flashed through his eyes, but he still kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Since Qian Tong said so, it meant that he wouldn't kill him. Xia Hongwen came back to his senses and found that his clothes were soaked. Don't be so quick to thank me. I didn't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. Your life or death is still up to Nephew Yang to decide. Qian Tong coldly snorted. Xia Hongwen was dumbstruck. He never thought that the little brat he had looked down on before would now be able to control his life and death. Thinking of his previous attitude towards him, Xia Hongwen wanted to cry but had no tears. Falling into that little brat's hands, what good could he do? But what was his origin? Why was Elder Qian Tong so protective of him? Not only did Xia Hongwen not understand, the Su family and Haiku family were also confused. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were also confused. Although they couldn't figure it out, they knew that this crisis had passed and all of them wore excited smiles. Su family? Qian Tong turned his eyes to Su Zhibing, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, and said lightly, "From now on there is no Su family." Su Zhibing had completely fainted, and the other Su family cultivators' faces were also pale. They were just a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Let alone a master like Qian Tong, even if Xia Hongwen wanted to destroy their Su family, they wouldn't be able to resist. The Su family cultivators all felt regret in their hearts. If they hadn't wanted revenge, they could have at least left the Su family with some bloodline and property so that they could make a comeback in the future. But today, Qian Tong's words had turned the Su family into a cloud of the past. Yes, disciple will handle it. Luo Qing nodded and said to the Su family cultivator, "All of you follow me." The Su family cultivator knew that their future was bleak, but he didn't dare to disobey. Two of them carried the unconscious Su Zhibing and followed behind Luo Qing. Haiku family? Qian Tong turned his head to look at Ian. Ian trembled all over and quickly stepped forward. "Ian greets Elder Qian, please show mercy." Ian was confused, "Please show mercy." Qian Tong smiled coldly, "Your lives will be kept for the time being. How to deal with them will be decided by Nephew Yang." Revenge was only meaningful if he took it himself. He had already killed the Su family with a single sentence, so if he killed the Haiku family as well, where would Yang Kai vent his anger? If Yang Kai didn't vent his anger, how could he talk to him about anything else? Hearing Qian Tong's words, Ian's face turned gloomy. He felt that if he fell into Yang Kai's hands, he wouldn't have a good end. At this moment, Yang Kai stood up. Although his face was still a little pale, the Saint Chi fluctuations on his body had subsided. "Close the spirit array," Yang Kai ordered Yang Yen. Yang Yen nodded, and in the next moment the thick fog disappeared, revealing an open space in front of the cave. After seeing the tragic state of Hong Zhen and his brother, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, when Yang Kai was sent flying, he seemed to be seriously injured, so everyone thought that Hong Zhen and his brother were fine, but now they realized that Hong Zhen and his brother's injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it could be said that their entire bodies were riddled with holes. Hong Zhen had lost an arm, and Hong Zhen's senior brother had lost a leg. The two of them sat together, looking dispirited as they looked around in fear. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he had still underestimated these origin-returning realm masters. He thought that by using his golden blood and Yang Yan's spirit array, killing these two would be a piece of cake, but the moment he attacked, he realized that he had been wrong. The power of Shi was simply too amazing. When these two Shi superimposed on each other, not only did it interfere with his movements, but it also slowed down his attack speed and allowed him to sense the direction of his attack in advance. If he hadn't used his golden blood, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hurt them. Chapter 1145. He had used a drop of golden blood to seriously injure these two and then cut off their arms and legs. This transaction was a big loss, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily obtained. The Hongzhen brothers shouldn't have much combat strength left at this moment. Any random Saint Realm master could easily kill them, but now that Qian Tong had arrived, Yang Kai naturally couldn't kill the Shadow Moon Hall's origin returning realm master in front of him. If he really did so, Qian Tong would definitely have other ideas. Looking at the Hongjun brothers with some regret, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards Qian Tong. "Nephew Yang, I've frightened you. This old master is ashamed to have come so late." Qian Tong greeted him with a look of fear. As he spoke, he quietly glanced around the cave, fearing that the origin grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai would not be satisfied with his attitude. Qian Tong was also quite annoyed. He had been trying his best to make friends with Yang Kai for the sake of Shadow Moon Hall's future, but that little brat Xie Hongwen had actually dragged him down. How stupid of him. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be in any life-threatening danger, nor was he seriously injured. On top of that, the origin-grade artifact refiner still hadn't shown up, allowing Qian Tong to feel slightly relieved. If this artifact refining Grandmaster really wanted to vent his anger on Shadow Moon Hall, he would have already shown up, but he still hadn't shown up. Obviously he was very confident in Yang Kai. The more Qian Tong thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct, and the more cautious he became. Qian Tong couldn't be blamed for not being able to figure out the truth. It could only be said that the existence of Yang inflammation was simply too heaven-defying. Qian Tong couldn't have imagined that she was the origin-grade artifact refiner he wanted to win over. Elder Qian is too serious, Junior is fine. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Qian Tong had given him a good impression, so even if he had some ulterior motive for showing goodwill, it was only natural. Qian Tong had no intention of plotting against him, and in order to gain a foothold on Shadowed Star, there was no harm in making friends with a Shadow Moon Hall elder. As such, Yang Kai's attitude towards Qian Tong became much more humble, calling him Junior, which made Qian Tong's heart. That's good, that's good. Qian Tong sighed. Elder Qian, please take this wild rose pill back. Junior still has some healing pills on him that he won't be able to use for the time being. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Qian, Yang Kai said as he handed the wild rose pill back. Qian Tong's eyes flashed as he immediately understood that Yang Kai didn't want to owe him any favors, so he didn't insist and simply accepted the wild rose pill with a big grin, thinking that Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster behind him. Although he couldn't perform alchemy, he definitely had many good things, so why would he care about a trivial healing pill? Nephew Yang, I've already sent word to Luo Qing to deal with the Su family. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. As for the Haiku family, I can see that they have some kind of relationship with you, so I'll leave them to Nephew Yang to deal with. Qian Tong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew how to deal with this matter. He hadn't overstepped his authority just now because he saw many of the Haiku family's cultivators standing on Yang Kai's side. Qian Tong didn't know the others, but he knew Wu Yi and knew that she was the Haiku family's most talented disciple. Yang Kai nodded and thanked him before glancing over at Ian lightly. Ian's face was pale as he trembled and stepped forward, bowing his head and saying, I have eyes but failed to see. Honored Sir's arrival, my Haiku family not only failed to entertain you but also offended you. Please punish me. Yang Kai coldly snorted, thinking that this Ian was simply too clever. If he had honestly begged for mercy now, out of respect for Wu Yi and the others, Yang Kai might not have pursued this matter, but this Ian actually claimed that he had failed to entertain him properly. Obviously he thought Yang Kai was a guest who had come to his Dragon Cave mountain. In this world, how could a guest embarrass their host? This was completely unreasonable. Qian Tong also understood the meaning behind this old man's words and couldn't help sneering, simply closing his eyes, too lazy to watch this ugly scene. Although your Haiku family has not directly attacked me, I have never shown mercy to those who dare provoke me. Yang Kai stared at Ian coldly. Ian's body went soft and he almost fell to his knees. However, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. I don't care if you live or die. If you want to live, go ask Wu Yi for help. Ian froze for a moment before his shock turned to joy and he knelt to the ground. Many thanks, honored sir, for not killing us. He knew that the Haiku family would not perish. No one knew Wu Yi's character better than him. As long as he asked Wu Yi for help, she would definitely not kill his family. After all, she was also a member of the family. Scram! Yang Kai shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Ian quickly got up and walked over to Wu Yi's side, already thinking about how to ask Wu Yi for help. Nephew Yang's kindness, this old master admires it. If it were this old master, he would have just killed them, Qian Tong laughed. Yang Kai just smiled lightly but didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to kill Ian in front of Wu Yi. If he killed them in the middle of a fight it would be fine, but now that they weren't even resisting, there was no point in killing them. No matter how shrewd Ian's calculations were, with his strength, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. "Nephew Yang, this little beast, you decide how to deal with him, this old master will support you unconditionally." Qian Tong stretched out his hand and grabbed Xia Hongwen, whose cheeks were swollen and half a tooth missing, before tossing him in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xia Hongwen indifferently. However, Qian Tong keenly noticed that a thick murderous intent flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, causing him to be greatly startled. Yang Kai hadn't revealed any murderous intent towards Yen just now, but now that he was facing Xia Hongwen, it was clear he really wanted to kill him. Xia Hongwen's death wasn't a big deal, but he still had a father who was a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. Once Xia Hongwen was killed, there would definitely be some trouble. Qian Tong's subtle expression didn't escape Yang Kai's notice. If Qian Tong remained indifferent, he really would have killed him. The Su family's performance over the past few days had perfectly illustrated this saying, but Qian Tong's subtle change in demeanor made Yang Kai understand that if he killed Xia Hongwen, even Qian Tong would find it difficult to deal with him. How much power could a deacon possess? Even an elder was afraid of him? Yang Kai suddenly realized that Qian Tong wasn't afraid of Xia Hongwen's father, but rather the person behind Xia Hongwen's father. Just like how Qian Tong was trying to befriend him, Qian Tong wasn't actually trying to befriend him, but rather the person who could refine high-grade artifacts. Understanding all this, Yang Kai had a plan in mind. Xia Hongwen had brought 2 origin-returning realm masters to cause trouble, and if it weren't for Yang Yan's spirit array, even if he could tear space and escape this time, Wu Yi and Yang Yan's fates would have been miserable. Yang Kai couldn't just let this matter go. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous intent grow stronger and stronger, as if he would attack at any moment, Qian Tong kicked Xia Hongwen to the ground and cursed, "You bastard, you're a disgrace to my Shadow Moon Hall. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your father is a deacon? Do you believe this old master won't kill you right now and clean up Shadow Moon Hall's mess?" Xia Hongwen's face changed drastically as he hurriedly crawled back, hugged Qian Tong's thigh and cried, "Elder Qian, please show mercy, disciple knows he was wrong. Elder Qian, please show mercy, disciple knows he was wrong. Disciple won't dare do such a thing again. This time when I return, disciple will enter retreat in Shadow Moon Hall and never come out. Elder Qian Tong." Qian Tong quietly glanced at Yang Kai's face and found that his murderous intent hadn't diminished in the slightest. Sighing in his heart, Qian Tong knew that if he couldn't satisfy Yang Kai, Xia Hongwen would die today, so he angrily shouted, "A mere Saint King like you doesn't have the guts to ignore the heroes of this world. It seems I made a big mistake in assigning you 2 origin-returning realm guards. They must have given you the courage to oppose this old master. Since that's the case, I'll kill those 2 bastards." Saying so, Qian Tong suddenly raised his hand and sent out 2 bursts of powerful qi towards Hong Zhen and his brother who were still recovering from their injuries. Hong Zhen and his senior brother had managed to escape death with great difficulty. Although one of them had lost an arm and the other had lost a leg, in any case, their lives had been saved. Just as they were rejoicing in their hearts, they suddenly heard Qian Tong's words. By the time they reacted, the 2 waves of qi had already reached their faces. "Elder Qian Tong, no." Hong Zhen turned pale with fright and shouted, but as soon as his voice fell, a hole suddenly appeared in his head and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His origin-returning realm senior brother had also died on the spot. Xia Hongwen was stunned as a foul smell overflowed from his crotch and his face turned as white as paper. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had not expected that Qian Tong would actually be able to kill those 2 origin-returning realm masters. When he heard Qian Tong's words just now, Yang Kai thought he was secretly reminding him that Xia Hongwen had a powerful father and that he should be lenient when possible. Yang Kai had also made up his mind to ask Xia Hongwen for some benefits and had not really intended to kill him, but in the blink of an eye, those 2 origin-returning realm masters had been killed. Stunned for a moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly used the power of his demon eye of annihilation to absorb the souls of those 2 into his knowledge sea without anyone noticing, purifying them in a flash of golden light. Yang Kai had used a drop of golden blood and used the Yang Inflammation Spirit Array but had still failed to kill these 2. Just as he was vexed that he had missed a great opportunity to understand, sure, Qian Tong had helped him. But soon Yang Kai understood why Qian Tong had acted so decisively. Hong Zhen and his brother were already crippled, so even if they did not die, they would not have much of a future. In this world there were no pills that could regenerate severed limbs. Using the lives of 2 origin-returning realm masters with no future to appease Yang Kai's anger and buy Xia Hongwen a chance to survive, Qian Tong's plan was flawless. Sure enough, after Hong Zhen and his brother died, Yang Kai's gloomy expression finally eased. Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he did not know was that Yang Kai's expression eased not because of what he thought, but because he had purified the souls of those two origin returning realm masters, allowing him to finally understand what sure was. Chapter 1146. Lightly coughing, suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Yang Kai said lightly, "Since the main culprit has been executed, today's matter ends here. I ask young Lord Xie to conduct himself well in the future." Yes, many thanks brother, many thanks elder brother." Xie Hongwen wept bitterly as he constantly expressed his gratitude. "Still not leaving?" Qian Tong shouted angrily. Xie Hongwen quickly stood up and quickly fled on trembling legs. He didn't dare to remain here any longer. If he did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his life. After this dispute was resolved, everyone was very satisfied. Yang Kai obtained the souls of two origin returning realm masters and was able to study Shi by absorbing their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, so naturally he was happy. As for Xie Hongwen, he had no choice but to give Qian Tong some face. If he had really killed Xie Hongwen, Qian Tong would likely have fallen out with him. Qian Tong finally managed to save Xie Hongwen and was also very satisfied. He felt that although Yang Kai was young, he knew when to advance and when to retreat, which was very good. This was a win-win situation for everyone. "Elder Qian, many thanks for your help this time. This junior will remember this favor." Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked him sincerely. He knew that if Qian Tong hadn't arrived quickly, he would have killed Xie Hongwen. If Xie Hongwen had died, he wouldn't have been able to establish himself here. There were still many space spirit crystals under Dragon Cave Mountain, so for this reason, Yang Kai had to thank Qian Tong for giving him enough time to recover. "Nephew is too polite." Qian Tong laughed. This old master didn't do anything, but nephew is a dragon among men. Seriously injuring Hong Zhen and the others with just a first-order Saint cultivation, your future achievements are limitless. "It's not my credit, I just borrowed the power of the spirit array," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qian Tong wore a look of understanding as he stared at the spirit array a few more times, but the spirit array was still closed so he couldn't see anything special about it. Secretly shocked, he wondered if the person behind Yang Kai was not only an origin-grade artifact refiner, but also an array grandmaster. His guess was completely correct, but he didn't guess the right person. The secret treasure was refined by Yang Inflammation, and the array was arranged by Yang Inflammation. He was also under the nose of Qian Tong. Unfortunately, Qian Tong didn't know. "Nephew, do you have a good place to go?" Qian Tong changed the topic. "If you don't have a good place to go, I can recommend you to go to the Shadow Moon Hall. With your talent, you will definitely become a core disciple in the Shadow Moon Hall. I just don't know if you will like it." How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Slowly shaking his head, he said, "No need, I'm fine with living here. Little Brad is used to being undisciplined and doesn't understand etiquette. If he really entered a big sect, I'm afraid he would become a laughingstock." Qian Tong smiled lightly and immediately stopped dwelling on this issue. He knew that if he continued to dwell on it, all of his previous efforts would have been in vain. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced towards the cave but didn't say anything, simply waiting for Yang Kai to invite him inside to sit down. In his opinion, the origin-grade artifact refiner and array grandmaster behind Yang Kai must be resting inside the cave, so if he went in he might be lucky enough to meet him. Since Qian Tong didn't speak, Yang Kai also had nothing to say. He was in a hurry to enter retreat and study what Shi was, so how could he be in the mood to say anything else? The two stared at each other for a while, seemingly feeling quite awkward. Wu Yi greets Elder Qian. At the critical moment, Wu Yi walked over with Yang Yen and bowed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Good, Qian Tong smiled and nodded. "Are you a disciple of the Haiku family?" "Yes, but Wu Yi has left the family and is now following Big Brother Yang," Wu Yi replied softly. "Good, following nephew Yang will definitely have a brighter future than remaining in the Haiku family. Little girl's vision is quite good, work hard, it would be best if you could bind nephew Yang's body and mind." "Old dog, you're being a bit disrespectful." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Wu Yi's small face also blushed, but she soon smiled and said, "Wu Yi's beauty is unworthy of Big Brother Yang." Wu Yi wasn't belittling herself. After seeing Yang Kai's abilities, she really felt that there were very few people who could match up to Yang Kai. In any case, she definitely wasn't one of them. Moreover, she didn't have much interest in the matters between men and women right now, so when Qian Tong casually asked, she just casually answered. "And this is?" Qian Tong turned his eyes to Yang Yen. Being able to follow Wu Yi here, her status in Yang Kai's circle was definitely not low, so Qian Tong didn't dare neglect her. This is my junior sister. Yang Kai didn't wait for Yang Yen to speak and took the initiative to introduce her. Wu Yi and Yang Yen both stared at him in amazement. Oh, so she is nephew Yang's junior sister, not bad, not bad. She's also a Saint-grade artifact refiner, Yang Kai added deliberately. Qian Tong's eyes lit up, seemingly very happy as he let out a hearty laugh. At such a young age she's already a Saint-grade artifact refiner. It seems nephew Yang's junior sister won't be any worse than you in the future. Of course, junior sister is very fierce, Yang Kai nodded quickly. This old master thought that the disciples of the sect were already very good, but after seeing you brother and sister today, I realize how unsightly the sect's disciples are. What a pity, it would be great if nephew and sister could join my Shadow Moon Hall. In the future, if we want to join any force, we will definitely choose Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong laughed and nodded with satisfaction. Good, this old master will wait for nephew Yang's good news. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of keeping him as a guest, Qian Tong didn't continue to be long-winded, saying goodbye to Yang Kai and leaving. But after walking a short distance he suddenly turned back. What other instructions does Elder Qian have? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Qian Tong said, does nephew Yang want to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Auction. Yang Kai frowned. He had never participated in an auction before and had no interest in it. What he wanted to do most right now was enter retreat and study sure, but just as he was about to refuse, he saw the expectant look on Wu Yi and Yang Yan's faces and quickly changed his mind. When is the auction? Qian Tong took out a golden invitation card from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. The time and place are written here. If nephew Yang has time, you can go and have a look. Even if the things there aren't pleasing to your eyes, it's still good to join in on the fun. Of course, if nephew Yang has something good, you can also sell it. The price of the things sold at the auction is much higher than usual. Yang Kai took the invitation card and didn't look at it carefully, directly handing it to Wu Yi and saying, if there's time, let's go and have a look. Good, when the time comes this old master will also be there. Nephew Yang can just mention this old master's name, Qian Tong said before leaving again. After he walked away, Yang Kai looked around and found that the Haiku family people had already disappeared. He didn't know where they had gone, but Wu Yi certainly wouldn't embarrass them. Yang Kai, why did you tell him I was your junior sister? Yang Yen looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Come in and we'll talk. Yang Kai beckoned to her with a mysterious look on his face. Outside the cave, Yu Feng and the many Haiku family disciples stared at Yang Kai with looks of worship, as if they were looking at a celestial being. Being able to seriously injure two origin-returning realm masters, even with the help of a powerful spirit array, was not something anyone could accomplish. Just now there had been too many people around, so everyone had been quite calm, but now they were showing their awe and shock. Everyone go cultivate. Yang Kai waved to them before leading Wu Yi and Yang Yen into his stone room, closing the stone door behind him before asking them to sit down. Seeing Yang Kai's serious look, Wu Yi and Yang Yen couldn't help wearing solemn expressions, knowing that he had something important to say, otherwise he wouldn't be acting like this. Are you wondering why Qian Tong is so good to me? Yang Kai asked the doubts in their hearts. Yes, Wu Yi nodded. He's good to me for a reason. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Yen. It's because of you. Wu Yi thoughtfully asked, because of Yang Yan's spirit array? Yang Kai shook his head, because Yang Yen can refine origin-grade artifacts. What? Wu Yi was shocked. After coming here, Yang Yen hadn't refined any artifacts and had instead been arranging spirit arrays, so she didn't know that Yang Yen had such an ability. Now that Yang Kai said it out loud, she immediately understood why Qian Tong treated Yang Kai with such an attitude. However, although Qian Tong knows that there is an origin-grade artifact refiner behind me, he doesn't know that person is Yang Yen. Perhaps in his mind, that person is my master. Yang Kai explained his guess. I understand he's being good to you because he wants to make friends with the person he imagines. Wu Yi nodded. And before this, I didn't know that the most powerful artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only origin-grade low rank. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold those artifacts, but now it's too late. Fortunately, Qian Tong didn't dare offend such a powerful artifact refiner and could only try to win him over, so we aren't in any danger. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yang Yen and quickly said, in the future you can't announce that you're an origin-grade artifact refiner like before. Your strength is too low. Once you're discovered, you'll definitely be taken away. Yang Yanyan pursed her lips. Even if I announce it, no one will believe me. A few days ago, she had been helping people refine artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion and had made it clear that she was an artifact refiner, but unfortunately no one was willing to believe her, much less offer her origin-grade materials. No matter what, you can't say that again, otherwise we'll all be doomed. Yang Kai's tone became more serious. Remember? And I know. Yang Yanyan nodded. Yang Kai felt helpless. He found that he and Yang Yanyan were two completely different kinds of people. Yang Kai was eager for others to not know about his alchemist grade. The more they looked down on him, the better. However, Yang Yanyan had actually announced it to everyone without any repercussions. This world was really strange. No wonder you specifically told Qian Tong that Yang Yan was a saint-grade artifact refiner and said she was your junior sister. So that's how it is? Wu Yi's mind was sharp and she immediately guessed Yang Kai's intentions. And Qian Tong already has a preconceived notion that I have an origin-grade artifact refiner as my master, so having a saint-grade artifact refiner as my junior sister is normal. Chapter 1147. Yang Kai believed that with his words, Qian Tong would be even more convinced. As long as Qian Tong didn't doubt him, Yang Kai's group would be absolutely safe. With his protection, at least the Su family wouldn't continue to cause trouble for them like before. I understand. Wu Yi nodded. If you understand, then you can leave. I'm going into retreat. Yang Kai waved to them. Big brother Yang, about treasure trove pavilion's auction. Wu Yi pursed her red lips and asked. Do you really want to go? Yang Kai frowned. What he hadn't expected was that not only did Wu Yi nod, but even Yang Yan also wore an expectant look. If you want to go, then go. There was no need to stop this kind of thing. In Yang Kai's opinion, an auction was a place to broaden one's horizons, allowing them to see the world. Wu Yi came from a small family, so even if she had some experience, she couldn't compare to the disciples of big families. Yang Yan, on the other hand, had lived a miserable life before, so she was definitely a woman who hadn't seen much of the world. Naturally, she would be interested in the auction. What about you? Wu Yi asked. If I don't come out of retreat, I won't go. You just have to be careful. And Wu Yi nodded before leaving with Yang Yan. Yang Kai closed the stone room, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, two pure masses of spiritual energy floated mid-air. Yang Kai had transformed into his soul avatar and was staring at them excitedly. This was the first time Yang Kai had collected the spiritual energy of an origin-returning realm master. No origin-returning realm master had ever died in front of him before, and he had never devoured their insights into the heavenly way or martial Tao, so he didn't know that origin-returning realm masters possessed Shi. If he hadn't fought with Hong Zhen today, it would have been a long time before he would have come into contact with Shi. This mysterious power was something he yearned for. However, the strength of an origin-returning realm master rang an alarm bell in Yang Kai's mind. He had always been able to fight across realms. When he was in the Yuan-Chi realm, he could defeat immortal ascension boundary masters, saints and saint kings. Now that he had broken through to the Saint King realm, Yang Kai had thought that defeating the First Order origin-returning realm wouldn't be a problem, but now he discovered that he had been completely wrong. There was a fundamental difference between the origin-returning realm and the Saint King realm, a world of difference, and that was sure. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai pulled the two masses of spiritual energy in front of him, then carefully and solemnly began to absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. If before he had been able to absorb other people's spiritual energy like a glutton, now he was savoring it. This was a rare opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to figure out what Shi was, the next time he encountered an origin-returning realm master, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai had never been so meticulous in absorbing these two masses of spiritual energy. He wished he could squeeze out all the essence of these two masses of spiritual energy and brand them into the depths of his soul. 2 days later, the two pure masses of spiritual energy disappeared and Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely understood what Shi was, but the strength of the Hongzhen brothers wasn't high, only reaching the First Order origin-returning realm, so their understanding and application of Shi was only at a rudimentary level. Yang Kai's understanding of Shi was based on the foundation of these two brothers, so naturally his understanding of it wasn't deep. Shi wasn't the imposing aura Yang Kai had described before. Imposing aura was an invisible and intangible thing. It was the pressure the strong exerted on the weak. It was the temperament naturally formed by those who held high positions all year round. It was the involuntary eruption of murderous intent during battle. Imposing aura was one's will and determination, invisible and intangible. However, it was just a component of Shi. The Shi of an origin returning realm master was a combination of their imposing aura, Saint Qi and spiritual energy, forming a kind of magical force that could directly kill. This required a cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao and the heavenly way to reach a certain level to form it. Shi was equivalent to an invisible aura, but this aura was real and had a strong suppressive and lethality. Why could an origin returning realm master easily kill a Saint King? It was because of the absolute suppression of Shi that Yang Kai's single drop of golden blood was unable to kill the Hongjin brothers. It wasn't that his golden blood wasn't strong, but that the superposition of the two brothers' Shi greatly reduced the speed and power of the golden blood, allowing them to sense the direction of the impact of the golden blood in advance and avoid fatal spots. If not for this, they would have died long ago. The understanding of Shi was very difficult. Hongjin had broken through to the origin returning realm more than 10 years ago, but he had only just begun comprehending it. His brother was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. Moreover, Yang Kai also vaguely understood that only after reaching the grand accomplishment stage in Shi could one have a chance to break through to the origin king realm. Although Qian Tong was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai estimated that his understanding of Shi hadn't reached the grand accomplishment stage yet. In other words, no matter how hard he cultivated and improved his Saint Qi, before he reached the grand accomplishment stage in Shi, he would not be able to break through to the next realm. This was the biggest obstacle in front of him, an insurmountable obstacle. This was probably one of the important reasons why there were so few origin kings in the Hengluo star field. When one's cultivation reached this level, it wasn't just the improvement of one's physical strength, but also a comprehensive improvement in all aspects. After understanding all of this, Yang Kai immediately began studying Shi. He abandoned Hongzhen and his brother's understanding of Shi and poured in his own understanding and perspective, trying to integrate his own Shi, Saint Qi and spiritual energy into one. When he was fighting with Hongzhen, Yang Kai had vaguely touched upon the mysteries of Shi, but that touch had only lasted for a brief moment. Now, no matter how he tried to recall it, he couldn't remember what it felt like at that time, causing him to feel a little annoyed. He experimented again and again, but he always felt something was wrong. It wasn't until 10 days later that Yang Kai had to give up his current plan to study Shi. He felt that his strength was still too low. If he had reached the second order or third order Saint King realm, things would have been much simpler. After all, this kind of mysterious power belonged to the origin returning realm. Being able to touch upon it now was already a great stroke of luck. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to waste time on insignificant problems, so after considering all this, he immediately exited his retreat and prepared to wait until his cultivation improved and absorbed more spiritual energy from origin returning realm masters before studying Shi. At that time, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just as he opened the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi running over and calling out happily, "Big brother Yang, you came out just in time. Why are you so happy?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction," Wu Yi replied quickly. "Today?" Yang Kai was stunned, thinking this was too much of a coincidence. "And?" Wu Yi nodded as she leaned closer to Yang Kai and whispered in his ear, "Yang Yin has refined an origin grade mid-rank and an origin grade low-rank artifact and is preparing to sell them at the auction." "Is she crazy?" Yang Kai was shocked and shouted angrily, "Where is she?" "I'm here," Yang Yan's figure flashed from behind. "What were you thinking?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Didn't I tell you not to be too ostentatious? Are you afraid others won't pay attention to you? It's only been a few days, but you've already forgotten." Yang Yan spat disdainfully, "As long as the three of us don't say anything, who will know I refine these artifacts? That's too eye-catching." Yang Kai shook his head. "The most powerful artifact refiners on Shadowed Star are only origin grade low rank. How do you explain suddenly taking out an origin grade mid-rank artifact?" "No, big brother Yang," Wu Yi smiled faintly. Wu Yi smiled lightly. "Although the level of artifact refiners on Shadowed Star is not high, there are still some origin grade mid-rank and even origin grade high-rank artifacts, so an origin grade mid-rank artifact won't cause too much of a stir." Yang Kai frowned but immediately understood. The current level of artifact refiners and alchemists on Shadowed Star was generally low, but that didn't mean it was the same in the past. Good artifacts could be stored for thousands of years without being damaged, so there must be some left behind on Shadowed Star. Perhaps there were even Origin King grade artifacts here, but even if there were, they should be hallowed treasures of great forces and wouldn't be easily used. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly and he nodded. That being said, there's no need to sell artifacts of this grade, isn't it better to keep them for yourself? If we don't sell artifacts, how will we have enough Saint Crystals to buy materials to arrange a spirit array? Yang Yan snorted, we're all poor now, this auction is a rare opportunity. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and nodded. Yang Yan's arrangement of spirit arrays really burned money, and it was thanks to her spirit array that they were able to stop Hong Zhen and his brother Yang Kai last time. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy and should be fully supported. What artifacts did you refine? Let me see. Seeing Yang Kai no longer object, Wu Yi excitedly took out two offensive artifacts. One was a soft whip and the other was a pair of daggers. At a glance, Yang Kai could tell that these two artifacts were refined from the tail and pincers of the ninth order monster beast, scarlet-tailed purple armored crab. These two artifacts exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, and they were both beautifully refined. Not only were they useful, but they were also quite beautiful and suitable for women to use. Yang Yan was truly vicious. Wasn't she deliberately refining these artifacts to make those men bleed? Yang Kai was secretly shocked. On top of that, Big Brother Yang, the reason I supported Yang Yan's decision to sell these two artifacts is to let Elder Qian Tong be more certain of your non-existent master's strength. Others may not know where these artifacts came from, but Elder Qian Tong will definitely think they were refined by your master. Once he thinks so, he'll only treat us better in the future, Wu Yi explained. Yang Kai nodded gently and praised, you've thought this through thoroughly. Since that's the case, let's go. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Wu Yi and Yang Yan smiled at each other. How long until the auction starts? Yang Kai suddenly asked. 3 hours, but it doesn't matter, I've already made a trip to Heavenly Fate City to inform Elder Qian Tong that we'll be auctioning off something soon. Once we get there, Elder Qian will arrange it for us. That's good. Right, Wu Yi, do you know what kind of pills are the most valuable? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Chapter 1148. Yang Kai's question came out of nowhere, so Wu Yi didn't think too much about it and immediately began explaining. The Scorching Cloud pill that can repair one's meridians, the Soul Restoration pill that can repair one's soul, and the Wild Rose pill that Elder Qian Tong took out last time is quite valuable, but the most valuable one should be the Origin Condensing pill and the Origin Nirvana pill. The latter can be said to be a priceless treasure because it can help a third-order Origin returning realm master break through to the Origin King realm. Our Shadowed Star doesn't have a cultivator of this level, but there are many third-order Origin returning realm masters. If we can obtain an Origin Nirvana pill, it won't be difficult to exchange it for a few prosperous cities from one of the great forces, Wu Yi explained, her breathing becoming rapid. Don't even think about that, Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The Origin Nirvana pill was an Origin King low-rank pill, not to mention that Yang Kai didn't have enough materials right now. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to refine it. However, the Origin Condensing pill could be refined because it was only an Origin grade low-rank pill, a far cry from the Origin Nirvana pill. Big Brother Yang, why are you asking about this? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. It's nothing, just wait a moment, I'll come out right away, Yang Kai said before turning around and entering the stone room again. Although Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were confused, they still waited outside obediently. After about half an hour or so, Yang Kai came out again and said, let's go. The three of them headed towards Sky Fortune City in high spirits. After experiencing Qian Tong's display of power last time, Yang Kai believed that no one would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with him now, so he could leave with peace of mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable letting a woman like Wu Yi take two Origin-grade artifacts to the auction, so naturally he wanted to escort her. He wanted to know what kind of price these two artifacts would fetch. Saint King grade high-rank artifacts were worth 30 to 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals, so Origin grade low-rank artifacts should be 2 or 300,000, right? Yang Kai had a vague plan in his mind. Once he sold these two artifacts, he would be able to purchase a large amount of materials to arrange the spirit array. Along the way, listening to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation chatter non-stop, Yang Kai learned that Treasure Trove Pavilion was not a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Treasure Trove Pavilion was an even more powerful faction than Shadow Moon Hall. This great force was somewhat similar to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in that it did business all over Shadowed Star, but there were some differences. It collected treasures from all over the world and would hold a grand auction every once in a while. The location of the auction was not fixed and was instead rotated between branches all over Shadowed Star. This time, it happened to be the Treasure Trove Pavilion branch in Heavenly Fate City. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction could be said to be a grand event for all of Shadowed Star, because before each auction, Treasure Trove Pavilion would advertise and make exquisite brochures of precious items and send them to the great forces to attract them to participate in the auction. It could be said that Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was a gathering of all the great forces of Shadowed Star, a competition of wealth, material resources, and heritage. Every time, it would be a lively event, and many heaven-defying treasures would appear. Once, an Origin King-grade defensive artifact would appear. It was rumored that this artifact was sold for a sky-high price of 500 million high-rank St. Crystals plus 15 bustling cities. Even though Yang Kai had a good heart, he was still shocked by this number. Shadowed Star was still too backward, and there were far too few Origin-grade low-rank artifacts or above, resulting in such an outrageous price. Yang Kai believed that on other cultivation stars, even if Origin King-grade artifacts were expensive, it was impossible for them to be sold for such a high price. That Origin Nirvana pill also appeared once. It seems to have been bought by a master from Thunder Typhoon sect. Unfortunately, after that master took that Origin Nirvana pill, he failed to successfully break through to the Origin King realm and instead experienced a decline in his cultivation. I don't know if this is true or not, Wu Yi sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. Although he did not interrupt, he was basically certain that Wu Yi was telling the truth. After all, pills were only auxiliary means. Although pills that could help increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the next realm were expensive and not easy to refine, they weren't omnipotent. It wasn't a guarantee that one would be able to advance after using a pill. If a person's understanding of the martial Dao Heavenly Way hadn't reached that level, then no matter how many pills they took, it would be useless. On the contrary, if a cultivator's understanding of the martial Dao and Heavenly Way exceeded that bottleneck, even if they did not take pills, they would still break through. Yang Kai himself was such a case. His understanding of the Heavenly Way and martial Dao was always far beyond his current realm, so he had never used pills he refined to break through, saving him a lot of money. The master of Thunder Typhoon sect definitely had not reached the grand accomplishment stage in his understanding of Sure. If he had, he would not have wasted an Origin Nirvana pill. This kind of precious pill was rare in the entire star territory, so it should have been obtained through some other means. After a cultivator failed to break through a bottleneck, they would also suffer varying degrees of backlash. Minor injuries would range from serious injuries to severe, like the Master of Thunder Typhoon sect, where their strength would decline, or even death. Therefore, if a cultivator did not have enough confidence in themselves, even if they reached a bottleneck, they would not dare to try to break through to the next realm at will. This kind of thing was not obvious when a cultivator's strength was low, so there were basically no such cases in Tongshan realm. Even if there were, they were extremely rare. Although the backlash was not strong, once one's strength increased, it was easy for this kind of situation to occur. It wasn't until Yang Kai arrived in the star field that he slowly began to understand this information. The group of three, chatting and laughing, soon arrived at Heavenly Fate City's Treasure Trove Pavilion. Standing in front of the towering palace, Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be a big deal. This Endless Treasures Pavilion occupied the most bustling area of Sky Fortune City, almost covering half of the street. In front of the pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. On the signboard, there were 3 large gilded words that shined with a dazzling golden light, dazzling the eyes. A tyrannical aura overflowed from Treasure Trove Pavilion, causing Yang Kai to shiver inwardly. There were at least 100 Origin returning realm masters in this building. Fortunately, these people were all here to participate in the auction and were not deliberately targeting anyone, so Yang Kai did not feel too uncomfortable. In front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, 2 masters from the First Order Origin returning realm stood with their hands down, their eyes as sharp as a hawk's as they scanned the crowd. Yang Kai's group of 3 had just arrived when one of the masters in light blue robes stepped forward and raised his hand. "Guests, please stop. Treasure Trove Pavilion is currently holding an auction and is not open to the public for the time being. If you want to buy something, please come back tomorrow." "We're here to participate in the auction," Yang Kai said lightly before turning to look at Wu Yi. He knew that in order to participate in an auction of this level, one would need an invitation, and the one Chen Tong had given him last time should be a pass to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion and was currently in Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi seemed to be immersed in the grandeur of Treasure Trove Pavilion, and thinking that she actually had the opportunity to participate in this level of auction, she became very excited, her face flushing red. It wasn't until Yang Kai turned to look at her that she suddenly remembered the invitation and hurriedly began rummaging through her space ring. Haha, how come any Tom, Dick, or Harry can participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? A burst of laughter came from the side, filled with disdain. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, wanting to see who it was. Being ridiculed as a Tom, Dick, or Harry for no reason, Yang Kai was naturally not happy. A young man dressed in a white robe walked over. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that hid a divine light. Although he had a smile on his face, anyone could see the disdain in his eyes. This young man was not old. He was tall and handsome. Coupled with his phoenix eyes, he was a character that could charm thousands of women. Yang Kai's heart went cold because he found that this young man was actually a third-order Saint King and gave off a faint oppressive aura that was not inferior to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Shui Yu's. Behind the young man, there were two experts with long and restrained auras. Their cultivation bases seemed to be higher than Hong Zhen and his fellow apprentice brothers. The two of them were dressed in black, and embroidered on their chests was a large, flamboyant character. Battle. Heaven Battling Union. Wu Yi exclaimed and hurriedly stepped aside to make way. So they were from Heaven Battling Union, no wonder they were so strong despite their young age. Yang Kai had been on Shadowed Star for some time now and naturally knew that Heaven Battling Union was one of the few great forces here. Moreover, among the younger generation of Heaven Battling Union, there was a disciple with heaven-defying aptitude, Chu Changfeng. It was rumored that he had a pair of phoenix eyes. If Yang Kai was not mistaken, this young man in front of him should be Chu Changfeng, who was famous throughout Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after the guard who had just blocked Yang Kai's way saw this young man, he immediately cupped his fists respectfully. "Young Master Chu, please come in." Chu Changfeng nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over Wu Yi and Yang Yen before coming to a stop and smiling. "Do you two girls want to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Wu Yi and Yang Yen did not answer. Chu Changfeng continued, "You can't go in now, there is an auction going on inside. Without an invitation these two guards won't let you in, but if you really want to go in you can come with me. What do you two girls think?" Chu Changfeng smiled and invited them in, putting on a harmless look, but Yang Yen and Wu Yi were not the kind of women who would become infatuated with men, so they naturally understood what he meant. "Chu Changfeng, after not seeing you for a few years, you still like to show off your superiority in front of the weak. Being able to participate in this auction is already amazing, or is it your Heaven Battling Union?" A low voice sounded. Chu Changfeng, who was inviting Wu Yi and Yang Yen, heard this voice and frowned as if he had swallowed a fly, the warm smile on his face disappearing in the blink of an eye as he turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a young man in simple gray robes strode forward. His clothes were not as ostentatious as Chu Changfeng's and were instead quite simple, looking as ridiculous as a farmer, but Chu Changfeng did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him, his phoenix eyes flashing a strong sense of dread and dignity. Chapter 1149. Yang Kai turned his head to look, wondering who it was that dared act so arrogantly in front of Chu Changfeng. At first glance Yang Kai was also slightly surprised. This newcomer's clothes were quite simple and crude, but the aura he gave off was even stronger than Chu Changfeng's. Yang Kai even vaguely felt a burst of lightning energy coming from this person. This person cultivated a thunder attribute secret art and had reached a very high level of attainment in it. He wasn't tall, but he was definitely a master because his cultivation was the same as Chu Changfeng's, a third-order Saint King. Behind him were two Origin returning realm masters, both of whom wore blue robes and had a lightning bolt symbol on their chests that seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens. "I was wondering who it was, it turns out to be Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Long time no see, you're still so shabby, aren't you afraid of losing face for your Thunder Typhoon Sect?" Chu Changfeng greeted with a smile. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he immediately understood who this plainly dressed man was. Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fong Tianzhong. Like Chu Changfeng, he was a famous young talent on Shadowed Star, the #1 genius of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Geniuses always had a high opinion of themselves and didn't like to stand on equal footing with others. These two were both geniuses of their respective sects and there seemed to be some tension between them, so when they met, it was only natural for them to be openly mocking each other. The two guards of Treasure Trove Pavilion stood aside helplessly. If it were anyone else acting so presumptuously in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, they would have already taken action to teach them a lesson, but with Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong's identities, they didn't dare say anything. Even Yang Kai's group of 3 who were standing nearby became foils. I cultivate the martial Dao and I comprehend the heavenly Dao. I'm not like Brother Chu who dresses up and struts around the streets all day long, Fang Tianzhong said indifferently. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted as he pushed his aura towards Fang Tianzhong. Naturally, Fang Tianzhong was not to be outdone and also released his own. It was as if 2 storms had suddenly collided with each other. The world energy aura in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion fluctuated wildly, and many of the masters inside sensed the situation here and sent out their divine senses to investigate, but after learning that the conflict was between Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong, they quickly withdrew their divine senses and no longer meddled. Watching these 2 geniuses fight as if there was no one else present, Yang Kai's face became cold. Originally, he had some good impressions of Fang Tianzhong, feeling that this guy was much better than Chu Changfeng, but now that good impression had completely disappeared. If it had been an ordinary First-Order Saint King cultivator standing here, he would have definitely been drawn in by the aura of these 2, and even if he wasn't injured, he would have made a fool of himself. They obviously didn't care about Yang Kai, Wu Yi and Yang Yan and only wanted to show off their strength. As the aftermath of their auras hit him, Yang Kai coldly snorted and waved his hand casually. It was as if something had been split open, but Yang Kai stood in place as steady as a mountain, not even his clothes or hair ruffling. Yang Yin and Wu Yi, who were hiding behind him, didn't feel anything either. Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong converged their auras at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai, both of them looking a little surprised. Although the auras of the 2 of them had not been directed at Yang Kai just now, it was still not something a First-Order Saint King could resist casually. Now, seeing Yang Kai easily break through the aftermath of their auras, they were naturally surprised. However, they were only surprised. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't enough for them to put him in their eyes. 2 brothers' relationship is really good, sticking together like glue as soon as you meet, it's really enviable. A clear and melodious laughter that was like a silver bell rang out, and a woman in luxurious clothes leisurely walked over. Her skin was like cream, her hands were soft, and she was born with a temperament that was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. It was as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind, causing anyone who saw her to involuntarily have the thought of wanting to protect her. The woman's figure was very perfect, and a light purple dress perfectly outlined the curves of her figure and set off her graceful and luxurious appearance. As she approached, a fragrant scent wafted out, making one's blood flow faster and refreshed. Although her words were teasing, neither Fang Tianzhong nor Chu Changfeng showed any signs of anger, the latter even showing a happy expression as he stared towards the woman with a scorching gaze. Su Dai greets 2 brother, the woman bowed respectfully. The girl bowed gracefully. Her little face was fair and rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. Her beautiful eyes were captivating, causing one's imagination to run wild. So it is junior sister Yin, long time no see, I've missed you so much. Chu Changfeng was too lazy to continue entangling with Fang Tianzhong and said with a laugh. Fang Tianzhong also nodded lightly to this woman in greeting. Both of them were geniuses of Shadowed Star, so naturally they knew each other. I didn't expect junior sister Yin to also participate in this auction. It seems I made the right choice coming here this time. Would you like to join me so we can have a good chat? Senior brother isn't talented, but recently he has been studying Shi and has gained some insights. Chu Changfeng enthusiastically invited, his words filled with pride. Yang Kai secretly grinned but didn't care. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend Shi. Even he, who had absorbed the spiritual energy of 2 origin returning realm masters, was unable to comprehend it. Even if Chu Changfeng's cultivation was higher than his, it was impossible for him to comprehend it before reaching the origin returning realm. Only a cultivator who broke through to the origin returning realm could come into contact with this kind of power. Chu Changfeng saying this was obviously an excuse to get closer to Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai understood this better than Yang Kai, so she simply smiled and said, although junior sister would like to chat more with brother Chu, junior sister came here this time on the orders of my master. Junior sister must first thank brother Chu for his kindness. And it's fine, there's still plenty of time in the future. Chu Changfeng smiled casually. Chu Changfeng smiled freely, not feeling embarrassed by Yin Su Dai's rejection. Chu Changfeng estimated that this wasn't the first time he had run into a wall in front of her, so it would be strange if she actually agreed. The 3 of them stood at the door for some time. During this time, many people from various forces had come to participate in the auction, but since the three of them didn't enter, these young lords and young ladies could only stand aside and wait. Compared with these people, Yang Kai found that he, Wu Yi, and Yang Inflammation were really quite shabby. These young lords and young ladies all wore luxurious robes and artifact armors. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing a very common set of clothes, while Yang Yan's was even more outrageous, wearing a black robe that had not changed for the past 10,000 years. It was as if she wanted to cover her face, as if she had done something shameful. Although Wu Yi's clothes were not bad, they were still just ordinary clothes and couldn't be compared to the artifact armors of others. The three of them were like ugly ducks that had accidentally stumbled into a flock of swans, so there was no need to mention how eye-catching they were. Fortunately, they didn't have any intention of continuing to talk. The auction was about to begin, so they wanted to enter as soon as possible. After the young lords and young ladies greeted Fang Tianzhong's trio, they all filed in and soon disappeared. Before leaving, Fang Tianzhong glanced over at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, but didn't say anything. Only when the front of Treasure Trove Pavilion became quiet again did Wu Yi secretly breathe a sigh of relief and softly explain to Yang Kai, "That woman just now was Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. She's also an influential figure and is the #1 beauty on Shadowed Star, pursued by countless men." "#1 beauty?" Yang Kai sneered, "You two aren't worse than her, that's a bit undeserved. How could I compare with her?" Wu Yi blushed. Whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, such praise still made her very happy. There was no woman who didn't care about her appearance, and she also knew that there was indeed a big gap between her and Yin Su Dai. The latter's background was countless times nobler than hers. "Let's go in as well," Yang Kai said lightly. He had come to this auction today to protect Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation, but he hadn't expected to meet so many talented young men here. Whether it was Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, or Yin Su Dai, none of them were existences that could be underestimated. Yang Kai knew that he still had a long way to go and was far from reaching the realm of invincibility. The appearance of these three gave Yang Kai a reminder that he should never underestimate opponents in the same realm. These three were all leaders of their respective sects, so who knew what kind of heritage they had? If they really fought, it was impossible to say who would win or lose. Wu Yi finally found the invitation and handed it to the guard outside. The guard didn't seem to have expected that three people like Yang Kai would actually be able to obtain an invitation, so although he was surprised, he didn't embarrass them and let them pass. After entering Treasure Trove Pavilion, a loud hubbub immediately rang out as countless people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing something. "This is Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Wu Yi's pretty face was filled with shock as she glanced around, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. This was the first time she had ever entered such a place. What came into view was a huge circular hall. Lampstands made of luminous stones hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft light, illuminating the entire interior of the Treasure Trove building. It was not inferior to the outside at all, and there was no shadow. At the lowest level of the hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged. Nearly 80% of the seats were already filled with people, and the higher levels were also filled with people moving about. In the center of the hall's bottom floor, there was a high platform about a meter above the ground, which should be the location of the auction. Such an arc-shaped design allowed everyone who participated in the auction to clearly see the items being auctioned. It could be said that this was a brilliant design. When Yang Kai arrived here, he looked around trying to find where Qian Tong was, but he soon discovered that it was too difficult to find someone in such a place. If he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about others and could simply use his divine sense to search. But in this place where so many masters gathered, he didn't dare use his divine sense at will, lest he be misunderstood and cause trouble. Chapter 1150. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a figure rushed over from the side and cupped his hands. Luo Qing greets young Master Yang and greets the two young ladies. Yang Kai looked at him and was surprised to find that this person was the origin returning realm master that the Su family had invited to deal with him last time. At that time, it was this person who had recognized him and reported to Qian Tong. Towards Luo Qing, Yang Kai was still somewhat grateful. He politely cupped his hands and said, "So it is Brother Luo. Where is Elder Qian now?" Elder Qian currently has some matters to attend to and is temporarily unable to leave, so he instructed this disciple to wait here for young Master Yang. "Young Master Yang, rest assured, Elder Qian has already arranged everything. The three of you only need to follow me." "Good, lead the way." Yang Kai nodded. Treasure Trove Pavilion was going to hold an auction in Sky Fortune City. Qian Tong was a big shot in Sky Fortune City, so it was normal for him to have matters to attend to. Yang Kai naturally didn't think too much about it. Following behind Luo Qing, they went straight to the third floor and pushed open the door to a certain room. Luo Qing stood at the door and explained, "Young Master Yang, this is the private room that Elder Qian has arranged for you. Please take a look and see if it suits you." Yang Kai entered the room and found that although it was small, it was fully equipped. There was a table, chairs, and a plate of high-quality spirit fruits on the table. There was also a pot of steaming spirit tea. In addition, there were even 2 delicate and pretty maidservants standing at the side. They had bright eyes, white teeth, and slender figures. When they saw Yang Kai and the others enter, they immediately bowed. Yang Kai didn't know if there were maidservants in the other private rooms, but he was certain that these 2 maidservants were specially arranged by Qian Tong. This was because they wore the robes of Shadow Moon Hall and were clearly disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. "I am very satisfied with Elder Qian's thoughtfulness." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "As long as young Master Yang is satisfied." Luo Qing also seemed to be relieved. He had seen with his own eyes how Qian Tong killed Hong Zhen and his brother in order to befriend Yang Kai. Although he still didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that was worth befriending, he still carried out Qian Tong's orders meticulously. "That's right, young Master Yang. Elder Qian instructed this disciple to bring over the items you want to auction as soon as possible. Treasure Trove Pavilion wants to evaluate the prices of the items so that it'll be easier to sort them out." "No problem." Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi with his eyes, and Wu Yi immediately took out 2 beautifully wrapped jade boxes from her space ring and handed them to Luo Qing. These 2 jade boxes naturally contained the 2 origin-grade artifacts. "And this?" Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. The auction will begin in half an hour, so this Luo Qing will take his leave first." Luo Qing said as he withdrew. Before leaving, he instructed the 2 female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to entertain Yang Kai well. The 2 women nodded in agreement. "We're in room C13. Wu Yi walked over and closed the door, immediately disappearing the noise outside. "The spirit array here is quite good." Yang Yenyun walked around, feeling around, quite interested in the spirit array here. This place can isolate others from using their divine sense. The only drawback is that it's a bit far from the auction venue. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "This is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Elder Qian must have put in a lot of effort to find us a private room. Look at the people here today, which one of them isn't a famous and powerful character?" Yang Kai's words were directed to the 2 female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Sure enough, after hearing this, the 2 women's smiles became even brighter, as if their Elder Qian's divine technique was quite profound. "2 young ladies don't need to be so reserved, sit anywhere you like. We're not from some big family, this time we came mainly to see the world." Yang Kai saw that they seemed a little nervous and politely said. The 2 women quickly waved their hands, saying they didn't dare. Yang Kai didn't force them, and seeing them refuse, he stopped talking and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea and slowly savoring it. Wu Yi still couldn't believe she had the opportunity to participate in an auction of this level. Forget about her, even the patriarch of the Haiku family Yen wasn't eligible to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion while the auction was going on. But now she was sitting in a private room and enjoying this superior treatment, making her feel a little emotional. The gap between people was really big. Her greatest wish before was to work hard to impress Yen so that he could pass on the position of patriarch to her in the future and take charge of the Haiku family, but now she no longer had such thoughts. So what if he was the patriarch? The patriarch of a small family couldn't even compare to a random disciple from Shadow Moon Hall. For example, although the 2 girls standing in this private room were only 3rd-order saints, if they were in the Haiku family, Yen would definitely have to treat them respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. This was the huge gap between a big force and a small family. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was in retreat, Yen came to the cave again and even brought the family's elders and foreign elders with him, saying that he wanted to invite Wu Yi back to take over the position of patriarch, but Wu Yi refused. Since she had already left the family, she had no intention of returning. While in a daze, Wu Yi suddenly noticed a strong wind blowing towards her. Quickly reaching out and grabbing the object that was flying towards her, she quickly discovered that it was a spirit fruit on the table. Yang Kai smiled and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Wu Yi shook her head, picked up another spirit fruit, stood up, and handed it to the 2 female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. The two female disciples didn't refuse this time and politely thanked her before accepting the fruit, appearing natural and unrestrained. There was still some time before the auction began, but the atmosphere in the private room was much more harmonious. The two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai's group of three wasn't of high birth and treated them kindly, so they began chatting with Wu Yi and Yang Yin, mostly referring to each other as sisters. Yang Kai couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he could only pick up the album on the table and check the items to be auctioned today. At the same time, in a secret room of Treasure Trove Pavilion, a dark-faced old man with a goatee called out to Qian Tong with dissatisfaction. "Old Qian, the auction is about to begin. Where are the items you want to put up for auction?" Qian Tong glanced outside and said with uncertainty, "They should be here soon, just wait a little longer." Wait a little longer? Treasure Trove Pavilion has its own rules. If you and I weren't friends, do you think I would casually break the rules and put up items for auction before the auction starts? Is that appropriate? It's not appropriate, it's not appropriate. Qian Tong smiled flatteringly while muttering in his heart. A few days ago Wu Yi had specifically come to find him, saying that she had something she wanted to put up for auction. As for what it was, Qian Tong didn't ask, only knowing that it was an artifact. Out of respect for Yang Kai, Qian Tong had promised to take care of everything as long as the item was delivered before the auction started. How could he have known that even now, it still hadn't been delivered? In the end he could only say, "Brother Yen Pei, just wait a little longer, it will definitely be delivered." Yen Pei's black face became even darker, like the bottom of a pot, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't say this brother didn't take care of you. If it's not delivered in half a stick of incense, then even if it's more valuable, I won't participate in the auction." I know I'll have to trouble Brother Yen Pei. Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Treasure Trove Pavilion had many rules, so there was nothing he could do. Just as he was speaking, his communication artifact suddenly sent him a divine sense fluctuation. It was Luo Qing sending him a message. Qian Tong smiled happily, "It's here." Saying so, Qian Tong immediately walked out. A moment later, Qian Tong returned with a jade bottle and 2 jade boxes. Yen Pei said exasperatedly, "That's it? It should be." Qian Tong didn't open the boxes to see what was inside. Time was of the essence, so after receiving the items from Luo Qing, he immediately brought them in. "Open them, evaluate the price and see when it's best to auction them," Yen Pei said coldly. Yen Pei said with a cold expression. Saying so, he waved his hand to the side and immediately several origin returning realm masters came forward, placed the jade box and jade bottle on the table, and began to evaluate the value of the items to be auctioned. Seeing Qian Tong's somewhat irritated expression, Yen Pei sneered, "Brother Qian, you wouldn't just casually bring out something worthless to auction, would you? If that's the case, you'd best take it back quickly." "How could that be?" Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "Can't a Saint King grade high-rank artifact be auctioned?" Because it was Wu Yi who had greeted him, Qian Tong wasn't so worried. If Yang Kai had greeted him personally, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so anxious. Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster backing him, so the reason why Qian Tong had said it was a Saint King grade high-rank artifact was because he had confidence in Yang Kai's master. It was impossible for such an artifact refining grandmaster to take out something too shabby. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact. Yen Pei's expression relaxed slightly as he said earnestly, "Naturally, but Brother Qian, please don't do this again next time. This brother has a responsibility to bear. If someone were to find out, it would be difficult to explain to my superiors." Although Saint King grade high-rank artifacts weren't very high in grade, they could be said to be the most mainstream artifacts on Shadowed Star. There weren't many Origin grade artifact refiners, and most of the Saint King realm and Origin returning realm cultivators used artifacts of this grade, so there was no need to worry about demand. Treasure Trove Pavilion had also collected a lot of such artifacts for auction this time, so adding 2 more wouldn't be a big deal. While the 2 old men were talking, a sudden exclamation came from the side. "What's wrong?" Yen Pei turned his head and looked over. "Master, the item to be auctioned is an Origin grade low-rank offensive artifact." Immediately, an Origin returning realm master walked over with a jade box and presented the double-pronged dagger inside to Qian Tong and Yen Pei. Qian Tong's eyes narrowed as he felt his heart ache for no apparent reason. Although he had long guessed that Yang Kai's master was an Origin grade artifact refiner, he hadn't expected him to put up an artifact of this grade for auction. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the initiative to purchase this artifact from Yang Kai. Qian Tong had done 2 artifact transactions with Yang Kai, and each time they had worked together happily, but now that this artifact had fallen into the hands of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qian Tong had no choice but to participate in the auction. Participating in an auction was much more expensive than directly purchasing it. Moreover, one might not necessarily be able to obtain it. In the Endless Treasures Pavilion, there were countless people with wealth and power, and they would often fight until their heads bled for a good item. Chapter 1151. Yen Pei had already taken out the twin daggers from the jade box, and after examining them with his Saint Chi, his brow rose as he couldn't help praising, "Good, this artifact is almost at the origin grade mid-rank. The Grandmaster who refined it was very meticulous and his craftsmanship is superb. What's more, it is very suitable for women to use. Aha, this time those young lords will probably bleed a lot." Yen Pei's eyes were sharp. How could he not see the huge value of this pair of daggers? Not to mention its grade, just the fact that it was suitable for women was enough for those young masters to break their heads to bid for it. It was definitely the best gift to buy it for the woman they liked. Qian Tong opened his mouth, wanting to go back on his word and take back this artifact, but he also knew that once it was in Yen Pei's hands, it was impossible to take it back. Letting out a deep sigh, Qian Tong could only give up, already wondering if he should participate in the auction and buy these twin daggers. Shadow Moon Hall had a few female disciples with good aptitude, so if he gave them these artifacts, they would definitely be like tigers that had grown wings. Just as he finished sighing, the masters in charge of evaluating the value of the auction items suddenly exclaimed again, this time even more excited than before. This is actually, what? Yen Pei's figure flickered and arrived in front of these masters. Staring at the artifact in the other jade box, his eyes narrowed as he reached out and picked up the red whip, circulating his Saint Chi to probe it, muttering, "An origin grade mid-rank artifact?" Qian Tong was shocked, his old face twisting in shock. Ah, good, this auction finally has something good to show for the finale. Originally, this old master was a little worried that my Treasure Trove Pavilion wouldn't be able to collect any good treasures due to time constraints, but this whip makes up for it. Aha, the heavens are really helping me. Yen Pei laughed and turned to Qian Tong happily, "Brother Qian, you've helped me a lot this time, this old brother will remember this favor." Qian Tong's mouth was filled with bitterness as he squeezed out a smile and said, "Brother Yen Pei is too polite. You and I have known each other for more than a year or two, so of course I can help you, ha." Saying so, Qian Tong was cursing Luo Qing in his heart. Just an origin grade low-rank artifact had almost suffocated him, and now an origin grade mid-rank artifact had appeared. Damn Luo Qing, why didn't he explain everything to this old master? If he had known that Yang Kai was auctioning 2 origin grade artifacts, he would have never given them to Yen Pei. No matter how high the price, he would have bought them for Shadow Moon Hall's use. But now it was too late to say anything. If he wanted it, he could only participate in the auction. How many Saint Crystals would he have to spend? He might not even be able to buy it. Poor Luo Qing didn't know that he had already been blamed by Elder Qian. How could he have known that Yang Kai would be so generous as to directly bring out 2 origin grade artifacts, one of which was even mid-rank? The twin daggers were one thing, after all, with the standard of Shadowed Star's artifact refiners, they could barely refine them, but the grade of the red whip far surpassed the level of Shadowed Star's artifact refiners. Artifacts of this grade could only be obtained through some special means and were simply impossible to refine. This also led to the price of origin grade low-rank artifacts and pills on Shadowed Star being unable to be judged by common sense. Once such an artifact appeared, its price would be sky-high. Good. Yen Pei's dark face was like a blooming peony at this moment. No trace of his previous unhappiness could be seen as he praised again and again, grinning from ear to ear, "Another artifact that is very suitable for women. This time's auction will definitely be very exciting. This old master can't wait to see the scene of people competing for it." Elder Yen?" A trembling voice called out from the side. "Please take a look at this." Saying so, the man handed the jade bottle in his hand to Yen Pei. Yen Pei took it, opened the bottle and glanced inside. His eyes immediately bulged and his hand trembled, almost dropping the jade bottle as he shouted, "An origin condensing pill." These 3 words were like a sledgehammer that slammed into Qian Tong's heart. Almost without hesitation, he rushed over and reached out to grab the jade bottle. Yen Pei's reaction was extremely fast and he sent out a palm strike. The 2 palms collided and Yen Pei and Qian Tong both took a step back. "What are you doing?" Yen Pei was furious as he glared at Qian Tong fiercely. Qian Tong's expression was firm as he quickly said, "Brother Yen Pei, I've thought about it carefully and have decided that I won't participate in this auction. Please give it back to me." If he hadn't seen the origin condensing pill in the jade bottle, Qian Tong would have turned a blind eye, but just now he immediately understood that the origin condensing pill in this jade bottle was much more valuable than an origin grade mid-rank artifact. "You don't want to participate now? It's too late." Yen Pei coldly snorted, "You want me to spit it out when it's already in my hands? Brother Qian, is this the first time you've met this yen?" "That's not right, Brother Yen Pei. Didn't you just say that no matter how valuable an item is, it can't participate in the auction?" Qian Tong's face didn't go red. For 2 origin grade artifacts and an origin condensing pill, what harm was there in throwing away his old face? "This yen said that if I don't see it after half a stick of incense worth of time, I won't participate. Are you deaf?" Yen Pei snorted, but seeing Qian Tong still shamelessly trying to pounce on him, Yen Pei quickly retreated and put the 2 jade boxes and jade bottle into his space ring before waving his hand and shouting, "Keep an eye on Elder Qian. If he dares take another step forward, beat him hard." "Yes." The 4 or 5 origin returning realm masters nodded in unison before taking up positions and glaring at Qian Tong. From the looks of it, they would definitely carry out Yen Pei's orders to the letter. Once Qian Tong made a move, a storm of attacks would follow. Fuck. Qian Tong couldn't help cursing. Since force didn't work, he could only plead softly, "Old Yen, for the sake of our many years of friendship, can't you just return these things to me? Can't you pretend you didn't see these things? Brother's kindness, this Qian Tong will remember it for the rest of his life. There's no need for that for the rest of your life. You're already half buried in the ground, so you don't have many years left to live. I don't need you to remember my kindness." Yen Pei grinned and waved his hand. "Can you not be so venomous? This old master is strong and can live for at least a few hundred years." Qian Tong rolled his eyes. Yen Pei snorted, "If I were you, I would quickly order people to gather Saint crystals. You actually still have time to waste with this old master. This old master admires you. Only you and I know about the appearance of these things, so you still have the advantage." Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and he cupped his fists to Yen Pei before turning around and leaving. He knew better than anyone that no matter what he said, it was impossible to get these things back. "Old Qian, who brought these things to auction?" Yen Pei shouted from behind but received no response. Yen Pei naturally knew that his old friend was sulking, but he didn't care and just chuckled. This person's luck is surprisingly good. Not only did he find 2 origin grade artifacts, but he also found 2 origin condensing pills. It seems his luck is not shallow. Qian Tong left the underground chamber and Luo Qing hurriedly greeted him, but before he could speak he was slapped twice on the head by Qian Tong. Although Qian Tong didn't use his Saint Qi, these 2 slaps were not light, causing Luo Qing to grimace in pain. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy, like a storm was about to arrive. Luo Qing stammered, "Elder, what mistake did this disciple make? You bastard, why did you act so quickly? Couldn't you have delivered these things a stick of incense later? You really pissed this old master off," Qian Tong reprimanded. Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It was clearly Elder Qian Tong's orders that once he obtained the auction items from Yang Kai, they were to be delivered immediately without delay, so why was Elder Qian Tong saying this now? Elder Qian Tong was a kind and gentle person, never giving such contradictory orders, nor beating a disciple for no reason, so in Shadow Moon Hall, Elder Qian was still very prestigious and was admired by many disciples. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Qing didn't dare to ask. Even a blind person could see that Elder Qian Tong was in a bad mood. At this time it was best not to provoke him. The more he did, the more mistakes he would make. "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." Qian Tong looked at him coldly. "Elder's orders." Luo Qing hurriedly said, looking like he was ready to die. "I'll give you an hour to contact all the shops in Heavenly Fate City and collect 20 million, no, 50 million Saint crystals." 50 million? Luo Qing was shocked. "Yes. Yes." Luo Qing quickly responded before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Collecting 50 million Saint crystals in an hour was a long and arduous task. Seeing Luo Qing's figure disappear, Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this auction was being held in Heavenly Fate City. Heavenly Fate City was mostly owned by Shadow Moon Hall, so collecting Saint crystals wasn't a problem. If this auction had been held in another Great Forces territory, Qian Tong would have had no choice but to sigh. At the same time, in Treasure Trove Pavilion's underground secret room, Yen Pei sat in a chair and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling and waving to the Origin returning realm masters who had just participated in the appraisal of the auction items, whispering a few words in their ears. These people nodded and quickly left. A moment later, people began to enter and exit the A-block private rooms, all of them wearing dignified expressions. These people quickly left Treasure Trove Pavilion and headed straight to the main hall where Heavenly Fate City Space Array was located. After a while, some people also left the B-block private rooms. The reason why Treasure Trove Pavilion chose to hold this auction in Heavenly Fate City was because there was a space array here that was connected to the other cities on Shadowed Star, making it convenient for the great forces to come and participate in the auction. Space arrays were extremely precious and were not open to ordinary people, but these people all came from great forces, so the disciples in charge of guarding the space array in Shadow Moon Hall didn't dare stop them and simply allowed them to use it after paying a certain amount of Saint crystals. Chapter 1152. For a time, the space force fluctuations in Heavenly Fate City rose one after another. The space array had never been used so frequently before. When the first space force fluctuation appeared, Qian Tong didn't pay much attention to it. He had originally planned to go to Yang Kai and have a few words with him, telling him not to auction off any good things in the future as he was fully capable of purchasing them. But after 3 or 5 consecutive space force fluctuations, Qian Tong's expression slowly froze. Standing in place, he thought for a moment before his expression changed drastically and he quickly disappeared, rushing towards the palace where the space array was located. Inside the main hall, the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall who were responsible for guarding the space array were at a loss. They didn't understand why so many people had come to use the space array. Wasn't the auction about to begin? Why weren't these people participating in the auction and rushing back to their sects? These newcomers were all masters from great forces, such as Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Colored Glass Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Flame Temple. Each of these forces was no smaller than Shadow Moon Hall, some even stronger. Moreover, these people seemed to dislike each other and were all extremely vigilant, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become tense. The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were afraid that these people would start fighting in the main hall, so they didn't dare to ask too much and just quickly collected the Saint crystals and let them pass. Even so, there were still people who kept urging them to move faster. Several dozen people represented several dozen great forces, so even if they moved quickly, it would still take some time. The operation of the space array, the relocation of the Saint crystals, and the positioning of the destination were all not things that could be completed in 3 or 5 breaths. Just as the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were busy, a surging aura suddenly rushed in from outside. The several dozen masters in the main hall frowned and looked outside. After seeing who it was, they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted, "Elder Qian." Qian Tong's face sank as he quickly walked in. Originally, he had a trace of suspicion and had rushed here to investigate, but now that he saw so many people waiting to use the space array, how could he not understand what was going on? Qian Tong clenched his teeth and roared, "Old man Yen, I'll remember you. I'll sever all ties with you." Just now, Yen Pei had said that he had the advantage. But in the blink of an eye, this advantage was gone. If it wasn't for Yen Pei's information, why would these people be gathered here? When everyone heard Qian Tong's words, they all secretly felt that it was funny, but they didn't dare to show it. Elder Qian was clearly unhappy now, and no one dared to make trouble for him. "Elder." The disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, who had been so busy that they were disoriented, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw their elders arrive. They really couldn't handle such a big battle. How many families have left? Qian Tong took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. 6 of them have already left, a Shadow Moon Hall disciple hurriedly replied. And? Qian Tong nodded. 6 families? He wasn't too late. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 60 to 70 people in the hall and snorted, "Did you all go back to your respective sects to raise Saint crystals? Did you all get the news from Old Man Yen?" The 60 to 70 people looked embarrassed. Some scratched their ears and cheeks, some looked up at the ceiling of the hall, and some pulled up familiar faces and whispered, but no one answered Qian Tong's question. "All right, if you want to go back to raise Saint crystals, I won't stop you." But this time, Sky Fortune City's space array has been continuously used, and it's a great danger to the array here. It might even be scrapped. I'll have to raise the cost of your usage. The 60 to 70 masters suddenly went into an uproar as they stared at Qian Tong in shock. Everyone knew that he was just spouting nonsense. The space array was a relic from ancient times and had been in use for so many years without any problems. Even if it was frequently used, it wouldn't be scrapped. This was just an excuse for Qian Tong to raise the price. Everyone understood, but no one dared to question Qian Tong. After all, this was Sky Fortune City, Shadow Moon Hall's city. The space array was also Shadow Moon Hall's property. Unless they didn't want to use it anymore, they wouldn't dare offend him. They were all shouldering important missions and all they wanted to do was leave as soon as possible. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and quoted, "The increase isn't much, just 500,000 high-rank Saint crystals per person." "Elder Qian, this isn't appropriate." Someone immediately shouted, "Normally, a single use only costs 10,000 high-rank Saint crystals, but you've increased it by 50 times, isn't that a bit too much?" "That's right, isn't 500,000 high-rank Saint crystals too much?" "Elder Qian, you can't accept this kind of black-hearted money." A large group of people began to clamor. 500,000 high-rank Saint crystals per use of the space array, who could afford to use it? Several Shadow Moon Hall disciples saw that the situation was getting out of hand and couldn't help feeling panic. This was something that would incur public anger, so how could Elder Qian say such a thing? They felt that the elder was a little confused. "You don't have to use it, this old master isn't forcing you to use it." Qian Tong said calmly, unmoved, "But this old master has to remind you that the auction is about to begin. If you can't collect enough Saint crystals before those things appear, haha, I'll use it, here are 500,000 Saint crystals." Before Qian Tong could finish speaking, a burly man walked over and tossed a space ring to the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array. The disciple caught the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, and nodded to Qian Tong after confirming there were no problems. "Open the array." Qian Tong waved his hand and in a flash of white light, the burly man's figure gradually disappeared. Even now, the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were still a little confused, unable to understand how 500,000 Saint crystals could be obtained so easily. The maintenance and use of space arrays was only for the convenience of communication between the great forces on Shadowed Star. No one had ever used them as a tool to make money, but today their own elder Qian Tong had set a precedent, and it seemed to be working quite well. Using the space array once cost 500,000 Saint crystals, and there were 60 to 70 people here, some of whom were still on their way. Just how many Saint crystals did this cost? The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall trembled with excitement. If they could do this in the future, Shadow Moon Hall wouldn't need to operate a shop anymore. All they needed to do was collect money to use the space array and Shadow Moon Hall would become the wealthiest great force on Shadowed Star. After the burly man left, everyone was only stunned for a moment before immediately rushing forward to hand over the 500,000 Saint crystals to use the space array. The several Shadow Moon Hall disciples grinned widely and one of them was responsible for counting the Saint crystals. Every time there was an error, the space array would be opened and the person who had paid the fee would be sent away, counting the money until their hands were cramping. "Elder Qian, the next time you come to Heaven's Expanse City, my floating mist hall will definitely entertain you warmly." A middle-aged man was unhappy that Qian Tong had extorted so many Saint crystals and stared at Qian Tong before leaving. What he meant was that the next time Qian Tong used the space array in Heaven's Expanse City, he would take back the 500,000 Saint crystals. Qian Tong said with a scoundrel look on his face, "This old master will die of old age in Heavenly Fate City and won't go anywhere else in the future." With just one sentence, the middle-aged man was angered and quickly activated the space array to send him to Heaven's Expanse City. The scene in the hall was very lively. Watching one person after another pay the Saint crystals and be teleported away, Qian Tong's heart finally calmed down a bit. Yen Pei had done all this so he couldn't be blamed for doing the same. In any case, now that things had gotten to this point, Qian Tong decided to make a fortune first. Never before had an auction been held like today's. All the great forces had suddenly decided to raise a large number of Saint crystals, and before the auction had even begun, Heavenly Fate City was secretly filled with an upsurge of competition and infighting. There had also never been an auction that brought so much profit to the local forces. This time, Shadow Moon Hall charged more than 30 million high-rank Saint crystals for the use of the space array, and this was only because some of the forces with insufficient financial resources felt that they had no chance of winning and voluntarily gave up on using the space array. Otherwise, the profits from Shadow Moon Hall this time would have been even greater. While the space array here was constantly operating, the auction and treasure trove pavilion had already begun on time. Yen Pei's thoughts were sinister. He deliberately let people leak some information so that the final auction would be more intense. In fact, he had done it, but it didn't hinder the auction. He also didn't deliberately postpone the auction. The most valuable items would naturally be auctioned off at the end, leaving at least 12 to 14 hours free. During this time, the great forces should be able to collect a lot of Saint crystals. Yen Pei was looking forward to the progress of this auction more than ever, sipping some spirit tea in a private room inside the A block as he waited quietly for the final item. The sound of wind instruments, gongs and drums filled the air, and the noisy auction hall instantly quieted down. On the high platform, more than a dozen young girls were gracefully descending from the sky like butterflies. Each of them carried a small flower basket, and they constantly took out flower petals from the basket and scattered them down. The light from the illuminating stones on the ceiling illuminated the entire high platform, making it as bright as day, attracting everyone's attention. The fragrance of flowers filled the air as the dozen or so young girls smiled sweetly, their figures graceful, as if they were goddesses who had descended from the heavens. The young girls' long sleeves danced gracefully, their figures graceful and their dance moves beautiful, their expressions either happy or angry. After the song was over, they bowed and withdrew. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure slowly walked up to the high platform. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She was dressed very generously, and her tight dress couldn't hold back her proud charm. Her two jade arms were exposed, and the lapel at her chest was split open, revealing her deep white cleavage. Her mature charm was on the verge of bursting out. Her hair was tied up in a bun behind her head, revealing her slender white neck, giving her an elegant and graceful appearance. When this beautiful woman appeared, she was even more eye-catching than the dozen or so young girls. She exuded an enchanting aura, and there seemed to be a faint halo of light flowing around her body, giving her an indescribably beautiful appearance. Chapter 1153. The beautiful woman stood on the high platform and gracefully bowed, a smile appearing on her face as her red lips gently touched and a pleasant voice rang out. Many thanks to all of you for participating in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction this time. This mistress would like to thank all of you for coming from afar. She would also like to thank Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian Tong for his strong support. Elder Qian's contributions to this auction being able to proceed smoothly cannot go unnoticed. As soon as these words came out, the several dozen private rooms in A block and B block immediately began cursing. They had just received news from their disciples that they had been extorted by Qian Tong for 500,000 Saint crystals just to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. Who would thank Qian Tong now? Not cursing out loud could already be considered giving Qian Tong some face due to his status, but thanking him? Thanking his grandmother. Yang Kai, who was in private room C13, looked at the beautiful woman with interest. Although he had never participated in an auction before, that didn't mean he was ignorant about it. In an auction, the auctioneer played a very important role. A good auctioneer was good at stirring up the atmosphere of the scene. Once the atmosphere was stirred up, the price of the auction items would rise sharply. This beautiful woman was so beautiful that even if she didn't say anything, she could still raise the atmosphere of the auction hall by several levels. The people from Endless Treasures Pavilion were truly sinister. The beautiful woman on the stage announced her name and modestly reviewed Treasure Trove Pavilion's lack of hospitality. Her words were very appropriate, and no one could find any fault with them. The smile on her face that was like a spring breeze made everyone feel the warmth of a guest's home. Her beautiful watery eyes looked around, making everyone mistakenly think that she was looking at them, waiting for them to show their rich and imposing side. After a while, the beautiful woman suddenly changed the topic and chuckled, "Let's not waste any more time. The auction will now begin. The first item we will be auctioning today is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor." As she spoke, a woman in palace robes slowly walked over from behind, holding a jade plate in her hand. Atop this jade plate was the Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor. This artifact armor was filled with 5-colored light and exuded a strong energy fluctuation. At first glance, it was obvious it was a good defensive artifact. The beautiful woman waited for everyone to finish admiring the armor. Only then did he continue, "This 5-colored jade armor is the recent work of our Treasure Trove Pavilion's master refiner, Gong Tai Hong. Master Gong's reputation is out there, so I don't think I need to elaborate on his craftsmanship. Not only does this armor have outstanding defensive capabilities, it can also change its size. This artifact armor can be used by both men and women. The starting bid is 30,000 Saint crystals and each bid must not be less than 2,000 Saint crystals. Please. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the woman's low price. He glanced at Yang Inflammation. He remembered that when Yang Yin had refined the first batch of artifacts for him, he had refined a Saint King grade high-rank auxiliary artifact using the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly. According to Yang Yin, those wings could be sold for 30,000 Saint crystals. Although they were both Saint King grade high-rank, Yang Kai felt that the pair of wings refined by Yang Yin was much better than this so-called 5-colored jade armor. Not only were they rare and beautiful, and it was even applicable. The female disciple from Treasure Trove Pavilion who had been holding the artifact armor walked off the high platform and handed it to the young man before accepting the Saint crystals. The young man gave the artifact armor to the beautiful woman who was snuggling up to him as soon as he received it, winning him a kiss on the cheek. The young man laughed heartily as if he was the biggest winner in the world. The second auction item was a bottle of 10 King transformation pills with a base price of 10,000 Saint crystals. In the end, it was sold for 27,000 Saint crystals. Similarly, it was bought by a person in the hall. From the looks of it, this person should be from some small family who had bought these King transformation pills for their family's disciple to break through to the Saint King realm. The following items were all kinds of pills, artifacts, secret arts, martial skills and so on. There were even some precious raw materials with varying base prices. The atmosphere in the auction house gradually heated up. Once these precious items were brought out, countless people scrambled to bid. The most expensive item even sold for 200,000 Saint crystals, leaving Yang Kai speechless. He felt that he had still underestimated the capital of the great forces on Shadowed Star. Most of his understanding of Shadowed Star came from Wu Yi's descriptions. Wu Yi's background wasn't high, so she didn't know much about the great forces, so naturally she didn't understand what kind of wealth these people possessed. But now it seemed that there were many rich people on Shadowed Star. Inside the auction house, Yang Kai was infected by the atmosphere. Sometimes, even knowing that the items being auctioned were of no use to him, he still felt the urge to bid. Fortunately, Yang Kai was almost penniless and had no ability to participate in this auction. Even if he had the ability, he had self-control. Secretly sighing, Yang Kai understood why this auction was so popular. If an item worth 10,000 Saint crystals was taken to an auction, it could be sold for several times its original price. Auctions were definitely the best way to gather money. Yang Kai still had some sense of reason, but Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were unable to restrain themselves. The two of them were completely immersed in the bidding and weren't qualified to bid, but that didn't prevent them from gesticulating and cheering for others in the private room. Whenever someone they thought highly of failed to win an item, they would sigh in frustration. What part of them were they acting like virtuous ladies? Yang Kai's face turned red as he watched them, grabbing 2 spirit fruits and stuffing them into each of their mouths, finally shutting their chattering mouths. The 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall who were standing behind him couldn't help giggling, their shoulders trembling slightly as they tried to hold back their laughter. The auction was in full swing, and as time passed, the value of the items Treasure Trove Pavilion brought out became higher and higher. In the first 2 hours, the items being auctioned were basically auctioned off by the cultivator sitting in the hall. The great forces who owned the private rooms didn't make a move, but after 2 hours passed, the sound of bidding continued to ring out from the private rooms. The beautiful woman had been standing on the stage for a long time with a smile on her beautiful face. She didn't feel tired at all, and her words were still crisp and pleasant to the ears. At the most opportune time, she provoked the enthusiasm of those who were bidding, causing every auction item to be sold at the ideal price. There was no item that went unsold. The next item to be auctioned is a very special item. The beautiful woman opened her lips again, her seductive voice seeming to grow claws as she pulled out Saint crystals from everyone's pockets. The reason why this item is special is because its value can be high or low. While she was speaking, another woman wearing a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a jade plate in her hand. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade plate. They wanted to know what this thing was that the beautiful woman had described it so ambiguously. Arriving on the high platform, the woman in palace robes picked up the item on the jade plate, pinched it with both hands and slowly turned it in a circle. Countless divine senses immediately swept it, and after everyone had seen it clearly, she returned the item to the jade plate. The beautiful auctioneer chuckled and said, "Everyone should have seen it clearly. This is a map fragment. The origin of this map fragment is very special. A disciple of my treasure trove pavilion was out collecting auction items when he accidentally saved a person. That person was grateful to my treasure trove pavilion's disciple for saving his life and had nothing else on him, so he decided to give this map fragment away. It is said that this is an ancestral artifact of his family. According to the research of many masters of my treasure trove pavilion, this map fragment is only a fraction of the entire map. As for how much it is, we don't know, but this map fragment has a long history, at least several thousand years old. The place this map fragment points to is not clear, and no one knows what is hidden in that place. Perhaps there is nothing there, but perhaps there is a shocking amount of wealth, a coveted inheritance, or a top-grade artifact or secret art. Chapter 1154. The beautiful woman's melodious voice rang out, her subtle description causing the atmosphere of the scene to become even more heated. Shocking wealth, top-grade secret arts, mysterious inheritances, all of these items greatly aroused the interest of the people in the private rooms. However, everyone knew that although this woman's words were beautiful, they were actually quite unreliable. It was just a fragment of a map. Who could possibly find the right place to investigate what was hidden there? If this map fragment really had great value, it wouldn't have been put up for auction. Treasure Trove Pavilion was a powerful force, so it would naturally organize people to search for this treasure. The beautiful woman observed everyone's expressions and knew that her purpose had been achieved, so she no longer said anything and simply smiled. The base price of this map fragment is 10,000 Saint crystals, please bid. She didn't even mention how to increase the price each time, obviously allowing everyone to bid freely. 10,000. Although it was a fragment of a map, that did not hinder its collectible value. Just because no other map fragments could be found now did not mean they could not be found in the future. Spending 10,000 Saint crystals to buy it may be a great opportunity, so as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, countless people began bidding. The beautiful woman smiled lightly and turned to someone in the hall. This friend in seat 87 is the first to bid. If anyone else wants it, please increase the price. 12,000. 15,000. Bids rang out in the hall one after another. Even those who owned private rooms began bidding one after another, but each time they didn't raise the price by much, at most 2,000 to 3,000 Saint crystals. The base price of 10,000 was soon raised to 50,000, then 70,000, 80,000, after 80,000, the atmosphere of the scene solidified and no one continued to bid. No one was willing to spend 80,000 Saint crystals to buy a map fragment they didn't know the purpose of. Its main value was simply to be a collection. Yang Kai shook his head and was about to say something to Wu Yi when he suddenly noticed that Yang Yan's expression was a little strange and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Yan turned his head and glanced at him before replying in the same low voice, "I seem to have a similar map fragment." What? Yang Kai was shocked and asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Yang Yan nodded firmly. 82,000. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly bid. But after bidding, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have so many Saint crystals and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. But since the price had already been bid, it was naturally impossible to take it back. If he really did so, he would definitely be thrown out by Treasure Trove Pavilion, which would be a disgrace. The atmosphere, which had cooled down for a long time, was once again stirred up by Kai Yang's bid. The auctioneer's smile was especially brilliant. Looking towards the private room, she said in a loud voice, "The friend in room C13 has bid 82,000. Are there any higher bids?" Yang 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 and Yang 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 Yang. Saint. Yang Kai clearly felt that after this person bid, countless divine senses instantly gathered on him. There were only two possibilities for this person to be so determined to snatch this map fragment. Either he didn't care about the 100,000 Saint crystals and wanted to buy an opportunity to take back, or he had another map fragment. The man who called out the 100,000 price seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately lowered his head, but his appearance had already been memorized, so it was too late for him to hide it now. Yang Kai also remembered this man's appearance. If it weren't for Elder Chen's efforts, we wouldn't be qualified to sit here, Yang Kai chuckled and said while inviting Chen Tong to sit down. Chen Tong waved his hand and said, "This Chen still has to preside over the auction for the Shadow Moon Hall, so I won't disturb Nephew Yang any longer. This time I came here specifically to thank Nephew Yang." "Thank me?" Yang Kai was confused, not knowing what he was talking about. "Yes, Nephew Yang, thank you for bringing a huge profit to the Shadow Moon Hall." Haha, this is a small token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall. Please don't refuse it, Qian Tong said as he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai didn't take it and instead looked at Qian Tong and said, Elder Qian, can you make yourself clear? I really don't know what I've done to benefit the Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong's words were very meaningful. He said that this was a token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall, so he wasn't representing himself, but the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai felt uneasy about accepting benefits from a great force for no reason. Moreover, he had only brought a few auction items, which could only be said to be beneficial to the Endless Treasures Pavilion. It had nothing to do with the Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong seemed to know that Yang Kai didn't like to accept favors for no reason. Last time he had given him a wild rose pill for healing, but that had been rejected by him. This time if he didn't make things clear, Yang Kai would definitely not accept this space ring. After thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong said, It's like this, the several auction items nephew Yang sent over were extremely valuable. The great forces that came to participate weren't fully prepared, so they had no choice but to borrow my Heavenly Fate City's space array to return to their respective sects to raise St. Crystals. This old master collected a small toll fee from them, so a large part of this toll fee is nephew Yang's contribution. However, these are the assets of the Shadow Moon Hall, so this old master doesn't dare to give you too much. This is just a small token of appreciation, so nephew Yang shouldn't refuse. Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected that Qian Tong would even be able to do this kind of business. He couldn't help admiring him in his heart, wondering just how many people he had offended. No wonder he had seen people going in and out of the A block and B block private rooms just now. It turned out they had gone back to raise St. Crystals. Yang Kai was well aware of the value of the auction items he had sent over, so now that he heard Qian Tong say this, he immediately understood that he had indeed contributed greatly. No longer refusing, Yang Kai happily accepted the space ring and laughed. Since that's the case, Junior won't be polite. Originally, I wanted to borrow some St. Crystals from Elder Qian, but now it seems there's no need for that. Yang Kai really did want to borrow some St. Crystals from Qian Tong. He didn't intend to participate in the auction, but the appearance of this map fragment made Yang Kai realize that there might really be something he needed here. If he saw something good but didn't have St. Crystals to bid for it, how shabby would that be? On top of that, Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation had been so enthusiastic about cheering others on, so Yang Kai felt it was time to let them participate. But unexpectedly, Qian Tong seemed to have predicted this and sent him St. Crystals. This made Yang Kai very happy. Qian Tong also smiled and said, As long as you don't bid for anything too expensive, these St. Crystals should be enough for nephew Yang's needs. He didn't say how much he had given and Yang Kai didn't ask for details. This kind of thing should be kept between heaven and earth, there was no need to make a big deal out of it. After all, Qian Tong had said that this was the property of Shadow Moon Hall, so him giving Yang Kai some St. Crystals was already a great favor. At that moment, the beautiful woman on the auction stage said loudly, The next item to be auctioned is something I believe everyone will be very interested in. Friends, please prepare yourselves to bid. As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai clearly felt the atmosphere in the private rooms become dignified. Obviously, everyone had already received some gossip and knew what this item might be. On the other hand, the cultivator in the hall was confused, but that didn't stop them from looking forward to it. The woman in palace robes who was responsible for presenting the auction items once again stepped onto the high platform. A delicate jade bottle was placed on top of the jade plate. The beautiful woman picked up the jade bottle, uncorked it, and shouted in a seemingly excited voice, This time, the auction item is an origin condensing pill. Sure enough, as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, the audience burst into an uproar. The beautiful woman watched with a smile, very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Chapter 1155. After the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, everyone in the auction hall became noisy. Inside room C13, Qian Tong hurriedly cupped his fists to Yang Kai and said, After this auction, nephew Yang, please don't be in a hurry to leave. This old master still has something to discuss with you. This old master has to go grab this origin condensing pill, so I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai did not try to persuade him to stay and simply nodded, Elder Qian please. Qian Tong left in a hurry. The beautiful auctioneer stretched out her hand and gestured for everyone to calm down before continuing. Everyone knows the role of an origin condensing pill. It can increase a third-order Saint King cultivator's chances of breaking through to the origin returning realm. Shadowed Star is short on resources and has no Origin King Realm Masters. Origin Returning Realm Masters are our greatest foundation, but every year the number of Origin Returning Realm Masters on our side is very small. The biggest reason for this is that not many people can refine an Origin Condensing Pill. This pill is a Saint King grade high rank pill, but its refining difficulty is no less than that of an Origin grade pill. The success rate of refining one is less than 20 to 30%. My treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect one. Now the auction will begin. The base price is 100,000 Saint Crystals, and each increase must be no less than 2,000. The beautiful auctioneer's words reached Yang Kai's ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. This Origin Condensing Pill was clearly his to auction, and it was only one of 2 pills. When did Treasure Trove Pavilion spend so much effort to collect it? This woman was really lying through her teeth, but in the entire auction hall, except for a few people who knew the truth, everyone else obviously did not understand the origins of this Origin Condensing Pill. The beautiful auctioneer was obviously trying to raise the price of this Origin Condensing Pill. An Origin Condensing Pill was equivalent to an Origin Returning Realm Master, so any great force present would want it. However, Yang Kai had clearly taken 2 Origin Condensing Pills, but now Treasure Trove Pavilion was only throwing out one. Obviously, they wanted to make a big deal out of the other Origin Condensing Pill. This first Origin Condensing Pill was just a warm-up, so even if someone tried to snatch it, it wouldn't be too difficult. A cultivator's advancement did not have to rely on elixirs. Elixirs were only supplementary means. Yang Kai's guess was correct. The competition for the Origin Condensing Pill was indeed fierce, but the private rooms with the solemn atmosphere just now had actually refrained from making a move. On the contrary, the cultivators sitting in the hall fought to bid. In a short period of time, the starting price had soared from 100,000 to 280,000. The forces behind the cultivator were not as wealthy as the forces in the private rooms, and the number of return to Origin stage cultivators they had was also very small. An Origin Condensing Pill might not be much to a large force. After all, it could only nurture one return to Origin stage cultivator. However, it was a different story for small forces. With one more return to Origin stage cultivator, perhaps the status of their sect or family would rise significantly. For example, the Haiku family and the Su family both had more than a dozen third-order Saint Kings but no Origin Returning Realm Masters. If they were given an Origin Condensing Pill, they could completely break away from the shackles of the outer forces and enter Shadow Moon Hall, enjoying a completely different treatment. That was why they were fighting over this Origin Condensing Pill. After the price reached 280,000, the bids in the hall gradually weakened. 280,000 high-rank Saint Crystals was probably the bottom line of these people. Even if they wanted it, they couldn't afford it. Number 321 has bid 280,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The beautiful auctioneer once again called out sinisterly as her beautiful eyes swept around. As for the person who called out the price of 280,000, he stood up excitedly and looked left and right. His face was filled with nervousness and eagerness, as if he was afraid that someone else would make a bid to suppress him. He even impatiently shouted at the beautiful woman, "Quickly call out the number, no one is increasing the price, hurry up." The beautiful auctioneer seemed to be very understanding as she smiled lightly and shouted, 280,000 going once? 300,000. From one of the private rooms, a low voice suddenly called out, interrupting the beautiful auctioneer's words. The beautiful auctioneer froze for a moment before turning her gaze towards the private room, a look of understanding flashing across her beautiful eyes as she waited quietly. As for the cultivator who was about to succeed, when he heard that the bid of 300,000 came from an A-class private room, he immediately sat down with a gloomy expression and hung his head dejectedly for a while. Without even mentioning the fact that someone else's bid was higher than his, the identity and status of the person in the A-block private room alone was not something he could afford to provoke. This person hadn't made a move yet, obviously not wanting to compete with the cats and dogs in the hall, and was only preparing to make the final call at the critical moment. It could be said that this person's methods were quite good. First, he gave the cultivator in the hall a chance to bid before making a strong move to show off his wealth. Sure enough, no one in the hall made another bid. The beautiful auctioneer lightly opened her mouth, preparing to call out the number again. In her mind, although an Origin Condensing Pill was precious and rare, the price of 300,000 high-rank Saint Crystals was about right. But before she could open her mouth, someone actually made a bid again, and this time the price was quite outrageous. 400,000. After the bidder made his bid, he chuckled meaningfully. An origin condensing pill is such a precious thing, naturally one should raise the price to their heart's content. What's the point of adding up to 10 or 20,000? These words sounded like they were mocking the cultivator in the A-block private room who had previously bid 300,000, but no one thought there was anything wrong with them because the person who made this bid was also from the A-block private room, so his status was obviously no lower than the previous bidders. On Shadowed Star, the various great forces were not harmonious. Many of them fought openly and secretly, and many of them were even life or death enemies. The smart ones had already guessed that there was some kind of grievance between these two bidders, or perhaps there was some kind of grudge between the forces they belonged to. $900,000. The man competing with Chen Tong also became enraged and abandoned his previous method of increasing the price by 10,000, directly raising the price by 100,000. At the same time he shouted angrily, "Old dog Chen Tong, if you want to fight, this old master will accompany you, there's no need to disgust me like this. A trivial few 100,000 Saint crystals is nothing to my sea temple." Ah! Chen Tong's laughter rang out. "Jianghu, what do you mean by that? Is this your first time participating in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Don't you understand the principle that the highest bidder wins? This old master likes this origin condensing pill, so naturally he can bid as much as he wants, but if you can't afford it, don't try to compete with this old master. This old master doesn't have much, but he does have a lot of Saint crystals. This old master has just picked up a few tens of millions of Saint crystals and has no place to spend them. If I don't buy something I like, what else can I do? Am I supposed to take them to my grave?" As soon as these words came out, disdainful voices immediately rang out from the private rooms. The Sea Temple master named Jianghu was so angry he almost coughed up blood. The Saint crystals Chen Tong had picked up were something almost everyone in the private rooms had a share of, so naturally Sea Temple had a share as well. Taking someone else's Saint crystals and competing with them for something was simply inhumane. Chen Tong's approach was simply too immoral. These 150,000 Saint crystals had not been spent in vain. If the profound insect stone could really allow the soul-devouring insects to evolve further, allowing them to deal with Saint Kings and origin-returning realm cultivators, their usefulness would be enormous. "What kind of exotic insects do you have?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously. "I'll tell you when we get back," Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely but didn't say anything more. "Look, that twin dagger is being auctioned," Wu Yi suddenly called out excitedly. She knew she couldn't reveal that it was Yang Inflammation who refined it, so she didn't dare mention Yang Inflammation's name. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation both looked towards the auction stage and saw the twin daggers appear on the stage. Moreover, there was more than one origin-grade artifact being auctioned. A row of 12 women in palatial robes appeared, each holding a jade plate. Each jade plate held an artifact of the same grade, all of them origin-grade low rank. The aura surrounding them was extremely dense, attracting everyone's attention at once. The beautiful female auctioneer smiled again and said, "Everyone should be clear about the items being auctioned this time. And these are 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Everyone present should also know that it won't be long before one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden areas, the Luyan Sandfield, opens. This is a great opportunity that only appears once every several hundred years. If you want to enter the Luyan Sandfield, you must have enough strength, and not only that, you must also have excellent equipment." These 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts were specifically collected by my Treasure Trove Pavilion for the upcoming opening of the Luyan Sandfield. They are all things that can be used to protect your life. There are not many origin-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star, and my Treasure Trove Pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect these 12 artifacts, resulting in many casualties among our disciples. The beautiful female auctioneer continued to speak from the high platform, causing Yang Kai to frown as he turned to Wu Yi and asked curiously, "What are the 3 great forbidden areas?" Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "You haven't been on Shadowed Star for long, so naturally you haven't heard of them. The 3 great forbidden areas are infamous existences on Shadowed Star, and everyone who talks about them pales. The first one is the Luoyan sandfield she just mentioned. That place covers an unknown area and is shrouded in intense heat all year round. Even the outermost layer of this heat is not something a person can resist. Occasionally it will appear for a brief moment, attracting many people to enter it, but no one has ever come out alive. Only under some special circumstances will the Emperor Garden stabilize, and once it does, it will be a great opportunity. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little excited when he heard this. The Star Emperor's back garden was filled with countless precious treasures. The third forbidden zone is located in the territory of the sea. It's called Serene Soul Island, which is also extremely dangerous. If the Luoyan sandfield has always existed and the Emperor Garden occasionally appears, then the Serene Soul Island is truly untraceable. No one has ever seen it and no one has ever been able to find it. All those who have seen it have died. Wu Yi's words were filled with a gloomy aura, causing Yang Yen to shiver uncontrollably. This little girl's courage had always been quite small. Since no one has ever seen it, why does anyone know about Serene Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Of the three great forbidden zones, he felt this one was the most unreliable. Wu Yi smiled faintly. Its existence is reasonable. Since everyone knows about Serene Soul Island, it must exist. Yang Kai didn't dwell on this issue, but the impending opening of the Luoyan sandfield made him very excited. There was no better place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water than that. Zhong Ao had said that when refining the profound Yin sunflower water, as long as it was within the limits of one's body, the higher the temperature, the better. The higher the temperature, the better the profound Yin sunflower water's power would be. Should I go there when the time comes? Yang Kai thought to himself. Yen Pei's blunt words made all the experts in the private rooms suck in a breath of cold air. This old black face harbored evil intentions. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he would only give up after all of them went bankrupt. It was truly too vicious. There were even many people who had the thought of immediately leaving this place. If they stayed, they might really go bankrupt. Yen Pei, however, did not give them a chance and continued, "Without further ado, I will now introduce this auction's finale item." With a wave of his hand, a woman in palace robes immediately walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, causing everyone to grit their teeth in anger. The woman in palace robes stood in front of Yen Pei and Yen Pei loudly declared, "Everyone open your eyes wide and look carefully." Saying so, she lifted the red cloth and revealed a long red whip on the jade plate. This long whip's shape was smooth, with sections like a scorpion's tail that were tightly connected without any gaps. The tip of the whip was like a sharp spike that flickered with a dark green light. At a glance, it was clear that this spike was extremely poisonous. "Dragon-beating whip!" Yen Pei shouted. In room C13, Yang Kai had just taken a sip of tea when he heard the name Yen Pei gave to this long red whip and almost spat it out. The treasure trove pavilion had given the previous twin prongs the exquisite twin prongs. It wasn't a bad name, but it was a mediocre name. This long red whip was called Dragon-beating whip by Yen Pei, a truly domineering name. Old Blackface's face was really thick, daring to give it such a name. Burning gazes came from all directions as countless divine senses swept over this item, causing the sounds of discussion to ring out in the private rooms of the hall. Yen Pei quickly shouted, "This is a genuine origin grade mid-rank artifact. According to the appraisal of my treasure trove pavilion's grandmasters, the main material of this whip is the tail of the ninth order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion, supplemented by a variety of origin-grade ores. This old master will not explain what an origin-grade mid-rank artifact represents, as everyone here should be clear in their hearts. This is a work of art that far surpasses the standard of artifact refining on Shadowed Star. This whip is over 20 meters long and can be changed in length by pouring Saint Chi into it. What's more, the Grandmaster who refined this dragon-beating whip perfectly preserved the toxicity of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's tail. Although it is somewhat sinister, it greatly increases the power of this dragon-beating whip. Yan Pei said as he picked up the dragon-beating whip from the jade plate and swung it around the high platform, letting everyone feel the power of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Chapter 1162. The auction for the Dragon Striker whip had always been stable, and although the price was rising steadily, everyone's bids were still reasonable, only increasing by 200,000 or 300,000. However, Yang Kai had suddenly bid 6 million, a full million higher than Yin Su Dai's bid. The audience was once again in an uproar. On the auction stage, the beautiful woman who had presided over the auction before glanced at old Yan Pei suspiciously, thinking that this was some kind of shill arranged by old Yan Pei, but this shill was obviously too obvious. How could she have known that Yan Pei would actually shake his head slowly, meaning that the shill she had arranged was not in that private room, causing the beautiful woman to be stunned. Inside room C13, hearing Yang Kai actually bid a high price of 6 million, Wu Yi and Yang Yen both covered their mouths and stared at him in amazement, not knowing what he was trying to do. 6 million. If this Dragon Striker whip fell into their hands, wouldn't they have nowhere to cry? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with confidence. He believed that the price of this Dragon Striker whip was more than 6 million. At the very least, it was more than that on this occasion. Since participating in this auction, Yang Kai had already estimated the value of various artifacts and found that there was a huge difference from his initial estimate. He had thought that the origin-grade low-rank artifacts would only sell for 200,000 or 300,000 Saint crystals, but each one had sold for more than 1 million. The twin daggers refined by Yang Yen had sold for a high price of 1 million Saint crystals. Now that the Dragon Striker whip was a genuine origin-grade mid-rank artifact, how could it only sell for a few million Saint crystals? It was possible for it to sell for 10 million Saint crystals. If it weren't for Chu Changfeng's words, there would definitely be countless people bidding for this Dragon Striker whip, causing its price to skyrocket. However, because of Chu Changfeng's words, there were very few people bidding now, none of them willing to offend Yang Kai and Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass sect, resulting in an awkward silence. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Chu Changfeng, nor did he have the slightest friendship with Yin Su Dai, so of course he wouldn't allow his things to be taken advantage of by strangers. Since no one was willing to bid, Yang Kai had no choice but to bid. At worst, he would buy back the Dragon Striker whip, but he couldn't allow others to take advantage of it. You sure talk big. 6 million, can you take it out? Chu Changfeng's cold voice called out from the private room, apparently feeling that a person from the C-block private room couldn't afford so many Saint crystals. What does it have to do with you whether others can take it out or not? If he can't take it out, Treasure Trove Pavilion will naturally make him pay the price. If you want to bid, then bid. So much nonsense, Fang Tianzhong said mockingly. Brother Fang, this has nothing to do with you, right? Why are you talking so much? Chu Changfeng's voice became even colder. Normally, he and Fang Tianzhong were at loggerheads, but at this time the other party was actually trying to humiliate him, making Chu Changfeng unable to bear it. I just don't like the way some people behave. Juniors, don't be so condescending. If you dare to be so long-winded again, then both of you will be chased out of Treasure Trove Pavilion and never allowed to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions again. Yan Pei snorted coldly. Since old Yan Pei had spoken, no one dared to refuse, so Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong quickly apologized. Yan Pei nodded slightly and said loudly, 6 million for room C13. Are there any higher bids? 5 million. Chu Changfeng immediately increased the price. On the high platform, Yan Pei lightly coughed and announced, the next item to be auctioned is the finale. While he was speaking, the beautiful auctioneer from before personally carried a jade plate in front of Yan Pei. Everyone could see that the beautiful auctioneer's delicate body was slightly trembling, and the hand that held the jade plate was also trembling. This scene made the experts in the various private rooms extremely curious. This beautiful auctioneer was a member of the Endless Treasures Pavilion and could be considered as someone who had seen the world and had rich experience. Just what could actually make her so excited? The smile on her pretty face seemed a little stiff. Everyone please look. Yen Pei lifted the red cloth covering the jade plate and the final auction item immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a transparent bottle that was neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This bottle was definitely of great value, but what attracted everyone's attention was not the bottle, but the pill lying quietly inside. This pill was round and full, and there were clear crisscrossing lines on its surface, similar to the meridians of a human body. Pill veins. An origin condensing pill with pill veins. Countless cries of alarm rang out from all directions. At this moment, all the major private rooms were filled with varying degrees of commotion. Some people crushed the chairs they were sitting on, some overturned tables and some broke teacups. At this moment, the various masters of Shadowed Star could no longer remain calm. They who had always been able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of them, were now like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, panicking and making a fool of themselves. The cultivators in the hall were also in an uproar. An origin condensing pill had been auctioned off in the middle of the auction and was bought by Sea Temple's third temple master Jianghu for a price of 1.01 million saint stones. Now that another origin condensing pill had appeared, everyone naturally recognized it. However, this origin condensing pill was clearly different from the previous one. It was an origin condensing pill with pill veins. An origin condensing pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill and was extremely difficult to refine. Only origin grade low-rank alchemists could refine it, but an origin condensing pill with pill veins was something even origin king grade alchemists could not necessarily refine. At this moment, one had appeared on the auction stage. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flew out from all directions, each of them concealing their auras and their eyes flashing like lightning. These people were all origin returning realm masters of Endless Treasures Pavilion. They flew out and stood on the high platform, surrounding the origin condensing pill with dignified expressions on their faces, as if they would kill anyone who dared to approach. The murderous aura exuding from their bodies was so dense that it was almost tangible, causing the entire auction hall to instantly fall silent. When the masters in the private rooms saw this scene, their emotions gradually calmed down and they slowly took their seats, but their brows were still filled with shock and determination. They finally understood why Yen Pei had sent them a message and told them to go back and collect Saint Crystals. It turned out that the real finale of the auction was not the Dragon Striker whip, but this origin condensing pill with pill veins. Such an origin condensing pill was absolutely priceless and worth all of them going bankrupt. In his opinion, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had used this origin condensing pill as the final auction item, it would definitely sell for a higher price than the Dragon Striker whip, but this price was simply too outrageous. He had once again misjudged the value of the item he had taken out. With such a situation occurring, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't his fault and that there was something else he didn't understand. How could he have known that the cultivator on Shadowed Star would actually use an origin condensing pill that had formed pill veins to develop the potential of a cultivator in order to reach the origin king realm? At this moment, Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing that he hadn't refined both origin condensing pills with pill veins. At that time, in order to participate in the auction, he had deliberately refined an ordinary origin condensing pill and one with pill veins. His original intention was just to get some Saint Crystals for Yang Yen to buy the materials he needed to arrange the spirit array, but in the end he had obtained a shocking amount of money. Yang Kai, don't tell us this origin condensing pill was also auctioned by you. Wu Yi bit her red lip lightly as she turned to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Haha. Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Wu Yi and Yang Yen both covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise and shock. Compared with the price of this origin condensing pill, the 10 million or so Saint Crystals they had obtained before was nothing. The bidding continued, and Yen Pei's black face showed a rare blush as he stood on the high platform and smiled. Only 5 forces were bidding, each of them exerting their full strength. After the price reached 80 million, Sea Temple and Shadow Moon Hall had no choice but to withdraw one after another, deep sighs coming from their private rooms. Such a price had exceeded their bottom line. After these two forces withdrew, only Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect remained. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 private rooms they had been assigned. Every time they increased the price, the people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect would hesitate for a long time before bidding again. On the other hand, the A1 private room belonging to Star Emperor Sect increased the price as decisively as ever, demonstrating their boldness and wealth. Yang Kai had noticed this private room a long time ago. From beginning to end, it seemed they had only purchased some origin-grade artifacts and pills. After asking Wu Yi, Yang Kai learned that this was Star Emperor Sect's private room. Moreover, according to Wu Yi, although Star Emperor Sect was one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, its people rarely appeared outside. It seemed that there weren't many people in Star Emperor Sect, most of them in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain. The reason for this name was that the founders of Star Emperor Sect had obtained some of the Star Emperor's inheritances, and all of them claimed to be the Star Emperor's disciples. Under normal circumstances, Star Emperor Sect would not have any conflicts with other great forces and could be considered a relatively peaceful sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them because it was rumored that they had many top masters at the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. After another stick of incense worth of time, the price of the Origin Condensing Pill rose to 90 million Saint Crystals, the price quoted by Thunder Typhoon Sect. 100 million. The A1 private room directly raised the price by 10 million, showing great determination and courage. Inside Thunder Typhoon Sect's private room, the master who bid smiled bitterly, knowing that even if he increased the price again, Star Emperor Sect would still compete, so he could only loudly announce, Thunder Typhoon Sect withdraws from the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, Heaven Battling Union also announced their withdrawal from the competition. Spending 100 million Saint Crystals to buy a chance to break through to the Origin King realm, and even if it succeeded, it would be at least a few hundred years later. Who knew what would happen in a few hundred years? Perhaps some other more effective method would be found. After weighing the pros and cons, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union naturally decided not to bid again. Yen Pei also knew that no one was richer than Star Emperor Sect, so he stepped forward and quickly shouted 3 times. The entire auction ended with Star Emperor Sect's final victory. Congratulations to Star Emperor Sect for winning. The finale of the auction rang out one after another from the private rooms. Naturally, people from Treasure Trove Pavilion went to Star Emperor Sect's private room to hand over the goods. Yen Pei stood on the high platform and announced the perfect end of the auction, once again thanking all the great forces for coming, winning him a round of applause and greetings. The people in the auction hall got up and left one after another, and the masters in the private rooms also left one after another. Yang Kai's group of 3 didn't move. Qian Tong had said before that they shouldn't rush to leave after the auction was over, as he still had something to say. Yang Kai also happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he naturally stayed behind. Chapter 1165. Quota. Yang Kai frowned, turning to Qian Tong and asking, "Is there a limit to the number of people who can enter the Lu Yen Sand Field?" "That's what this old master wanted to tell you." Qian Tong nodded. In fact, when the Lu Yen Sand Field first opened, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter, but as you know, Shadowed Star is short on cultivation resources. The higher the quality of the things, the fewer there are. The Lu Yen Sand Field is one of the 3 great restricted zones, so naturally there are many good things inside. All the great forces are coveting that place, so a problem arises. A long time ago, when the Lu Yen Sand Field opened, all the Saint King Realm cultivators who were qualified to enter entered at once. With so many people entering, everyone's harvest became smaller and smaller, so the next time the Lu Yen Sand Field opened, no one would be able to obtain anything. Excessive mining can indeed cause such a problem. Yang Kai nodded. What Nephew Yang says is correct, so the great forces on Shadowed Star joined forces to set some restrictions on the Lu Yen Sand Field. That is, each force cannot send too many people into the sand field. For example, Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect are allowed to send 60 people into the sand field, while lesser forces such as my Shadow Moon Hall are allowed to send 50 people in. Even smaller forces can only send 2 or 3 people into the sand field. On the one hand, this is to reduce the loss of Saint King Realm cultivators on Shadowed Star, and on the other hand to maintain the number of precious treasures in the Luyen Sand Field. After thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor, all the great forces have been very conscientious. Every time the Luyen Sand Field opens they will select people according to this quota, so there is a limit to the number of people who can enter. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. Qian Tong continued, even so, every time the Luyen Sand Field opens, no less than 10,000 people enter. However, the Luyen Desert is very big. No one knows how big it is, so even if 10,000 people enter it, it won't matter. At this point, Yang Kai immediately understood what Qian Tong meant. If he wanted to enter, he would have to use one of the slots in the Shadow Moon Hall. However, the Shadow Moon Hall could accommodate 50 people, so one slot was not a problem. Moreover, if you want to enter the Luyen Sand Field, you can't go anywhere. You have to go through some special places. The forbidden area of the Luyen Sand Field is very strange. We once suspected that it was a huge formation set up by a powerful person in antiquity times, but we couldn't find a way to break it. When the power of its heat weakens, there will be some weak links similar to the formation door in different places. Those who enter must go through these weak links to enter the Luyen Sand Field. Otherwise they can't enter. Yang Kai heard what Qian Tong said and immediately understood that he had underestimated the problem. Entering the Luyen Sand Field required a slot, and it had to be done at a special time and through a special place. It was not like what he thought before, that once the Luyen Sand Field opened, he could enter at will. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior, I want to enter the Luyen Sand Field. I will have to trouble you." Qian Tong laughed, "Nephew Yang is too polite. If I had treated you as an outsider, this old master would not have said so much to you today, but since you intend to enter this place, leave the rest to this old master. I will make sure you are satisfied." He was afraid that Yang Kai would not ask him for help. Although Qian Tong felt that he had confided in Yang Kai and sincerely wanted to make friends with him, he was afraid that Yang Kai would not appreciate it. After all, young people were proud and arrogant. It was normal that they did not care about old men like him. Now that Yang Kai wanted to ask him for help, he was naturally happy. Changing the topic, Qian Tong said, "But nephew, if you want to enter, you have to be fully prepared." "What do I need to prepare?" Yang Kai asked modestly. "You must refine some secret treasures that can resist the heat. If you don't have a suitable secret treasure, I can provide you with some ice monster beast body materials. Secret treasures refined from these materials are most suitable for use in the Luyen Sand Field. I have also prepared a lot of materials so you don't have to worry about not having enough." Yang Kai was about to refuse, but suddenly his heart moved. He thoughtfully asked, "Brother Wei and Miss Dong are also going to the Luyen Sand Field, right?" Qian Tong nodded, "Of course. Although that place is dangerous, they are the two most outstanding disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. How can they grow without experiencing some hardships?" "Then the secret treasures they have," Qian Tong smiled awkwardly, "I have purchased a few, but most of them are Saint King grade high rank. I don't know how useful they will be. My Shadow Moon Hall originally had an origin grade artifact refiner, but he is too old to perform artifact refining." Yang Kai raised his brow. "If Senior is not worried, you might as well give the ice monster beast body materials to me. In a few days I will give them 2 origin grade secret treasures to protect themselves." Qian Tong had already determined that there was an origin grade artifact refiner behind him, so Yang Kai didn't need to hide it. Moreover, he had deliberately said that he had collected a lot of materials, obviously intending to ask his imaginary master to refine them. Qian Tong had helped him a lot these days, providing him with a spot to enter the Luyen Sand Field and all kinds of information, so Yang Kai didn't mind returning the favor. If others respect him, he would respect him tenfold. Sure enough, seeing that Yang Kai was so thoughtful, Qian Tong was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, "Rest assured, this old master can rest assured. Then I'll have to trouble nephew Yang." Just now, he had been thinking about what to do if Yang Kai couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. For the future of Shadow Moon Hall, he could only put down his old face and ask for help directly. He hadn't expected that just by saying a few words in a roundabout way, Yang Kai would actually understand. Saying so, Qian Tong directly took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. He had already prepared the materials and was just waiting for this moment to come. Moreover, he had deliberately brought Wei Guchang and Dong Shener here. On the one hand, he wanted to let them meet Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to ask Yang Kai to help him refine the secret treasures. Unfortunately, those two didn't have good eyesight and wasted Qian Tong's painstaking efforts. Yang Kai took the space ring and glanced through it casually, quickly discovering a large number of monster beast materials exuding a cold aura. Judging from the richness of this aura, it was definitely a ninth-order monster beast. Even the monster beast's monster core was inside. Shadowed Star didn't lack alchemy and artifact refining raw materials, what it lacked was high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. With so many materials, it was enough to refine 4 or 5 secret treasures. Nephew Yang, I'll leave this matter to you. This old master is very grateful. Senior has helped me a lot, so there's no need to be so polite. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know. Qian Tong nodded repeatedly. Although Yang Kai was just being polite, he felt very comfortable listening to him. By the way, Senior, when will the Lu Yen Sandfield open? Yang Kai asked. Qian Tong hesitated for a moment before replying, this kind of thing is hard to say. It may take 1 or 2 months, maybe 3 or 4 months depending on when the power of the heat weakens. However, you can rest assured the Lu Yen Sandfield is surrounded by masters from various great forces who are constantly monitoring it. Once it opens, we'll receive news and it won't be too late to set off. You should take advantage of this time to recover your strength. Once I receive news, I'll inform you immediately. Saying so, Qian Tong handed a communication artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and threw it into his space ring. At that moment, there was a knock on the door again. Wu Yi walked over and opened the door, only to see Luo Qing walk in with a cautious expression on his face. Qian Tong smiled and said, it must be that old dog Yan Pei who asked Luo Qing to deliver the Saint Crystals. Yang Kai's spirit shook while Wu Yi and Yang Yan's beautiful eyes also lit up. At the auction, Yang Kai had sent 4 items to Qian Tong, each of which had sold for a high price. It wasn't until now that the total amount of Saint Crystals had been settled. Yang Kai had been waiting here not only to wait for Qian Tong, but also to wait for his earnings. Thinking about the hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals, even Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Luo Qing stepped forward and respectfully placed a space ring on the table before saying, Manager Yin said that there should be 165.045 million Saint Crystals, but because of the huge amount of Saint Crystals being auctioned, the total amount is 107 million Saint Crystals. Brother Yang, please count them. 107 million. Yang Kai frowned. This number was somewhat wrong. Qian Tong thought about it for a moment before explaining with a smile, Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions charge a processing fee of 10% of the auction proceeds, which is to say, out of 100 million Saint Crystals, they will take 10 million. Too greedy? Wu Yi and Yang Yan exclaimed in unison. 10 million Saint Crystals gone just like that, causing them to feel distressed. Qian Tong continued, however, Yan Pei seems to have only taken half of it this time. At least he still has a bit of conscience and probably wants to cooperate with you more in the future. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, there won't be such good things in the future. That origin condensing pill was obtained by Master by chance and is the only one of its kind. However, Senior, why are they so frantically competing for that origin condensing pill with pill veins? Seeing the puzzled look on Yang Kai's face, Qian Tong laughed and said, Gu Chang and Xin are also asked this old master this question before. Chapter 1166. With Saint Crystals, he naturally needed to buy things. Yang Yan made a long list and ordered a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong took a look at the list and was shocked. Each of these materials was extremely precious and the quantity was huge. If he wanted to buy all of them, it would cost at least 40 to 50 million Saint Crystals. Qian Tong wasn't worried about the Saint Crystals. After all, Yang Kai had just made more than 100 million Saint Crystals. He was just wondering why Yang Kai wanted to buy so many raw materials. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask any questions and simply nodded. Shadow Moon Hall can't gather all these materials, but Nephew Yang can rest assured. This old master will contact the forces with which my Shadow Moon Hall has a good relationship and will definitely gather all these materials and send them to you within half a month. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Having said what needed to be said, Qian Tong told Yang Kai to go back and wait for news from Lu Yen about the opening of the sand field. Yang Kai immediately took his leave. Qian Tong personally escorted Yang Kai out of Treasure Trove Pavilion before handing the list to Luo Qing. Quickly gather all the materials we can find. If it's not enough, contact the surrounding forces. As long as we don't lose money, we'll be fine. Yes. Luo Qing immediately left. Only then did Wei Guchang and Dong Shen'er come over. Seeing the excited look on Chen Tong's face, Dong Shen'er asked softly, "Master, is that person amazing? Why do you think so highly of him?" "Amazing." Chen Tong nodded heavily before glancing at his two disciples and sighing, "Don't underestimate him. He is a first-order Saint King, but he can kill a third-order Saint King cultivator." Wei Guchang's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly calmed down. Because when he was a first-order Saint King, he could also kill ordinary third-order Saint Kings, so he didn't think this was anything special. From the looks of it, he does have some skills. Dong Shen'er pondered for a moment before pursing her lips into a smile. But even so, it's not worth it for Master to personally befriend him. Could it be that Master intends to absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall? Absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall? Chen Tong laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "I'm just afraid that he won't take a liking to him." "It can't be, right? Although my Shadow Moon Hall can't compare to the Star Emperor sect and the other two peak powers, it's not weak either." Dong Shen'er exclaimed. "Do you know who's behind him? What's his background?" Chen Tong shook his head slowly. "If you knew, you wouldn't look down on him. Elder, can you explain it in detail? I'm suddenly very interested in him." Wei Guchang grinned. A person who could be favored by an elder like this was definitely not a simple character. "Let's talk as we walk." Chen Tong beckoned to the two of them. After all, they were still in Endless Treasures Pavilion, so it wasn't appropriate to talk about such things while standing in front of their door. As the three of them walked towards the largest palace in Heavenly Fate City, Chen Tong asked, "Guess who put up the Dragon Striker Whip and the Origin Condensing Pill for auction today?" Dong Shen'er was slightly surprised. "Master, you mean?" "And it was him who put them up." Chen Tong nodded slightly. "The Origin Condensing Pill is fine. Although it is rare and precious, I'm afraid there's only one of it in the world. It should have been obtained from somewhere and it's impossible for a second one to appear, but the Dragon Striker Whip was refined by his master." The several dozen cultivators who followed Wu Yi were all busy while Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both concentrating on something, both of them looking very excited. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, the two women were stunned for a moment, but soon understood and put down what they were doing and walked over. "Are you going to leave?" Wu Yi asked. "And?" Yang Kai nodded gently and said, "After I leave, don't let anyone enter my stone room, and don't touch the profound insect stone inside. There are some very dangerous things inside." "I know," Wu Yi responded quickly. "The two origin-grade artifacts Elder Chen requested have been delivered, right?" Yang Kai turned to Yang Yan again. "I gave them to them long ago. About 10 days after you entered seclusion, Elder Chen personally delivered a large number of materials. At that time I gave the two artifacts to him." "That's good. You can go, but Xiao Xiao has to stay. Without his help, refining things is too laborious," Yang Yan added. Xiao Xiao was the stone mongoose, a name Yang Yan had given him without permission. Yang Kai didn't care in any case. On this trip to the Luyen Sandfield, he wouldn't need the stone mongoose, so he nodded and agreed. After exhorting them a few more things, he hurriedly rushed towards Heavenly Fate City. Halfway there, Yang Kai saw a blue light fly over from the distance, and upon arriving, he discovered that it was Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang." Luo Qing stopped his star shuttle and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. "Elder Chen said to take you to the space array as soon as possible. Everyone is ready, you're the only one left." "Many thanks." Yang Kai returned the courtesy and rushed towards Heavenly Fate City with him. On the way, Yang Kai asked Luo Qing about the Luyen Sandfield. Luo Qing didn't know much, only that the restricted area was about to open. Now, all the great forces on Shadowed Star were rushing to different entrances, waiting for the restricted area to open before immediately swarming in. Flying over Heavenly Fate City, the pair arrived directly in front of a palace. After entering the palace, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were almost 200 people gathered here, 90% of whom were Saint King Realm Cultivator. Most of them were second or third order Saint Kings, with a few first order Saint Kings present. Luyen Sandfield was very dangerous, so even a first order Saint King wouldn't be of much use inside. Yang Kai frowned. Didn't Qian Tong say that there were only 50 spots in the Shadow Moon Hall? Why are there so many people here? And looking at their posture, it seemed that they were all going to the Luoyan Sandfield through the space array. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, he attracted countless gazes. Qian Tong even came out laughing and greeted him enthusiastically. "Nephew Yang, you've come at the right time. We have just finished gathering here and will soon open the space array. Come with this old master." Last time, Yang Kai promised to help him refine 2 origin-grade artifacts, and it only took him 10 days to obtain them. Although they were only origin-grade low-rank artifacts, they were infinitely close to origin-grade mid-rank. Now these 2 defensive artifacts had been taken away by Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. If these 2 artifacts were to be put up for auction, they would be worth at least 4 million Saint crystals, not to mention they were ice attribute artifacts, which were the best way to restrain the heat of Luoyan Sandfield, so their price would likely be even higher. Qian Tong's previous efforts to show goodwill to Yang Kai had all been taken back. Now Qian Tong was naturally extremely polite to Yang Kai. Even this time, when everyone was gathered, Qian Tong had first gathered everyone before sending a message to Yang Kai, afraid that Yang Kai would wait too long. Doesn't that mean that as long as a force has enough courage and means, they can send more people than what they've been allocated? Yang Kai immediately thought of something. That may be the case, but Luoyan Sand is too dangerous. Which great force dares to send too many elites in? Once the losses are serious, there will be a gap in manpower, which will be extremely detrimental to the development of any great force. But what my dear nephew says is right as well. Besides the 50 people that my Shadow Moon Palace has on the surface, we have indeed obtained more than 20 spots from some of the smaller family clans. Hence, among those who are going this time, there are more than 70 disciples from my Shadow Moon Palace. I understand, Yang Kai nodded gently. There are many things you need to pay attention to in Luoyan Sand. Last time, nephew Yang left in a hurry, so this old man didn't have time to tell you. You can follow Gu Chang and Xian to the teleportation array. On the way they will explain everything clearly to you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask them, Qian Tong advised. Okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He knew that Qian Tong was creating an opportunity for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer to befriend him, so naturally he wouldn't be polite. As they spoke, the 2 arrived in front of the space array. Qian Tong waved his hand and Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer immediately walked over. The 2 of you will teleport with Yang Kai. When you arrive at Jian City, you don't need to wait. Just go directly to Luoyan Sandfield. Your martial uncle Wang and martial uncle Yen will be waiting there. When you get there, they will tell you what to do. This old man will bring these people to meet up with you. Yes, Wei Guchang nodded respectfully and grinned at Yang Kai. Greetings, brother Yang. His attitude this time was much better than last time. It was clear that Qian Tong had carefully instructed him. Dong Xianer also bowed gracefully. Yang Kai exchanged some pleasantries with them, and the 3 of them immediately stood on the space array. The space array had already been prepared and could be activated as soon as they arrived. When the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array saw that the 3 of them were standing firmly, he quickly activated the space array. With a flash of white light, the 3 of them disappeared from everyone's sight. Qian Tong then hurriedly arranged for the others to use the space array. The space array could only teleport a maximum of 5 people at a time, and it would take 1 to 2 hours to teleport nearly 200 people. On the other side, Yang Kai only felt a slight dizziness. When his vision recovered, he found that he was already in another large hall. This large hall also had a space array. It was unknown which faction the disciple guarding the space array belonged to. When the 3 of them appeared, one of them asked, "Are you from Shadow Moon Hall?" Wei Guchang nodded, took out a token from his sleeve and handed it over. Chapter 1169. Because of the preciousness of the fire crystal stones, many of the cultivators from the major forces who entered the Luoyan Sandfield had come specifically to hunt fire spirit beasts. Some cultivators from small families and forces also had the same idea. After obtaining the fire crystal stones, they would be able to make a huge profit by selling them. This kind of thing could not be found outside and could only be found in the Luoyan Sandfield. It was the favorite of alchemists and weapon refiners. Brother Yang, if you encounter a fire spirit beast with a physical body, do not fight with it. A fire spirit beast with a physical body is almost equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast. It is the most difficult to deal with, Wei Guchang warned with a serious look. A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to a master of the origin returning realm. Naturally, a Saint King realm cultivator would not be able to gain any advantage over it. One careless mistake and they would be killed. After saying this, he sneered and said, "But this kind of thing is very rare. It is basically impossible to encounter it." Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "I understand the situation of the fire spirit beast. What is Lu Yen flying fire?" Wei Guchang's expression immediately became serious and he said in a deep voice, "Lu Yen flying fire is more harmful to the cultivator who enters the sand field than the fire spirit beasts. Fortunately, it is not as abundant as the fire spirit beasts. Lu Yen flying fire is very rare. Some people may never encounter it. Even if they do, they will only encounter one or two at most. But Brother Yang, do not underestimate Lu Yen flying fire. This kind of thing is extremely fast, even faster than the spread of divine sense. It is extremely difficult to detect. You may not even notice it when it flies past you." Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Being able to spread faster than the spread of divine sense, one could imagine how strange this thing was. Not only is it dangerous, but it is also very lethal. If one's guard is not up to par or if their strength is insufficient, once they are hit by one, their soul will be incinerated and they will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Elder Chen told me that every time the flowing flame sand field opened, some unlucky fellows would be killed by the flowing flame flying fire. Isn't this an undeserved disaster? Yang Kai was surprised. Wei Guchang smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. This is an undeserved disaster. But since one dared to enter the Lu Yen sand field, one must be prepared to bear a certain degree of risk." Lu Yan's flying fire. To be. Brother? Brother? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, thinking to himself that this Lu Yen flying fire was also a good thing. Wei Guchang laughed and said, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Lu Yen flying fire is indeed very terrifying, but it is also an extremely precious treasure. Brother Yang should know that some people have different divine senses, right?" Variant divine senses? Yang Kai's expression changed. Yes, variant divine senses. Some people's divine senses contain some strange attributes, such as conflagrated knowledge C, divine sense poison and divine sense ice. Although these variant divine senses are different from ordinary people's divine senses, without exception, they all have extraordinary powers. Needless to say, conflagrated knowledge C is the variant divine sense that alchemists and artifact refiners desire the most, while conflagrated knowledge C and divine sense poison are unpredictable. These variant divine senses are extremely rare. Some are born with them, while others are obtained through cultivation of certain secret arts and martial skills. Of course, these secret arts and martial skills are also very rare and ordinary people can't even come across them. Even my Shadow Moon Hall doesn't have such things. Some of them are obtained through some fortuitous encounters. Yang Kai deeply agreed. His conflagrated knowledge C was obtained by chance. When he was in the central capital, he wanted to swallow the true spirit born in a piece of fire attribute jade to enhance his strength, but as a result, his divine sense mutated. He knew more about the wonders of conflagrated knowledge C than anyone else. And Lu Yan's flying fire has a chance to mutate one's divine sense, allowing one to possess a conflagrated knowledge C. Wei Guchang's eyes lit up. Brother Yang, think about it, which alchemist and artifact refiner doesn't want to possess a conflagrated knowledge C? So if you can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, those artifact refiners and alchemists will definitely fight over it. Saying so, Wei Guchang intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai. Under the influence of Chen Tong, Wei Guchang believed that Yang Kai had an origin-grade artifact refiner master behind him. Since he was an artifact refiner, there was no reason for him not to be tempted by Lu Yan's flying fire. As a disciple, Yang Kai would naturally want to show filial piety to his master. But to Wei Guchang's disappointment, Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as if he didn't care at all. Wei Guchang quickly continued, "Of course, there is a certain risk involved in mutating one's divine sense. It is very likely that one's divine sense will fail to mutate and will instead be burned to ashes by Lu Yan's flying fire. In any case, Brother Yang just needs to pay attention. Basically no one can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, so if you encounter it, avoid it as soon as possible." Yang Kai nodded, remaining calm on the surface. but in his heart, he was wondering if he should chase after it if he really encountered it. Lu Yan's flying fire could mutate one's divine sense and give birth to a conflagrated knowledge C, but Yang Kai already had a conflagrated knowledge C, so he shouldn't be afraid of Lu Yan's flying fire. The situation in this flame area is roughly like this. In addition to resisting the heat, one only needs to pay attention to the fire spirit beasts and Lu Yan's flying fire. The power of the heat in the outermost flame area is not the same. The further in you go, the stronger the heat, and the more difficult it is to resist. But if you can pass through the outermost flame area and enter the second layer, then you'll be in heaven. Why do you say that? Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. Because the second layer is the treasure area. There is no heat, only treasure area and a small number of monster beasts. Once you enter the second layer, in addition to guarding against the sneak attacks of others, it's fine as long as you don't get targeted by a high-level monster beast. Wei Guchang looked into the distance and said, "Brother Yang, wait here, I'll take junior sister to find my martial uncle and martial sister and greet them, lest they complain about our lack of etiquette." "Brother Wei, you don't need to worry about me," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer summoned their star shuttles and flew off in a certain direction, disappearing a moment later. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them and instead looked around. The cultivator groups that had come here were all in groups, with the smallest group consisting of 20 or so people while the largest group was as large as the Shadow Moon Hall, with a total of 50 people gathered together. They all looked at Yang Kai curiously, many of them with contempt and disdain in their eyes. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, and he had come with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, so it was easy for people to mistakenly think that the three of them were from some small family. Only small families would have 2 or 3 spots to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Not long after Yang Kai sat down, a group of 2 people walked over and stood in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Yang Kai could clearly see that these 2 were from a group of about 30 people. Being able to obtain 30 spots to enter Lu Yen Sandfield, although this group couldn't compare to the Shadow Moon Hall, it shouldn't be small. And it wasn't just them, many people from the large and small groups had already stood up and wanted to approach him, but these 2 were the fastest, so they could only temporarily give up and stand in place to observe. Why are they looking for me? Yang Kai was puzzled. These 2 weren't very old, about 30 to 40 years old. One was a third-order Saint King cultivator while the other was a first-order Saint King. They didn't look like evil people, but the leading third-order Saint King had a palm-sized scarlet scar on his forehead that gave him a somewhat fierce look. "Friend." The man with the scar on his face called out, "Are you also going to enter Lu Yen Sandfield?" Although there was nothing wrong with what he asked, Yang Kai could clearly hear the doubt and disdain in his tone. On the other hand, the man behind him was staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if Yang Kai had something he wanted. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to these 2, but this time he had come here with the Shadow Moon Hall. If there was any conflict, it would make things difficult for Qian Tong, so after thinking about it, he patiently nodded, "Yes." The man grinned, "Your strength isn't high, it will be very dangerous for you to enter." "That's my business." Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they wanted to do. Before, Qian Tong had said that the spots to enter Lu Yen Sandfield could be transferred, so these 2 were probably after his spot. The other people who stood up and wanted to come over probably did so for the same reason, but the scarred man beat them to it. Sure enough, the scarred man shook his head and said, "I'm saying this for your own good. Look, there are only 3 of you and that man and woman seem to be in love with each other." Yang Kai's punch made Yin Jian understand that there was something wrong with this first-order Saint King, so he summoned his artifact as soon as the battle began. He wanted to end this quickly so he wouldn't suffer another loss at Yang Kai's hands. If he were to suffer a loss again, he would have no excuse to cover up his incompetence. Yang Kai was from a trivial small family that didn't even have an elder to lead the team. Even if he killed him here, the most he would have to do was pay some Saint crystals as compensation afterwards. Yin Jian didn't put the force behind Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But before he could take action, A burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the distance. Interesting, this way has only left for a short while. How come someone has already dared to bully my Shadow Moon Hall? Shadow Moon Hall? Yin Jian looked shocked as he looked Yang Kai up and down in amazement, a slight panic appearing in his eyes. The faces of the nearly 30 Blue Sparrow sect disciples surrounding Yang Kai also changed. Not far away, Wei Guchang's whole body was shrouded in black mist as he strode over. In his hand, there was a pitch-black energy ball that he was tossing up and down as if it was a real object. That energy ball contained a terrifying power. An almost suffocating aura emanated from his body, causing the faces of all the Blue Sparrow sect disciples to turn ugly. Dong Xian'er, who was following closely behind Yang Kai, also seemed to have some kind of inexplicable energy flowing around her as faint arcs of wind swirled around her tender body, like butterflies fluttering about, a beautiful sight to behold. Are you from the Shadow Moon Hall? Yin Jian no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and quickly asked. Although it has nothing to do with you, I still have to tell you that I'm not from the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. If you want to fight, hurry up, don't worry about Shadow Moon Hall's retaliation. Just now, Yin Jian had been acting so domineering, but when Wei Guchang mentioned the words Shadow Moon Hall, this guy immediately became like a mouse that had seen a cat. After listening to Yang Kai's ridicule, Yin Jian's expression changed dramatically. Although he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, he didn't dare to show any obvious hostility to Yang Kai. Wei Guchang walked straight over with Dong Xian'er, and the Blue Sparrow sect disciples in front of him involuntarily moved aside, allowing him to easily walk to Yang Kai's side. Brother Yang, are you okay? Wei Guchang looked at Yang Kai and found that he was unharmed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qian Tong said that he could kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, after all, seeing was believing. He didn't know Yang Kai's true strength, but now that he saw Yang Kai being surrounded by 30 people without any change in expression, Wei Guchang was secretly surprised. If he didn't have the ability, it was impossible for him to be so calm. Was he confident he could escape from the siege of 30 Saint King Realm Cultivator? Xian'er is not good at drinking and this way doesn't have many like-minded friends in Shadow Moon Hall. Now that I've met Brother Yang and can share a good time with him here, it's a great blessing. Brother Yang, don't say such things, you're not giving this way any face. Yang Kai didn't know whether he was being sincere or because of Qian Tong's instructions, but in any case, Wei Guchang seemed to be getting along well with Yang Kai now. Then I won't be polite. Yang Kai laughed heartily and imitated Wei Guchang's actions, taking a big gulp of wine, causing Wei Guchang to cry out in agreement. Dong Xian'er sat quietly to the side with a happy smile on her face, watching Wei Guchang and Yang Kai drink one mouthful after another, making her look even more beautiful. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because of the wine or because he was reminded of the scene, but he secretly thought that if Su Yan or Xia Ningchang were here at this moment, they would definitely be like Dong Xian'er, right? They would all sit quietly by his side. For these women, as long as they could be with the man they loved, even if the sky fell, they wouldn't frown. The tiger-like fire spirit beast took the initiative to attack, but Yang Kai just threw a punch, Saint Chi gushing out from his fist and directly scattered it. The flame burst, and the tiger-like fire spirit beast disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a dark red, sand-like object that fell from the sky. Yang Kai casually reached out and caught it in his hand. Is this a fire crystal stone? Even though this was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this was the fire crystal stone Wei Guchang had been talking about so much. However, this thing was simply too small. Although the world energy contained inside was pure enough, the amount it could store was nothing to be proud of. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his Saint Chi casually to absorb all of the energy inside this thing. Shaking his head with some dissatisfaction, Yang Kai estimated that the size of a fire crystal stone should be directly related to the rank of the fire spirit beast. The higher the rank of the fire spirit beast, the larger the fire crystal stone would be. This kind of sand-sized fire crystal stone was only a crystal from a 5th order fire spirit beast, so 6th order, 7th order, and even 8th order fire spirit beasts might be different. There was no challenge in the outermost flame area, so Yang Kai lost interest in carefully investigating this place. With a single thought, the sound of wind and thunder rang out as a pair of beautiful wings suddenly unfurled behind him. These wings were translucent and had arcs of lightning curling around them. These were the wind and thunder wings that Yang Kai had not used for a long time. When he was on Tongxian realm, the wind and thunder wings had provided him with great help, but since obtaining a flight-type artifact like a star shuttle, the usefulness of the wind and thunder wings had gradually decreased. After arriving at Tongxian territory, Yang Kai had not used the wind and thunder wings again. Yang Kai had not expected that in this kind of place, there would be a need to test them. Pouring his Saint Chi into the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed suddenly soared as he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from where he stood. Yang Kai was overjoyed as he found that his guess was correct. Although it was impossible to use a star shuttle in this Luyen sand field, and the cultivator could not fly, the wind and thunder wings were not greatly restricted. As long as he did not leave the ground, he would be fine. However, once Yang Kai tried to leave the ground, an infinite pressure would descend from the sky and abruptly suppress him. After testing this a few times, Yang Kai obediently relied on the wind and thunder wings to travel on foot. This forbidden land was very strange. Yang Kai did not know what kind of mysterious world principles it contained, but in any case there were many restrictions. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter a single person, as if he was the only one exploring this huge Luyen sand field. Of course, Yang Kai knew that this was just an illusion. The Luyen sand field was simply too big. It was a circular territory, and the closer one was to the outside, the wider the perimeter, so the chances of encountering another cultivator were naturally lower. However, as long as one walked deeper in, the elites would gradually gather at the center, and the chances of encountering each other would increase. When that time came, there would likely be more conflicts. Fire spirit beasts were indeed common in the flame area. As Yang Kai hurried along, from time to time, 1 or 2 fire spirit beasts of varying levels would emerge from the cracks in the ground, trying to obstruct his progress. There were even some fire spirit beasts that swaggered out and wandered around. Chapter 1177. 3 days later, Yang Kai entered a valley-like area. During these 3 days he had been on his way, and with the bonus of his wind and thunder wings, his speed was much faster than others. During this time, except for encountering an 8th order fire spirit beast, which he killed with some effort, nothing else happened. The 8th order fire spirit beast's body had already solidified to a certain extent, so when it suddenly emerged from a crack in the ground, it really gave Yang Kai a fright. If not for his quick reaction and the help of his wind and thunder wings, this sneak attack alone would have been enough to injure him. Only now did Yang Kai understand that the real threat of fire spirit beasts was not their strength, but their ability to perfectly blend in with the environment of this Luyen desert. As long as they did not take the initiative to appear, a cultivator would not be able to detect them. However, their appearance was always accompanied by a fatal sneak attack. An 8th order fire spirit beast was equivalent to a Saint King, so if it had been any other cultivator, they would have died long ago. However, Yang Kai finally managed to kill it and obtained a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg. This piece of fire crystal stone was much larger than the first one he obtained, so its value was definitely not low. As long as an alchemist or artifact refiner could perfectly integrate the pure fire energy contained in this fire crystal stone into the pills or artifacts they refined, they could improve the grade and quality of the pills and artifacts they refined. Such a harvest made Yang Kai a little happy, and he couldn't help but want to find another 8th order fire spirit beast to kill. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so this kind of thing would be helpful to him. After entering the valley, Yang Kai's divine sense covered a range of 300 meters around him, lest he encounter another sneak attack from a powerful fire spirit beast. The terrain here was very strange. In all directions there were barren mountains. The entire valley looked like a huge pit in the ground. The valley was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. There were crisscrossing ravines everywhere in the valley. The large ravines looked like bottomless abysses which made people shudder. Yang Kai didn't care and instead urged his wind and thunder wings to continue forward. He had the same idea as Wei Guchang, which was to rush to the treasure area as soon as possible and collect some spirit grasses and spirit herbs before many people entered. Once all the elites from the various major forces entered, there would be less good stuff to collect. Everyone should be in a hurry right now. Yang Kai had the wind and thunder wings which gave him a huge advantage. Half a day later, Yang Kai had already arrived at the interior of the valley. Surprisingly, he had not encountered a single fire spirit beast in this half a day. Previously, no matter how lucky he was, there would be 1 or 2 fire spirit beasts that recklessly rushed out to block his path every 1 or 2 hours. But now, half a day had passed and there was no trace of any fire spirit beasts, which made him very puzzled. It was as if this valley was a forbidden area for fire spirit beasts and they would not come here. Yang Kai was happy to see this and continued to move forward. But suddenly Yang Kai's face changed and in a flash he hurriedly dodged to the side. Just now, when he used his divine sense to investigate, he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. Yang Kai was very familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. It was the sign of a fire spirit beast rushing out from the cracks in the ground to attack. Sure enough, when he changed his position, several fire spirit beasts of different shapes and levels suddenly rushed out from his original position. Chapter 1180. Let's wait, young master. Xie Yong smiled slightly. He has been fighting for such a long time, even if he has a way to recover, it is impossible for him to be at his peak. If those fire spirit beasts can kill him, that would be the best, but if he kills them all, he will definitely be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, it won't be too late to ask Xie Yun to take action. Presumably he won't have any strength to resist. Now, young master, you should calm down and enjoy his ugly final struggle. Wouldn't that be perfect? Oh, that's right. Xie Hongwen was overjoyed and quickly turned his eyes towards Yang Kai. Sure enough, as Xie Yong had said, he wanted to enjoy Yang Kai's final struggle. Xie Yong and Xie Yun exchanged a glance and saw the helplessness and ridicule in each other's eyes. Only an idiot like Xie Hongwen could be so easily fooled by them. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so easy to fool them. The three of them continued to quietly lay in ambush. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, wore an extremely gloomy expression. He didn't notice that he was being followed, and the people who were following him had also entered the mountain valley. At this moment, they were lying in ambush at the foot of a hill not far from him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, all of his energy was focused on the fire spirit beasts, so he didn't have time to worry about anything else. After killing for almost an entire day, he had only advanced less than 10 kilometers. If he wanted to rely on killing to get out of this mountain valley, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least half a month. In half a month, the elites of the great sects and families would have already passed through the flame area and entered the treasure area to collect spirit grasses and spirit medicines. What benefits would there be if he rushed over? He also knew that it was useless to be anxious now. The strangeness of this mountain valley was beyond his expectations. The fire spirit beasts were endless, and even if he couldn't kill them all, there were no fire crystal stones in their bodies. However, he finally noticed some flaws in these fire spirit beasts. Although they were pouring out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, their source seemed to be quietly lurking in the same direction. It was as if that direction was the source of endless fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in that direction. If it was any other place with his proficiency in Space Force, he could easily find the source, but in the Lu Yin sand field, his divine sense was greatly suppressed, so it would take him a lot of effort to search. Fortunately, after half a day of investigation and observation, Yang Kai finally determined the source of the fire spirit beasts. It turned out to be a huge fissure in the ground. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai discovered that a number of fire snakes had emerged from the fissure and quickly arrived at Yang Kai's side before transforming into fire spirit beasts and attacking him one after another. Having found his target and source, Yang Kai no longer bothered to entangle himself with these fire spirit beasts. With a thought, he summoned back the 8 mountain phantoms and smashed them forward fiercely. With the purple shield guarding his back, Yang Kai's hands surged with demonic flames and transformed into a long sword. His body was wrapped in sword light as he forced his way forward. The fire spirit beasts were thrown off their feet. Although Yang Kai's sudden intrusion had caused a lot of damage, there were simply too many fire spirit beasts. There were still some 6th order and 7th order fire spirit beasts that rushed to his side and tore his clothes to shreds. Some fire spirit beasts even left shallow wounds on his body. He had thought that the bewildering array was naturally formed, and if he had not encountered it now, he would have thought so. After all, this bewildering array was so clever that even his demon eye of annihilation could not see its array core. However, the current encounter had shaken his initial conjecture. Just the energy membrane of this passage alone couldn't have been naturally formed. This was artificially arranged, and it could even be said that the bewildering array was also artificially arranged. What kind of person had such great ability? Only a Saint King Realm cultivator could enter Lu Yen sand field. How could such a cultivator arrange such a large array? Unless that person had knowledge of spirit arrays comparable to yang inflammations. But what was the purpose of this person arranging such a thing? Yang Kai walked forward leisurely while his mind was filled with thoughts. The weeds on both sides were still madly sweeping towards him, but Yang Kai simply ignored them. Chapter 1186. Vicious and merciless friends' methods aren't bad. Yang Kai walked out with a sneer on his face as he stared at Meng Hongliang coldly. He hadn't expected that this person would be so vicious to his fellow sect brother. It seemed he really wasn't a good person. Walking over to the middle-aged man, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The middle-aged man was also dumbfounded at this moment. He had thought he was going to die, but someone had actually run out to save him. And the person who had saved him was Yang Kai, a stranger he had met by chance, giving him a strange feeling for a while. Go to the side and heal yourself first. Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man's miserable appearance and knew he had almost no Saint Chi left, so he tossed him a healing pill and said faintly, "But you?" The middle-aged man took the pill with a hesitant look. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so the middle-aged man was afraid this young man who had rushed out to save his life would suffer an accident. After all, Meng Hongliang wasn't someone to be trifled with. But when he remembered the power of the black flames and looked at Yang Kai's calm expression, the middle-aged man suddenly nodded, "Good." Saying so, he walked over to the side, swallowed the pill and sat down to meditate. He didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on to face so many people from Imperial City sect, but since he dared to act, he definitely didn't put Meng Hongliang and the others in his eyes. He subconsciously thought that Yang Kai came from some top force and was the son of an important figure in that force. If this was the case, all he needed to do was say his name and Meng Hongliang would never dare to provoke him. Although Imperial City sect was strong, it wasn't a first-class force on Shadowed Star, barely above average. On top of that, Meng Hongliang was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, so naturally he wouldn't dare provoke such a strong enemy. Sure enough, Meng Hongliang's expression became gloomy as he carefully observed Yang Kai, comparing him to all the famous young talents of Shadowed Star in his mind, but was unable to find a suitable figure. Coupled with the strange looks his fellow disciples were giving him, Meng Hongliang couldn't help shouting, "Your Excellency killed my fellow disciples, what intentions do you have?" Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head, "What you're saying isn't right. The one who killed that person wasn't me but you. And although he would have died even if you hadn't done anything, the cause of his death was still your doing. It has nothing to do with me." Meng Hongliang's face alternated between red and green as he gritted his teeth. "If it weren't for you secretly plotting against me? Why would I do that?" After saying this, his expression suddenly calmed down and he nodded, "That's right, I killed junior brother Qi, but I simply couldn't bear to see him suffer the pain of being burned again, so I decided to release him as soon as possible." He had actually found a reason to kill him. When he said this, the men and women from Imperial City sect all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they still felt that it was inappropriate to kill a fellow disciple, after hearing this reason they felt much better. They had all seen what had happened to junior brother Qi and knew that even if Meng Hongliang hadn't acted, he would have died anyway, so they all gathered around Meng Hongliang. Meng Hongliang sneered. In the blink of an eye, he had broken free from the whirlpool of murdering his fellow sect brother. Still possessing some ability to argue, he stared at Yang Kai coldly and slowly said, "Which sect does this friend come from? If it is convenient, can you reveal it? Although my Imperial City sect is not a great sect, many of the elders in the sect have a wide range of friends. If this friend is from a sect, I ask that you not intervene in this matter." "Brother Meng, I know who he is." The young woman's brow furrowed slightly. Since approaching Meng Hongliang, her beautiful eyes had been focused on Yang Kai, a look of dread filling her face. Hearing her say this, Meng Hongliang immediately asked in a low voice. The young woman didn't conceal anything and simply recounted the conflict between Blue Sparrow sects Yin Jian and Yang Kai before Lu Yen opened the sand field. At that time, the young woman was not far away and had clearly seen what had happened, so she immediately recognized Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall? Meng Hongliang was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression became ugly. Although Shadow Moon Hall wasn't a top force, it was far more powerful than Imperial City sect. Shadow Moon Hall had many third-order origin returning realm masters, an existence that Imperial City sect couldn't compare to. The two sects were separated by thousands of kilometers and usually didn't have much contact with each other, but when he heard the young woman say that Shadow Moon Hall's top genius, Wei Guchang, stood up for Yang Kai, Meng Hongliang couldn't help hesitating. If Wei Guchang came to Imperial City sect to find trouble with him, it would be difficult to deal with. But now that things had developed to this point, his own sect brother had been ruthlessly killed by him, so retreating with his tail between his legs was a bit inappropriate. What's more, he didn't want the news of the brilliant fire crystal essence to leak out. It was for this reason that he had tried to kill the middle-aged man's brother after obtaining the brilliant fire crystal essence. Only the dead would reveal their secrets. But he said it himself that he is not from the Shadow Moon Palace. The young woman's face was filled with puzzlement as she said softly, "Not from Shadow Moon Hall?" Meng Hongliang's eyes lit up. Yes, I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai stood there with an arrogant look on his face. When Meng Hongliang and the young woman were talking, he didn't interrupt until now. Wei Guchang and I only have a small friendship. You don't need to worry about him finding trouble with you. Meng Hongliang's face couldn't help turning cold when Yang Kai saw through his thoughts, his eyes flashing as he hesitated. When the middle-aged man who was meditating to recover from his injuries heard this, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood in anger from Yang Kai. Originally, when the situation had eased, the middle-aged man was secretly delighted, thinking that his guess was correct. This young man who had come to save him really had some background. As long as this young man didn't say anything else with Meng Hongliang's personality, he would definitely give up. If that was the case, he and this young man who had come to save him would be able to escape safely. As for revenge, that would naturally be left for later. But he hadn't expected this young man to be such a fool, actually blowing up his only hope in one breath. How could Meng Hongliang let him off so easily? Without a strong backer with his first-order Saint King cultivation, he would die without a doubt. For a moment, the middle-aged man was both angry and anxious. He had never seen such a stupid guy before. However, the other party had come to save him, so he had been dragged into this mess. The middle-aged man could only sigh and secretly decide to restore his strength as soon as possible. Once Meng Hongliang attacked, he would do his best to delay these people and allow Yang Kai to escape. On the other side, Meng Hongliang, whose face was constantly changing, finally came to a decision, his expression gradually becoming firm as he gloomily stared at Yang Kai and said, "Shadow Moon Hall, so what? Wei Guchang? If I want to kill you today, you won't live past tomorrow." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Be careful of his black flames, don't give him a chance to send out a message." He was going to shed all pretenses of cordiality and kill them to silence them. It had to be said that he was a very careful person. While he ordered his junior brothers and sisters to attack, a hidden golden light appeared on his hand. Meng Hongliang was extremely wary of this demonic flame and was only preparing to let his junior brothers distract Yang Kai while he launched a sneak attack to kill him. Furthermore, he absolutely couldn't give Yang Kai time to take out his compass artifact to send out a message, otherwise everything would be for naught. Once Meng Hongliang's order was given, the next moment, 4 second-order Saint Kings rushed towards Yang Kai with murderous intent, all 4 of them pushing their Saint Chi as they activated their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Most of the cultivators who dared to enter the flowing flame sand field were wearing defensive artifact armors. These artifact armors could easily resist the invasion of the fire poison and had a very strong defensive effect. At the very least, when these cultivators fought against cultivators of the same level, they often relied on these artifact armors to protect them from harm. The black flames were too terrifying, and although the 4 of them rushed forward, none of them dared to approach Yang Kai. The young woman casually took out a whip-like artifact and swung it, releasing a faint thunderous sound as it transformed into a blue streak of light that shot towards Yang Kai, a ruthless look filling her pretty face. The other 3 also used long-range offensive artifacts and martial skills to bombard Yang Kai's position. At the same time, a golden light quietly shot out from Meng Hongliang's hand. It was unknown what kind of trick he used, but the moment this golden light shot out, it was actually covered up. 4 second-order Saint Kings and 1 third-order Saint King joining forces to attack a first-order Saint King. The result was obvious. As such, after taking action, Meng Hongliang's lips curled into a smile. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face. He saw a sword made of black flames appear in the hands of the besieged youth. He slashed out a pitch-black sword ray that seemed to want to devour all light. Not only did it scatter the attacks of his 2 junior brothers, the sword ray also directly cut through their bodies as if it were rotten wood. Their defensive artifact armors were as fragile as paper, and even the Saint Chi they had been circulating around their bodies was unable to play any defensive role. The bodies of these 2 junior brothers were cut in half in an instant. This was not the end. A black spear appeared in the man's hand. He seemed to have casually thrown it, and the spear broke through the young woman's whip. The long whip bounced back and directly pierced a hole in the young woman's abdomen. Originally, the flame area should have been completed in about 10 days, but because of the delay of the strange valley and the bewildering array, it took Yang Kai about a month to complete. By now many people must have entered the treasure area, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Releasing his divine sense, he calmly began searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Wei Guchang had said that although there was no fire spirit beast in the treasure area, there were many monster beasts here, so Yang Kai still had to pay attention. For a few days Yang Kai didn't encounter anyone. His harvest wasn't great, and he didn't know if it was because others had beaten him to it or because this place was simply like this. But after so many days, Yang Kai's expectations for this place had gradually decreased. Moreover, he had seen the bountiful resources of the floating continent. The floating continent was a place rich in resources. There were spirit grasses and spirit medicines everywhere, with countless origin grade and origin king grade ones. Most of the herbs harvested in the treasure area were Saint King grade mid-high rank, with a small number of origin grade herbs. Such a harvest would be huge for anyone else, but Yang Kai didn't care. He hadn't been able to find the herbs he was looking for. After Lu Yen closed the sand field, Yang Kai wanted to refine some pills for Wu Yi and the others to enhance their strength. After all, Wu Yi and Yufeng's strength was too low. On this day Yang Kai was walking when he suddenly sniffed the air with a strange expression. He smelled a familiar scent, a very special one that carried a faint bitterness to it. The smell of emerald silk grass. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Emerald silk grass was one of the purposes of his trip. It wasn't that emerald silk grass didn't exist on Shadowed Star, but once it appeared, it would be snatched up by all the great forces because it was the main ingredient for refining origin condensing pills. Although the highest grade of alchemist on Shadowed Star was origin grade low rank, they could still attempt to refine origin condensing pills. Out of 10 batches of pills, they might be able to refine a single batch, which meant there was a high chance of producing an origin returning realm master. It was for this reason that emerald silk grass was one of the most sought-after herbs on the market. If Yang Kai wanted one, he could only pin his hopes on this trip to Lu Yan sand field. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually discover something. This faint bitterness could only be emitted by emerald silk grass, and judging from the richness of this aura, there seemed to be a lot of them, otherwise, it would be impossible for their medicinal fragrance to spread so far. Yang Kai was so excited that he didn't even need to use his divine sense to quickly follow the source of this medicinal fragrance. After about half an hour, Yang Kai finally arrived at his destination. How could one die casually, especially in a place with rich world energy? As such, Zhong Ao had only heard about it and had never had a chance to see it. What surprised Yang Kai was not that soul-cleansing divine water was actually here, but rather that Yang Kai was surprised by one of the conditions for its birth. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, didn't that mean that an Origin King Realm Master had once died on Shadowed Star? Since there had been Origin Kings before, why were there none now? The overall low level of alchemy and artifact refining on Shadowed Star was also a strange phenomenon. While Yang Kai was contemplating this, the compass artifact in his hand was constantly sending out divine sense messages to the cultivator. Many people were inquiring about this in surprise while quickly gathering towards a certain place. Should I go take a look? Yang Kai frowned. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, it was worth seeing, but if it wasn't, there seemed to be no loss. At most, it would just be a waste of time. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. While secretly paying attention to the messages from the compass artifact, he rushed towards the location indicated by the cultivator. Seemingly recovering some face for himself, his expression gradually eased, and after sitting down cross-legged and beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, his face immediately filled with joy, all his previous displeasure disappearing. "Little brother, your luck is really good." The beautiful woman who had advised Yang Kai not to waste time before was actually not far from Yang Kai at this moment. Seeing him being driven away by Chu Changfeng, she smiled and comforted him. "It seems you were right to insist on staying here. Compared to this great opportunity, there's no need to worry about anything else. Elder sister has been sitting here for a while now and feels that the bottleneck of her soul cultivation has loosened a little. You should quickly absorb the efficacies here, perhaps you'll be able to comprehend something." Yang Kai didn't want to say much to her and simply nodded before beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. The reason why the function of soul-cleansing divine water was so wondrous was entirely because of the strength of the soul of an Origin King Realm Master. When an Origin King Realm Master died here, their spiritual energy would fuse perfectly with the spirit liquid here, and after countless years of transformation, it would form soul-cleansing divine water. Although Yang Kai didn't know why the soul-cleansing divine water here was golden, after a short period of absorption, he was certain that this was indeed soul-cleansing divine water. Naturally, he wouldn't waste any more time. The beautiful woman was right. Cultivating here could not only enhance one's soul and enhance one's soul, but also allow one's spiritual energy to become more condensed and solid. If one's luck was good enough, they may be able to comprehend some of the dead Origin King Realm Master's soul skills. How could the methods of an Origin King Realm Master be lacking? As long as one could comprehend even a tiny bit of that Master's divine technique, it would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their life. So far, the only Origin King Yang Kai had seen was Guizhu. However, Guizhu's earth-shattering methods were something Yang Kai couldn't help but yearn for. Presumably, other Origin Kings weren't any worse than Guizhu. Opening his pores, Yang Kai's physique wriggled and a trace of golden energy drilled into Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs before rushing straight to the top of his head and into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai sensed his surroundings carefully, dividing half of his consciousness to guard against any movement outside to avoid being attacked at this critical moment, while the other half entered his knowledge sea to observe the magical effects of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai could clearly see that within his knowledge sea, which was burning like a raging inferno, there were many golden threads pouring into it. Chapter 1196. Among this group of 3, the elderly man who was the leader of the group listened to his companion's endless cursing and finally couldn't help but interject. "Forget it, who told them to be so powerful? Our flowing cloud valley can't afford to provoke them, we'll just have to endure. It's not like you don't know what kind of people Heaven Battling Union is, so why keep complaining?" "I just can't swallow this insult," the man angrily said. "So what if it's Heaven Battling Union? Does Chu Changfeng really think he's some big shot? If it weren't for Heaven Battling Union supporting him, how could he dare act like this? I think this man's reputation is unwarranted. If we really fought, he would definitely not be your 2 brothers' opponent." The elderly man's face sank as he reprimanded, "You're wrong. Although Chu Changfeng is an overbearing playboy with a bad reputation, he does have genuine ability. Otherwise, with just the prestige of Heaven Battling Union, how could his name be known to all of Shadowed Star? Do you know Thunder Typhoon Sec's Fang Tianzhong? I heard that he and Chu Changfeng have exchanged pointers no less than 10 times, but every time the 2 ended in a draw. Since he can fight Fang Tianzhong to a draw, this brother is definitely not his opponent. In the future, you must not underestimate those with reputations. With their reputation, they naturally have their own confidence. Even Fang Tianzhong couldn't beat him? The junior brother was shocked, realizing that he had underestimated Chu Changfeng's ability. Naturally, that's why every time these two met, they would oppose each other as if they were water and fire. Your brother Lu Yi is very clear about this. When the elderly man spoke, he glanced towards the third person. Why does brother Lu Yi know about this? The elderly man said, because brother Lu Yi was once outside and happened to encounter these two fighting. Junior brother Lu Yi told him about the situation at that time, lest he look down on the heroes of this world in the future and lose his life without even knowing why. In an instant, the second-order Saint King Cultivator turned a curious look towards his brother Lu Yi. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was frowning as if he was thinking about something. His face was gloomy and uncertain, as if he hadn't heard the elderly man's words. Junior brother Lu, what are you thinking about? The elderly man asked suspiciously. Since coming out of the stone room, Lu Ye's soul seemed to be a little out of place, as if he was sleepwalking. Even now he still hadn't recovered. Aha! Lu Yi suddenly let out a low chuckle. For some reason, when this chuckle reached the ears of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King Cultivator, they couldn't help shivering as goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. The elderly man was startled, mistakenly thinking that something had happened to Lu Yi while he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, hurriedly asking, Junior brother Lu, are you all right? Meh. Of course I'm fine, haha, I'm better than ever before. Saying so, two strange green lights suddenly appeared in Lu Ye's eyes. These green lights were like two flickering ghostly flames, giving anyone who saw them a feeling of dread. Lu Ye's originally calm face became extremely ferocious at this moment as he suddenly stretched out his hand, pushed his Saint Qi into the second-order Saint King's chest, and plunged it directly into this second-order Saint King's chest. How could the cultivator have imagined that brother Lu Yi, who was usually gentle and polite to everyone, would actually try to kill him? When he felt the pain in his chest, he looked down and saw that Lu Ye's hand had already pierced into his chest. His heart inexplicably convulsed as he saw Lu Yi pull his hand out of his chest, revealing a blood-red hand holding a still beating heart. Yang Kai could almost foresee that when its bud fully bloomed again, it would transform into its final form, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, and be reborn. What was that crystal? It seemed to be even more powerful than the golden energy contained in the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, how could it cause the soul-warming lotus to undergo such a change? Yang Kai was excited, his soul avatar's face filled with an indelible smile. The ups and downs of his mood caused his fiery red knowledge sea to roll up in waves several hundred meters high, like a volcanic eruption full of peerless power. After a long time, Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and fixed his eyes on the soul-warming lotus's bud, discovering that bright halos were spreading out from the soul-warming lotus towards his knowledge sea. These halos were spreading in a very regular pattern like a heartbeat. Every time these halos rippled, subtle changes would occur in his knowledge sea. The fiery red seawater became thicker and purer, and the fire it contained became more fierce. The medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had not had time to refine began to gradually melt at this moment, completely integrating into his knowledge sea and strengthening Yang Kai's spiritual energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The soul-warming lotus was still evolving, but it had already begun to give him benefits. This made Yang Kai even more eager to see what it would look like after its evolution. Although Kai Yang wanted to stay here for a while longer, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and reveal a displeased expression. This was because the part of his consciousness he had left outside had noticed that several people were approaching him. As a last resort, he could only withdraw his soul avatar from his knowledge sea. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was stunned when he discovered who the people approaching him were. These people turned out to be the beautiful woman and her companions who had spoken a few words to him in the stone room before. There were 5 people in this beautiful woman's group, all of whom were second or third order Saint Kings. Yang Kai didn't know which force they came from, but since so many people could enter at once, this force was definitely not a small family or sect, so it should be quite strong. Why was she following behind him? Could it be that she saw that he was alone and didn't have a high cultivation, so she wanted to kill him? A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he deliberately paid attention to the movements of this group. No matter where they were in the Lu Yen Desert, the cultivator's divine sense would be greatly suppressed. Although Yang Kai was also suppressed, he was much stronger than this group of people, so he could easily monitor their movements without being detected. Soon, a faint conversation could be heard. "Senior Sister Chin, why are we looking for that guy? He's just a first-order Saint King cultivator, his strength is pitifully low. Letting him join us won't be of any help to us and will only drag us down," a burly man with a pockmarked face asked with an unwilling expression on his face. "That's right, Senior Sister Chin, that guy doesn't seem to have much skill at first glance. I don't know which small family he's a cultivator, but he was actually qualified to enter this place with such low strength. It seems that family definitely doesn't have a more powerful cultivator. Besides, if we let him join us once we find something good, we'll definitely have to give him a share, it's not worth it." The four men and women behind the beautiful woman didn't understand why she wanted to bring Yang Kai along, thinking that she was simply being kind and wanted to help him, but this was the Lu Yen Desert. Helping others was fine anywhere but here. There were dangers everywhere, and if they weren't careful they could easily lose their lives.